In January 1988, Susan was 33 years old. She was a successful nurse and wanted to find someone to settle down with. Since she hadn't had much luck dating, she decided to try a matchmaking service. Her ad said she was a single white female, 33 years old, and although she was overweight, she enjoyed life. She wanted a single man who cared about more than just looks. Susan was an active nurse and liked exploring the Northwest. She wanted someone intelligent, funny, and mature, both emotionally and financially. If someone wanted a smart, funny lady who was adventurous enough to place an ad, they should reply. 2 weeks later, she got a response from Michael Kuhnhausen, a 40-year-old man who was recently divorced with 2 kids. He said he was a Vietnam veteran and now worked as a janitorial supervisor. They exchanged phone numbers and started talking. Susan was outgoing and enjoyed spending time with friends, traveling, and being out, especially after a stressful week in the ER. Michael was more of a homebody, and when they were dating, he had no issues with Susan going out. After 5 months of dating, Michael moved into Susan's home in Portland, Oregon. And after almost a year of dating, the two tied the knot in Reno, Nevada, in an intimate ceremony on December 10, 1988. At first, all was well with the couple. Susan adored Michael's kids and felt that their family was complete. However, after a few years of marriage, cracks began to form in their relationship. After years of marriage, Michael suddenly started questioning Susan's spending habits. Though she made significantly more money than he did, which had never bothered Susan, it did cause issues with Michael, as he tried to dictate how she spent her money. He also started having angry outbursts, which had started becoming more and more frequent. His outbursts were apparently because of the trauma he had experienced during his time in the military. When Susan investigated his military history, however, she discovered that Michael had never seen combat and had worked a desk job, which wasn't what he told her. His outbursts became increasingly angry, and it began to scare Susan, and she placed an or divorce. By 2005, little had changed in their marriage, and Susan brought up a trial separation. Michael moved in with his father, but the couple still saw each other often, and by now they had grandchildren, and they attempted to keep things as normal as possible for their family, attending family events together and maintaining a friendly relationship. All the while, they still tried to work on their marriage in hopes of reconciling. However, Susan came to realize that while they were separated, she was thriving, and she started enjoying her life for the first time in years, and came to the realization that she didn't want to be married to Michael anymore. She asked him for a divorce in the summer of 2006. After that, her relationship with Michael began to deteriorate. On September 6, 2006, Susan came home from a nursing shift at Providence Portland Medical Center. She needed to get ready to attend a nursing convention out of town. She disarmed her home alarm system, walked through the mudroom, and found a note by the microwave from Michael saying, "Sue, haven't been sleeping, had to get away. Went to the beach." Susan had asked him to house set, and she guessed this was his answer. Michael always had a key to her home and had his own alarm code. Susan never had a second thought about changing it after he'd moved out. She walked to the front of the home and checked the mail. Coming back in, she noticed something odd. Her bedroom was very dark. She thought she'd left the curtains open that morning, something that she did every day. When Susan approached her bedroom, a man jumped out from behind the door. The man was 5'9", almost 200 pounds, wearing a baseball cap pulled low, with slacks, a striped shirt, and yellow rubber kitchen gloves. He was also holding a red and black claw hammer. The man attacked her, hitting Susan in the head several times. Susan knew she had to do something, or she was going to die. Susan began the fight for her life. She wrestled the hammer away from the man, but then lost it in the struggle. She fought ferociously, hitting, fighting, even going as far as tearing through his pockets to leave further evidence. She thought she was going to die, and if she was going to leave as much evidence as possible. She remembered something her father had told her. He said that if she was ever attacked, to get as close to the person attacking as possible. His reasoning was that if you are close to someone, it minimizes the impact of the blows. Her father also worked in construction, and he told her that if she ever had to use a hammer in self-defense, to always use the claw end. Her job as an ER nurse had also inadvertently trained her for a moment such as this. Nurses in the ER are faced with unpredictable patients, and they were required to regularly attend self-defense classes. Until this night, Susan had never been required to put that training into action. Susan wrestled with the man until she managed to swing her leg over his body and got her left arm around his neck. She got the man into a chokehold. She kept asking, "Who sent you here?" Susan kept him in a chokehold until he changed color and stopped moving. The fight lasted 14 minutes. After he stopped moving, Susan grabbed the hammer and rushed to the neighbor's house so they could call 911. When the police arrived at her house, they found the man in the hallway deceased. The wallet in his pocket revealed him to be 59-year-old Edward Deltman Haffey. It was discovered after an autopsy that Haffey had a near-lethal dose of cocaine in his system. At the time he attacked Susan, he had an extensive criminal history and was known to abuse substances. Susan was never charged. The police considered the action self-defense. Haffey had a lengthy criminal history, including murdering his ex-girlfriend in 1991. He only served 9 years in prison for her murder. Police first thought it was a burglary, but there were no signs of forced entry into the home. The next day, Susan went into the house with a friend to pack a bag, and while there they found a backpack in the basement that Susan had never seen before. Inside there were several personal items, and it was quickly determined to belong to the man who had attacked her. Inside was a pay stub, medication, some other stuff, including information that implicated her ex-husband, Michael Kuhnhausen. A date book that said, "Call Mike, get letter." Alongside was Michael's new cell phone number. The pay stub was also for the company that Michael worked for, and Haffey was a Vietnam vet. They'd worked together for 2 years, and it hadn't taken long for detectives to put 2 and 2 together. Susan had told the police that the alarm was set when she'd come home, so her husband must have deactivated it for this man, as he was the only other person with the code information, likely when he dropped off the note. Authorities started to look for Michael. On September 8th, they found he had left a suicide note at his father's place. A portion of it read, "All I ever wanted was to be loved, and every time I had it, I fucked it up." The police put out a bulletin for him, and they had also discovered through financial records that he'd purchased a revolver. On September 13th, they finally found him outside the Kaiser Sunnyside Medical Center, saying he was checking himself in and had nothing left to live for. They put Michael on a psychiatric hold for 11 hours. Then they placed him under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder. Michael didn't have any life insurance policies that were still connected to Susan. She had changed the beneficiary to her brother after their separation. However, he was still on the deed to the house they had shared. It was worth $300,000. If Susan died, he would get the house. During his initial interrogation, Michael denied any involvement with Haffey. Officers showed that they had evidence that the two worked together, but he still tried to claim he didn't know him. Later, he said, "I didn't do it. Just because I know the guy doesn't mean I did anything." During his trial, there was overwhelming evidence that Michael had been involved in an attempt on his ex-wife, including a man that Michael and Haffey had approached to help. They offered the man $5,000, but he declined. On August 30th, 2007, Michael pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit murder. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. He admitted to offering Haffey $50,000 for her murder. Susan gave the following statement at his sentencing hearing. Susan was always afraid that Michael would come and try again when he got out of prison. She moved, put up security systems, put gravel around her house so she could hear anyone coming. She even got a gun and learned to shoot. She sued and won a $1 million lawsuit against her ex-husband, stating she hoped he would not have enough money to try again. Michael was set to be released on September 14th, 2014, but in June, 92 days before his release, he died of prostate cancer. It was a death that was sad for Susan, but also brought a great deal of relief. He said in a statement to the media, "I didn't mourn his passing. Instead, I mourn the life he could have had if he could have just opened his heart for those of us who cared about him." Susan also said that she joined the Kuhnhausen family in hoping he would find the peace he didn't find in this world. To this day, Susan spends her time talking to people about her story. She is an activist for victims of crime and hopes that in sharing her story, she might help others. She still says that killing her attacker was the hardest thing she ever had to do. She had a hard time with the media portraying her as a hero. Her boss gave her a piece of wisdom that stuck with her. They're not calling you a hero because you killed a man. They're calling you a hero because they want to believe, given the same circumstances, that they too might survive. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Marina Kuzmin was a refugee from the former Soviet Union. She had come to Canada in 1990 with her then husband and daughter. She became a citizen in 1996 and settled in Richmond Hill, Ontario. Her previous husband had died in 2003, and it was years after when the widow met Michael Kafkin. He became a tenant and rented a room in her home. Also a Russian immigrant, the two connected on their shared experiences. The two began dating in 2008. Everything seemed to fall in place for the couple. Both were older, Ray was divorced himself, and it seemed like a happy relationship. After a year of dating, they married in December of 2009. The relationship soon started to strain. Michael put the couple into substantial credit card debt, racking up hundreds of thousands of dollars from failed extravagant business ventures. Once they were married, Michael stopped working and lived off Marina's funds. In 2011, the couple changed their last name to Ray. Marina apparently discovered around this time that Michael lied about a criminal history. She also claimed she discovered that he had issues with substance abuse. She eventually locked Michael out of their house. In the fall of 2012, they were divorced. In November of 2013, Marina listed her home for sale in order to get out of debt. Michael found out and got a lawyer, filing for spousal support and equity from the sale of the home. The house she had before they got married, she learned that Michael was entitled to half of the profits. Marina was enraged by this. On November 26, 2013, she went to see an acquaintance, Viktor Soklovsky. Soklovsky owned a martial arts studio in town. Marina told Viktor that she wanted her ex-husband dead, and could he help her find someone that would do it for her? She told Viktor she didn't want to share any equity from the house profits and asked if he knew someone that could lend her $500,000 on a backdated note. A few days later, Viktor went to the York Police Department. The police asked if he would help them and Viktor agreed. He then called Marina and asked if she had changed her mind. She said no, she still wanted Michael dead. On October 7, 2013, he set up a meeting with Marina and a hitman/undercover cop. The conversation between Marina and the officer was recorded. In the video, Marina talks about wanting her ex-husband liquidated and using her hand to mimic a gun. She showed the hitman a photo of her ex-husband. They discussed payment and agreed to $2,000 up front, with a total of $10,000 by the end. She told the hitman what her husband looked like and where he might be. She handed the officer $300 to start and made plans to meet up on December 9th. At the second meeting, Marina came up with a written agenda. She had ideas for how to kill her husband. She brought up that he did drugs and maybe a good motive for why he was killed. She told the officer more about what she felt he'd done to her. She asked that he tell her ex-husband, "This is for all the women you used, abused, and stole from." The undercover cop and Marina discussed how to deliver the final payment after the hit was done. They made plans to put it in a 20-pack of Timbits, Canadian donut holes, then discussed where to leave it behind a fire hydrant or hand off the donuts to him in person. The final decision was that it would be left behind a tree. They made plans for further untraceable communications and a plan to set a date to leave the money. She then handed over the rest of the $1,700 advance, and before she left, the officer asked if she was sure she would not have a chance to change her mind. Marina was arrested shortly after the final conversation with the undercover cop. Marina spent 143 days in pretrial custody before a judge ordered a guilty verdict. A 64-year-old Marina Ray would go to prison. The Crown had asked for 6 to 8 years. The defense had asked for time served. She was sentenced to 5 years of incarceration and less than 8 months. At 64 years old, Marina Ray would go to prison. The Crown had asked for 6 to 8 years. The defense had asked for time served. She was sentenced to 5 years of incarceration minus the 8 months of time served. Marina filed for a stay on her conviction, saying that she was entrapped by the police. The judge found that there was nothing in the evidence that showed entrapment. Marina then filed an appeal stating that she was in extreme emotional distress, that she went along with it in fear of herself and her family. Marina lost this appeal in 2020. Marina fully believes that she isn't at all responsible for the murder plot based on her mental state at the time, and blames the York Regional Police for forcing her into plotting the murder. There's not much known as to what Michael is doing now. There's no further information as to what happened to Marina after her appeal. It is assumed that she is still incarcerated, though she should be scheduled for release in 2023. Have you ever been looking for the perfect parking spot and at last you find the perfect one and you go in to get into that parking spot and then someone comes along and scoots on in? Doesn't that make you want to just viciously attack that person? No, me either. But that apparently wasn't the case for Beyond Meat Chief Operating Officer Doug Ramsey. Beyond Meat is a very popular plant-based meat alternative. The COO was in a parking garage on September 17th following a university football game in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and became enraged when another vehicle cut in front of him and reportedly made contact with his car. Ramsey exited his vehicle, approached the Subaru that cut him off, and punched a hole in the rear windshield, threatening to kill the driver. The driver exited the vehicle, and that was when Ramsey attacked. The driver exited the vehicle, which in my opinion was bold. I'm definitely not approaching someone who just punched a hole in the rear windshield. That is not something I would do, but I digress. And after the driver exited the vehicle, Ramsey then attacked him physically, beating the driver, punching him, and then bit off the tip of the driver's nose. Officers arrested Ramsey and he was charged with uttering terroristic threats and battery in the 3rd degree. He was released the following day on an $11,000 bail. His next court appearance is in October. Following the news of the assault, he has since been suspended from his position with Beyond Meats. In a very brief statement addressing the COO, they simply confirmed his removal and announced an intern who would be handling Ramsey's duties while they found another COO. This isn't even Beyond Meat's only scandal involving their leadership team. In 2021, it was discovered that their chief of finance, Mark Nelson, was involved in a fraud scheme. He had been allowed to retire from the company. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. First off, I want to say that this is still a developing story, but one that is shocking. Journalism can be dangerous, and we've seen multiple instances of journalists covering corruption, politics, and fraud, receiving death threats to attempt to silence them. We've also seen journalists silenced with murder, and that appears to have been the case with 69-year-old Jeff German. A longtime investigative, he was found on September 3rd, stabbed to death outside his home. It was discovered that the attack was caught on surveillance footage. The suspect was dressed in a straw hat and high-vis shirt and calmly walked up to the driveway of German's home and waited. German pulled up in his vehicle, and when he exited and walked along the side of his house, he was attacked and stabbed multiple times. Then the suspect is seen walking away, just as calmly as they had walked into the frame. During the investigation, law enforcement received access to current and past articles he had written. Because the violence had been isolated to murdering Jeff German, it was immediately believed that his work had been the motive for the attack. That led detectives to learn that a local politician may have wanted harm to befall the veteran journalist. 45-year-old Robert Tells had been the focus of German's attention since he came into office as the Clark County Public Administrator's Office in 2018. In one of his most recent articles, he had alleged that Tells was having a 2-year affair with one of his staffers. Tells had been up for re-election, and the timing of the article may have been what had lost him that election. The article also included video footage of what the reporter alleged was the cause of to have been an intimate encounter with Tells and a woman in a parking garage. This was vehemently denied by both Tells and the staffer. Before he stepped into local politics, Robert Tells worked as a lawyer in probate courts. People who worked with him described him as driven and smart, but having a short temper. Tells came from a long line of politicians, including his father, who had also been driven out of office following a public bribery scandal. Tells had legal troubles of his own when, after a night of excessive drinking in 2020, his wife called 911 saying that her husband was going crazy. She was heard on the 911 call with a child crying in the background saying to the dispatcher, "He just won't leave us alone, and it's just me and my kids and we're scared." His wife declined to press domestic violence charges. However, he was later arrested for resisting arrest. He received a 90-day sentence and had to pay a fine and attend a stress management class. Social media played a large part in this investigation. Tells had attacked Jeff German several times on Twitter, disputing claims that German had made in articles. On Tells' website, he had also made several statements claiming German was paying people to follow him, go through his trash, and do anything to ruin his reputation. Due to different political affiliations, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, when going through video surveillance from the area around German's home, noticed a vehicle slowly driving around the neighborhood several times. This vehicle was later matched to Tells' vehicle. LVMPD issued a search warrant and found several items that matched clothing worn by the attacker in Tells' home. They recovered shoes that had blood stains on them and a straw hat. Both items had been cut up in what they believed was an attempt to destroy them. Robert Tells was arrested on September 4th and taken into custody, where he was interviewed. He was released later that day pending DNA results, a move that the LVMPD said was Tells' constitutional right. When those results came back on September 7th, positively linking Tells to the crime scene, they went back to arrest him. When they arrived at his home, according to the police records, Tells was found with what is being described as superficial, self-inflicted but non-life-threatening injuries to his wrists, as well as having taken a dose of an unknown medication. He was treated at the hospital, there were no lasting effects, and he was remanded back into custody, and said that Tells blamed Jeff German for unraveling his personal and professional life. Since his arrest, Tells has taken several interviews from jail. While he isn't talking about Jeff German's murder, it appears he is trying to clear his name. Tells is a lawyer, he knows what lies ahead for him legally. His first lawyer has already left the case, and at this time, it isn't clear what his next move is. If convicted, Tells' face is up to 50 years in prison or the death penalty. Let me know down in the comments section below if you want me to keep following this case. In Fort Worth, Texas, in 1971, Alta Highsmith needed a babysitter for her 1-year-old daughter, Melissa. She put an ad in the newspaper, and a woman named Ruth Johnson responded. They arranged to meet at Alta's workplace, but Ruth didn't show up. She called the next day, saying she'd had a car accident on the way and apologized. Ruth said she had experience looking after kids, a big house, and really wanted the job. Alta agreed to hire her. They planned for Ruth to pick up Melissa the next morning. On August 23rd, around 7:30 a.m., Ruth came to the apartment dressed nicely, and Alta's roommate gave her Melissa. When Alta got home from work and waited for Ruth to bring Melissa back, she waited for a few hours, but ultimately called the police around 8 p.m. Law enforcement determined that the woman was likely using a fake name, and unfortunately, there had been little to go on. The roommate provided a statement of the woman and a sketch was drawn up. She stated that the woman had been wearing an odd outfit for a hot Texas August. She had been wearing all white with long gloves and a scarf over her head and around her neck. She said that her outfit vaguely looked like an old nurse's uniform. It is long since believed that the child had been abducted in order to raise a child with a different family, perhaps an illegal adoption scheme. The case was reopened in 2005 at the request of Melissa's sister, who has long been spearheading Melissa's cold case along with the other siblings. Melissa would now be 52 years old, and on September 11th, An anonymous tip came into the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children saying that they knew a woman living on Daniels Island in Charleston, South Carolina, who they believed might be Melissa Highsmith. While we don't know for sure at this time if the woman has been found or confirmed to be Melissa, this is a great opportunity to bring further awareness to her case. You never know when a tip will lead to the conclusion of a cold case. On September 7th, around midnight, 911 dispatchers received a call saying that there was an intruder that had broken into their Dublin, California home. There were 6 people sleeping in the home at the time, and it was 2 gunshots that had woken the household. The victims were the homeowners and married couple 42-year-old Maria Tran and 58-year-old Benison Tran. Their 14-year-old son had witnessed the shooting. Recognized the intruder as Alameda Sheriff's Deputy Devin Williams Jr. when Williams realized he had not only been seen by multiple witnesses but had also been positively identified. He fled the scene. Marie and Benison were determined to be deceased. Shock ran through the neighborhood. What had possessed a member of law enforcement to break in and murder a married couple in the middle of the night? Williams is 24 years old and had been with the sheriff's office since 2021. There had been no concerns about his job performance or any concerns about him during his time working there. He had worked his normal shift earlier that day and also picked up an overtime shift at the Santa Rita jail. He left work at 11 p.m. after his shift and drove 50 miles to the Trans home and murdered them. Law enforcement is looking into what happened that day. It was revealed that Williams and Maria had been dating for a few months. Maria was separated from her husband, but the two were still living together. Maria was a nurse and had met Williams at the John George Psychiatric Hospital. Williams surrendered to law enforcement after 11 hours on the run, which also revealed a possible motive for the slayings. According to Williams' mother, her son hadn't passed his probationary period, though she didn't reveal why. And she also stated that Williams was angry at Maria because she had lied about still being married. He had been led to believe that Maria was a 35-year-old single parent who was divorced. She said in a statement to the media, "I don't condone anything that happened. Bottom line is right now, there's a young boy that's missing both his mother and father." Williams himself, nor any legal representatives, has made any statements so far. He is currently being held in the jail that he worked in, the Santa Rita Jail in Alameda County, on charges of first-degree murder and second-degree burglary. No further court dates have been set yet. It is believed that he used his service weapon to commit the murders. He had thrown the weapon out of his vehicle while he was on the run, and law enforcement was not able to recover that weapon. Maria Tran is remembered as a brilliant and caring nurse. Benison had worked for nearly 30 years as a civil engineer for the city of Santa Clara. He had recently retired. Both were described as hardworking, generous, and kind individuals. They will be deeply missed by their community. A senseless act, whatever the reason, could never justify what happened to them. From 1982 to 1985, a small town in Shelby County, Indiana, went through a terrifying time. A cruel masked man would break into homes at night, armed with a gun or knife, and sexually assault women. Most of these attacks happened in Shelbyville, which is about 30 miles southeast of Indianapolis and had around 20,000 people at the time. These crimes shook the town, and women lived in fear for many years because the attacker was still on the loose. People became so scared that gun sales went up, and even the local hospital offered shooting lessons. Police warned women to be extra careful. They were advised not to be alone, to close their curtains, lock doors and windows at night, and change their routines because they thought the attacker was watching them before striking. It all started on August 14, 1982, when a woman woke up to find a man in her home after he got in through an unlocked door. He held a knife to her throat, demanding money. He took some cash from her purse. Then he threatened to hurt her young daughters, who were sleeping in the next room if she didn't comply with his orders. He forced her to put on a nightgown and then proceeded to assault her. He knew that she was a recent divorcee and told her that her ex-husband paid him to intimidate her and teach her a lesson. He also threatened that he would come back to hurt and kidnap her daughters on their way home from school if she ever thought about reporting the incident to the police. A few months later, a similar incident took place on the night of November 1st, 1982. The assailant forced his way into a home where a mother lived with her son. They were both awakened at knife point, and the man threatened to hurt the little boy if the mother didn't comply with him. He made her put on lingerie and perform sexual acts while her son watched before sexually assaulting her. Similar to the previous incident, he told the woman that he was paid to hurt her and that he would come back if she contacted the police. A mother and her 16-year-old daughter were assaulted. The daughter was awake when a man entered her room holding a knife. He forced her to perform sexual acts before taking her to her mother's room. He also compelled the mother to perform sexual acts and assaulted her. He boasted about committing other attacks and claimed that he was a police officer. He also tried to take pictures of the two women using their personal camera but discovered that there wasn't any film. A couple of months later, on February 2, 1983, the suspect armed with a gun attacked a man standing outside his home and forced him inside, where his wife was waiting. He forced the couple to perform sexual acts on each other and photographed them. He told them that he was being paid to do that and stole some cash before leaving the scene. After that incident, the police feared that the suspect's behavior was escalating. They first believed that he was primarily targeting recent divorcees and women living on their own, but the last incident showed that he didn't have a problem attacking couples or breaking into homes where men were present. Over a full year after his last attack, the perpetrator struck again. On February 18, 1984, a woman was in the shower when a man forced his way into her home. The woman was completely vulnerable, and when the man took her by surprise and held her at gunpoint, he asked her if she knew anything about his other attacks and bragged that the police had arrested the wrong guy. He told her that he would leave her alone if she cooperated with him and threatened to kill her if she screamed or struggled against him. He then proceeded to assault her and took multiple photographs of her. He had told her that they had met before and that she had served him at her job a few nights before. By saying that, he proved that he was used to stalking and keeping track of his victims' movements. He then left after stealing a small amount of cash. Then, on November 25, 1984, the assailant broke into another home. He first woke the victim's little daughter and took her to the mother's room, held the daughter at gunpoint, and used her to threaten the mother into performing sexual acts. He then assaulted the mother while her daughter watched and left after stealing some cash. He put his crime spree on hiatus until August 17, 1985, when he forced his way into a couple's home. He forced them at gunpoint to perform sexual acts on each other and demanded they give him money. The wife told him that she had a heart condition and then faked a heart attack. She aimed to get some sympathy, but unfortunately their attacker had none. He first focused his attention on the male victim. He handcuffed him, tied him to a chair, and started to beat him mercilessly. He repeatedly hit him over and over again with the back of the gun, causing permanent brain damage and a coma that lasted for months. The victim had to get speech therapy to learn how to talk again. He currently suffers from many disabilities and is confined to a wheelchair. After leaving the husband for dead, he took the woman to the garage and sexually assaulted her. He threatened to come back and kill them if they went to the police. Little did he know that he made a fatal mistake that night, which would later lead to his arrest. Around this time, the authorities noted many similarities and links between the attacks, making them confident that they were all committed by one suspect. They knew from descriptions given by the victims that he always wore military-style boots, a chained wallet, and a ski mask. His MO involved sexually assaulting women, sometimes with an enema bottle, and he also used Vaseline in every attack. He would often tie his victims to immobilize them, and he would take or attempt to take photographs of them. And sometimes he would even have the audacity to ask his victims for a drink, and would always threaten to come back if they contacted the police. He also had a pattern of stalking and observing his victims for several weeks before breaking into their homes. And he usually attacked after 9:30 p.m. and left the crime scene before 5:30 a.m. In 1985, the Indianapolis newspaper shared a facial composite of the suspect based on the victims' descriptions. And in the same article, task force detectives said the suspect was believed to be white male, 5'9". 170 to 200 pounds with blue eyes, short to medium light brown or blonde hair, that he was in his early to mid-30s. The victims also described him as muscular, so they believed he had an athletic body type. But despite all efforts, the suspect still managed to elude capture, and the authorities were unable to discover his identity. The culprit was generally very cautious and made sure never to leave behind anything that would lead to him. He always wore DNA on with him, such as the victim's nightgowns, towels, and bedsheets. But one time, he finally got sloppy and unknowingly left DNA behind, and that was in his final attack that took place on August 17, 1985. However, the case remained unsolved for decades, and it wasn't until 2020 that it finally had a breakthrough. A detective suggested sending the DNA sample extracted from the last crime scene, and that to a company specializing in the same sort of DNA testing used to capture the Golden State Killer in 2018. A company called Parabon Nanolabs, a company based in Virginia that specializes in genealogical DNA identification and uses it to solve cold cases. The test results led to two men of the same family. One of them was Stephen Ray Hessler, an ex-convict who spent most of the 90s in prison for sexual assault convictions in a county close to Shelby County. He served about 10 years in prison and was released 2 months before inmates were required to submit DNA samples. Investigators started watching and digging into the lives of the two men, and it didn't take long for them to eliminate the first suspect, leaving only Stephen Ray Hessler. Hessler lived in Greensburg, Indiana, and used to pay his utility bills by mail. Police used that against him as they obtained an envelope he used to send a bill payment for his water bill. They extracted DNA from the licked envelope and compared his saliva to the DNA collected back in 1985. It was a perfect match. They brought him in for questioning, and they were able to obtain a better DNA sample from the inside of Hessler's cheek, further confirming the link. In the early morning hours on August 17, 2020, exactly 35 years after the last attack in Shelby County, police entered Hessler Greenberg's home with a search warrant. They described what they found inside as a treasure trove and a gold mine full of trophies and evidence from the crime scenes. They found several photographs that he had stolen from the victims, clothing and garments the victims described him wearing during the attacks, a chained wallet, ski masks, knives, handcuffs, and zip ties. They also found 30 pairs of women's underwear, an enema water bottle, petroleum jelly, Polaroid photos of the 4 sex acts, and newspaper clippings of the articles written about the attacks. Police also searched his computers and found that he'd been researching the surviving victims' names and whereabouts. He'd also downloaded a Google Earth Street View photo of one of the victims' homes in Georgia. He'd also been similarly cyberstalking the victim of his sexual assault conviction. Stephen Ray Hessler was convicted on March 3, 2022, after an 8-day trial of 2 counts of sexual assault, 6 counts of unlawful deviant conduct, and 7 counts of burglary resulting in bodily injury, 3 counts of criminal deviant conduct, and 1 count of robbery, each a Class A felony. During the trial, the prosecution called 27 witnesses. Most of them were victims who bravely testified despite having received death threats. Some witnesses were flown in from as far as Florida, Georgia, and Ohio, as well as Secret Service computer technicians from the East Coast. During the trial, the prosecutor also described Hessler as a coward sadist. He clarified that Hessler is a sadist because he loves getting pleasure from hurting other people, and a coward because he could only do it when he was armed. On April 1, 2022, Stephen Ray Hessler was sentenced to 650 years in prison, 50 years for each crime. And finally, after nearly 4 decades, Hessler's victims are at peace, knowing their assailant would spend the rest of his life behind prison, where he belongs. "It is a huge relief. I don't have to be afraid anymore," said the victim of the November 1, 1982 attack. She also encouraged all victims of sexual assault to always come forward. February 27, 1998 was a cold winter day in Elyria, Ohio, a Cleveland suburb near Lake Erie, surrounded by parks and forest reserves. It was on this day that 57-year-old James McLaughlin disappeared from his Elyria home and has never been seen or heard from again. While there are few details available to the public on this case, it seems clear that James did not simply walk out of his home one day to run away or make a new life for himself elsewhere. James was not well at the time of his disappearance. He was under doctor's care for a condition that has been kept private, either due to the wishes of the police or James's family. Some speculate that he may have had cancer, but it has not been confirmed. We do know that whatever was wrong required regular prescription medication, yet he left his medication at home. James also could not have simply driven away to start a new life, because he was not able to drive at the time of his disappearance, and depended on rides from others as a means of transportation. His checkbook was left behind as well, but it's unclear if he had a wallet with him or when he disappeared if his bank account had any activity when missing. This information too is being held by police. In an almost 25-year-old cold case, we can't help but wonder why so much information about this disappearance is being held back by the police. If James is alive today, he would be 82 years old. And to hope that someone out there may remember seeing James or may have information that will eventually lead to answers for his family. Amanda K. Jones was just weeks away from giving birth when she disappeared in 2005. At 26 years old, she was already the mother of a young daughter and living in Hillsborough, Missouri. At 8.5 months pregnant, she was seemingly making one final attempt to convince the baby's father to be a part of his son's life. The father, Brian Westfall, was the last known person to have seen Amanda alive. Brian and Amanda met at her company's Christmas party on December 2004. Amanda was recently divorced with a 4-year-old daughter from a previous marriage. According to Amanda, she and Brian went home together after the party, but the relationship ended there. Then in February, Amanda discovered that she was pregnant. According to the family, Amanda had met with Brian to tell him that she was pregnant and asked if he wanted to be a part of the baby's life. He said that he did not want to be involved with the baby and offered to pay for an abortion. Amanda wanted to have the baby and did not consider this an option. Amanda arranged to meet Brian again in August, just weeks before she was due to give birth. It is not known what conversation or interaction took place between them that day because she was not seen or heard from since. Amanda's car was found parked outside the Hillsborough Civic Center, where she had met with Brian previously. A set of sonogram photos were found inside the car. Brian Westfall has not spoken to the police or media since 2005 and denied that Amanda's child was his. Though Westfall has been the prime suspect for many years, there's never been enough evidence to charge him. Then in December 2021, just as police were apparently coming closer to charging Westfall, he suddenly died of a stroke in his home. Amanda's family continued to hope and search for answers. There's still a $100,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest or the discovery of Amanda's remains. In 2019, the Toronto Cold Case Unit began dusting off unsolved cold cases from the 70s and 80s, re-examining them and putting out appeals to the public for more information. Among the strangest and perhaps most frustrating of these cases is the disappearance of George Norman Hayes. In November 1978, George Norman Hayes was 22 years old when he left his parents' home for a doctor's appointment and was never seen or heard from again. He never arrived at his doctor's appointment, and he was reported missing by his parents the next day. The case had set cold for decades. No one knew what happened to the young man. When the case was reopened in 2019, it was discovered that there were likely answers available to detectives at the time of George's disappearance. Reports of a man's body that was found later in March of 1979, just a few months after George's disappearance, in Lake Ontario, near the mouth of the Oswego River. According to the records, this John Doe had a tattoo of a devil holding a pitchfork with Mandarin written underneath it. His sister Dolores knew that the tattoo belonged to her brother. The mystery might have easily ended there, allowing George's family to formally identify him and properly put him to rest. His body may have also provided clues as to whether his death was an accident or suicide or may have involved foul play. And while it seemed as though the Toronto police were helpful and invested in the case, the body was technically found on the American side of Lake Ontario. Bizarrely, New York authorities seemed baffled as to where the body ended up, suggesting that it may have been buried in an unmarked grave in a nearby cemetery. They also no longer had the photos that had supposedly been taken of George's telltale tattoo, claiming they had been lost in a recent flooding. But to this day, it is unclear how this John Doe had been missed when Toronto detectives were looking for George. It seems like the bureaucratic red tape was the only thing in between solving George's cold case. However, if it wasn't George's body, it still was someone. And it's heartbreaking that there could be two families who may never have the answers because of carelessness when handling a deceased victim. New York law enforcement has no idea where the John Doe was ultimately buried. George's parents have passed now, but his siblings and other family members continue to search for answers. They have been fighting back and forth with Toronto law enforcement and their American counterparts to locate and determine if this John Doe is George. Anyone with any additional information on the case is being encouraged to contact the Toronto police. The Charlie Project is a big website that keeps track of missing person cases, especially those that haven't been solved yet. It was started in 2001 by Jennifer Mara, who also founded the Doe Network. It's a public catalog that's been around for a while, and I often use it when I'm researching cases. It would be great if more people followed them on Twitter to show support. Now, about the case. The oldest missing person case they have is from 1910. On December 12th of that year, a 25-year-old woman named Dorothy Arnold vanished while she was out running errands. She had told her mom she was going to buy a new dress for the evening, but she wanted to go alone. Dorothy left around 11 a.m. and was supposed to be back for dinner. The last time anyone saw her was at 1:45 p.m. in a candy store called Park and Tilford's. The clerk there said she seemed happy and bought some candy. She also went to Brentano's and ran into a friend there. They chatted for a few minutes, and Dorothy mentioned she was planning to walk through Central Park and meet her mom for lunch at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Both the clerk at the bookstore and her friend reported she seemed fine and nothing out of the ordinary stood out. Her parents believed that she may have been carrying $25 to $30 in today's value, that would be around $700 to $900. This wasn't a normal amount of money, but it would have been if she was to purchase an evening gown that day. Dorothy was well educated. She spoke several languages and hoped to become a writer. Her father was a renowned luxury importer, bringing in some of the finest European wares to the New York elite. Her uncle was a Supreme Court Justice, Rufus F. Peckham. At 25, the unmarried Dorothy still lived at home with her parents. There had apparently been some issues regarding Dorothy's living situation. She wanted to move into an apartment in Manhattan, but her father forbade it. This would have been very abnormal for a young unmarried woman to live alone at the time. Dorothy didn't seem like she was in a rush to settle down. She was last seen at the bookstore, and from there she seems to have vanished. It also didn't appear that she had visited anywhere that would have sold or made dresses that day. She missed dinner that night, which was out of character for Dorothy, and although her parents were worried, they didn't do anything yet. By the next evening, they were more concerned and hired private investigators to track down their daughter. They didn't want to go to the police as they didn't want to cause any sort of scandal. They didn't know why or what happened with Dorothy, and while they were concerned, it didn't seem as though they felt that anything bad had happened. They were more concerned with maintaining her reputation. There had been a situation the previous year with another prominent New York family. Adele Boaz was 13 and disappeared. There had been a massive manhunt for the teen, and it was later discovered that she had run away with a boy to Boston. She was later found and returned home, and the family had been scandalized and shamed in the newspapers. Perhaps because Dorothy had wanted to live on her own and live more independently, her parents assumed that may have been what happened in this situation. Her bedroom didn't show any signs of a young woman about to run away. All her personal belongings were there still. The PI looked in jails, hospitals, and morgues across New York City, Philadelphia, and Boston. When the first PI came up and he handed, they hired another one. This team of detectives interviewed her friends, and they went as far as checking hundreds of marriage licenses in Europe, as there was a theory that she'd run off to elope. 5 weeks of searching had led to no sign of Dorothy, and eventually her parents contacted the New York City Police Department. They held a press conference, and her father offered a $1,000 reward, around $30,000 in today's value. It was later discovered that Arnold had met a man while she was in college in Pennsylvania. The two had been secretly seeing each other, and when her family found out about it, they forbade Dorothy from seeing him again, as they didn't feel he was a suitable husband. His name was George Grissom Jr., and he had been on holiday in Italy with his parents when Dorothy had disappeared and denied knowing where she was. Also discovered was that Dorothy had a secret P.O. box, but that was likely for her writing career. Her first manuscript had been rejected by a magazine, and when it came to her family home, they had poked fun at her writing career. After that, It appeared that she got a P.O. box to have correspondence delivered relating to her writing submissions. Dorothy's disappearance became international news. Her pictures were in newspapers all over the US and Europe. The reward money had sent more than one on a mission to find the young woman. After a 75-day investigation, the NYCPD declared Dorothy Arnold deceased. While there were numerous sightings and reports of people claiming to be the missing young woman, nothing panned out as a credible lead. The Arnold family received 2 ransom notes, but the alleged kidnappers were just hoping to scam the family. There are several theories about what might have happened. Her boyfriend claimed that she had been depressed about all the rejected manuscripts, and he believed that she had committed suicide. Another theory is that Dorothy had been pregnant, sought an illegal abortion, and died in the process. There had been a doctor in Pennsylvania that had a basement clinic raided when several young women disappeared after visiting it. A doctor who had worked there said that it was common practice to burn bodies of patients that died of complications, and said Dorothy may have been one of those victims. Her father, Francis Arnold, had reported to have spent $250,000 trying to find his daughter. He died in 1922, never knowing what happened to her. He was so sure she was dead that he left her out of his will. Her mother, Mary Arnold, died in 1928. It was said that she remained hopeful her daughter was alive and well for the rest of her life. In a case that is now well over 100 years old, it still bears similarities to modern ones. Devastated families are left in the wake of a missing person. Families that deserve answers for their loved ones. And like I always say, you never know who's watching. Any sort of coverage can unlock a key piece of evidence needed to close one of these cold cases. On October 12, 1974, a hunting party found the remains of 2 people in the dense woods of Dole Valley in Clark County, Washington. The bodies were on the ground, making it difficult to determine the cause of death due to exposure to the elements and wildlife. The case was treated as a homicide. One victim was quickly identified through dental records as 18-year-old Carol Platt Valenzuela. She had been reported missing by her husband on August 4, 1974, after last being seen hitchhiking in Vancouver, Washington, on August 2nd. She left behind 10-month-old twins. The other remains were identified as female, aged between 17 and 25, but could not be identified at the time. Newspapers from 1974 said that law enforcement believed that 2 women were murdered, but that could not say when they had been killed, due to the elements that had affected their remains. Women could have been killed at different times and were most likely dumped, not killed at the location they were found. The case would go cold quickly. The operation manager at the Clark County Medical Examiner, Nikki Costa, discovered in 2007 that the unidentified remains from the 1974 case had been mislabeled. The label was the case number for Carol Platt. It was believed this was a clinical error, but it cost them decades to identify this woman. In 2012, the remains were sent to the Bob Cellmark Forensics for DNA analysis. A woman named Reba Morrison and her half-brother started to look into what happened to their sister, Martha Morrison. She went to look into the missing persons report that she thought had been filed. But at this point, Reba discovered that there were no records that a missing persons report had ever been made in 1974 for her sister. Martha Morrison was 17 years old, 5'4", about 140 pounds with long brown hair and hazel eyes. She'd been in foster care with her sister and was known to run away occasionally. Her mother had been deaf, and Reba was reported that she was skilled at sign language. At some point between 1973 and 1974, Martha lived in Phoenix, Arizona, where she attended Jobs Corps training and on the job training program. There she met another student and they moved in together in mid-1974 at Portland, Oregon. The man, believed to be her boyfriend, had worked at the shipyards as a welder. In September 1974, she left their apartment after a fight with a suitcase and was never seen again. In 2013, after Reba and her brother gave DNA and it was sent to the University of North Texas in the hopes of getting answers, they got a potential match to the unidentified woman from 1974. The Clark County Medical Examiner would need more DNA from family members for a more accurate DNA analysis. They tested the DNA they had from Martha's mother, which also showed the DNA consistent but inconclusive to the unidentified woman. Martha's father died in 1976, but in 2015, they exhumed his body hoping to get DNA. They got a definitive answer that the unidentified woman from 1974 was 99.9% Martha Morrison. Her case and Carol's were still open and unsolved at this time. Then, in 2015, Martha's DNA would be found on a piece of evidence. The Washington State Police started to look at evidence from a case of a suspected serial killer in the hopes of finding something to close unsolved cases. They found an unknown female DNA profile on an air pistol, and in 2015, they matched this DNA to Martha Morrison. In 2019, Warren Forrest was arrested for the first-degree murder of Martha. Warren Forrest had been incarcerated since 1974 when he was arrested after he brutally assaulted and left a woman for dead. In 1979, he went to trial for murder and was convicted. He has since been accused of several other murders and is suspected of being a serial killer. In January 2020, Forrest pleaded not to kill Martha. Guilty, and his trial was supposed to start in April 2020. His trial was pushed several times after that because of COVID-19. His trial started at the end of January 2023. On February 1st, the jury convicted Forrest after only 90 minutes of deliberation. On February 17th, Warren Forrest received his second life sentence. He remains a prime suspect in at least 5 other homicide cases, including Carol Valenzuela. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Peter K. Kima Jr.'s short life, which began on May 1, 1991, was marked by abuse and suffering. His parents, Peter Kima Sr. and Jaylene Maureen Akikima, subjected him to cruelty from birth. Child Protective Services, CPS, got involved soon after a family member reported the abuse. Baby Peter was found with a broken arm and leg, along with other healed fractures. His siblings also showed signs of abuse, and Peter was placed with his grandparents, James and Yolanda Ackall. Despite the clear signs of abuse, CPS returned Peter to his parents in 1995 when he was 4 years old. At that time, he had multiple fractures, black eyes, and even a spinal fracture from severe twisting. His siblings often took the blame for his injuries, with his mother claiming Peter's leg was broken when his sister jumped on him. James and Yolanda repeatedly reported the abuse, but CPS took no action. Jaylene and Peter Sr. tried to keep the grandparents away from the children, but when they did see them, they found Peter and his siblings looking frail and injured. James and Yolanda last saw Peter in 1996. They fought the courts for custody, but for some reason, they always sided with the parents. According to reports, testimony from Peter's siblings said that he once sustained a wound so deep that someone could put a finger inside of it. In 1997, the family moved out of their Nanawale Estates home, most likely to escape the grips of CPS. Once they moved, there was little room for outside intervention as Peter had been enrolled in kindergarten, but his absences quickly got him removed from their system. This allowed Peter and Lynn to get away with their abuse even longer. Shortly after Peter's 1991 hospital admission, CFPS ordered a psychological evaluation on Peter and Lynn and reported that they had, quote, potential for abusive parenting. One support worker even wrote about Peter's explosive anger, yet nothing was done to remove the children from their care. The extent to which Peter Jr. suffered cannot be understated. His siblings would later tell their foster parents that Peter had been shot with BB guns, thrown out of a window, forced to eat dog feces, and made to sleep outside without a mattress or blanket. There are many more details of what Peter was forced to endure in his short life, and most of them are too graphic and heartbreaking to mention. The abuse against Peter would come to an end on April 26, 1998, when Jaylene Kima filed a missing person report for her 6-year-old son. She told the ILO police that she had not seen her son since August 1997, when Peter Jr. and Sr. left ILO for Honolulu. Peter Sr. later told investigators that he took his son to Honolulu while looking for employment. The two lived in a tent in Isla Park, but Peter Sr. had other arrangements in mind. This is where discrepancies begin to creep in. Peter Sr. told the Hawaii County Police Department that on August 11, 1997, he signed over custody of his son to Rose McQuackane, a family friend he called Auntie. The two had agreed to exchange custody of Peter Jr. as the chemists could no longer provide for him. Interestingly, the signed agreement that Peter Sr. produced was dated April 11, 1997, not August. So where had Peter been in that 1-month gap? Investigators knew that Peter Sr.'s story was suspicious, but lacked evidence. A year after Peter Jr. was reported missing, his 3 siblings were moved from their parents' care after further allegations of physical and other abuses. When the police pressed Peter Sr. and Jalen for Rose's contact information or address, they could not provide it. There was no government documents or anyone by that name. Peter Jr.'s siblings, Lena, Chantel, and Alan, were interviewed by the police in the wake of his disappearance, and they provided some very disturbing information. They detailed abuse that they'd been subjected to daily. Lena, who was just 4 years old when her brother disappeared, told the police and the accompanying therapist that she had seen Peter chained and thrown into a bin. Later, she saw his lifeless body being placed into a box that had been taken to Honolulu by Peter Sr. in 2016. Jalen and Peter Sr. were arrested and charged in their son's disappearance. The indictment stated that the investigators believed Peter had passed away due to a failure to seek medical attention. CBS reported that the family had health insurance, but Jalen did not take him to the hospital because she feared Peter Sr. would be arrested. The indictment also noted that Peter likely succumbed to septic shock. Lena revealed that she had witnessed Jalen trying to resuscitate Peter Jr. before his body had been placed into the box. Jalen was sentenced to serve 1 year with credit for time served in exchange for her testimony against Peter Sr. Jalen would pass away in 2019. Peter Sr. was sentenced to 20 years in prison. The courts have offered him a deal where he will serve a minimum of 6 years if he leads investigators to Peter's body. Over the years, he has given conflicting statements, and his version of events has changed significantly. He recently told investigators that he threw Peter Jr.'s ashes into the ocean on the Puna coast off of Highway 137, close to Mackenzie State Park. Unfortunately, multiple searches have come up empty-handed, and investigators fear that they may never uncover the truth of what happened to little Peter Kima Jr. Peter's case has become infamous across Hawaii, with the media referring to him as Peter Boy. Peter is still considered missing, as his remains have never been retrieved. He is described as a multiracial male with Filipino, Spanish, Chinese, and native Hawaiian background, with black hair, brown eyes, 4 feet tall, and 50 pounds. Anyone with information on Peter's case is asked to contact Captain Greg Esteban of the Hawaii Police Department. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. It was on November 3, 1994, when a housekeeper for the Honolulu Prince Hotel was making her rounds. She noted that Unit 206 and recalled seeing a Do Not Disturb sign on the door for the last 3 days, but really needed to check the room. She knocked several times, but there was no answer. She'd opted to just drop some towels off near the door and unlock the room. It was then that she made a grisly discovery. Inside was a deceased woman, and she called the police. The victim was discovered to be the long-term resident of the apartment, 37-year-old Lisa Fracassi. She had lived in the building for 6 months. She had last been seen Halloween night, and experts determined that she had likely died that same evening. Initially, detectives believed that Lisa's death had been a suicide, but her autopsy determined that she had been strangled to death. Detectives interviewed neighbors, but no one remembered any strange noises that would indicate someone had been in distress. Leave Lisa's apartment in the early morning hours, but couldn't remember any distinguishing characteristics of the man. Detectives began to look back into Lisa's life to try and find her killer. Lisa had recently broken up with her boyfriend, an ex-cop, and he had quickly been cleared as a suspect. Friends of Lisa didn't know anyone in her life that would have killed her, but she kept a wide group of friends. Lisa was incredibly caring and a giving person. If someone she knew was in trouble, she would be able to help her out. She was the kind of person to drop everything and support that person. She could always be relied upon for charitable events. She volunteered her time to help others constantly. Lisa had wanted to be a nurse, and those who knew her knew that would have been a career she could have excelled in. Originally from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, she had started her nursing degree but needed to upgrade some schooling to practice nursing in Hawaii. While she was saving for nursing school, she worked as an exotic dancer. It was her job as a dancer, which sent detectives looking for any signs of a stalker or someone she had met from her place of work. But still, nothing came up. Photographs and DNA evidence were collected from the crime scene, but never matched any of their suspects. And over time, Lisa's murder case went cold. In 2018, the HBD launched a campaign to deal with numerous unsolved murders, and in 2020, Lisa's case was put forward by the Honolulu PD for further genetic testing. With the help of the Hawaii Department of the Attorney General, they received the funding required to send a sample of DNA to Parabon Nanolabs. Parabon worked on the case for years, and in April 2022, they announced that they had found Lisa's killer. Had been 29 at the time of the murder and was a longtime resident of Hawaii, who was originally from Michigan. However, there would never be justice for Lisa as Trent died in 2013 of congestive heart failure at the age of 48. Trent had never been a suspect in the initial investigation, and little is known about how or why he killed Lisa Fracassi. Little is known about Trent. He was a retired driver, according to his obituary. At this time, it is unclear if they are looking for additional victims connected to Cecil Trent. Lisa's friends and family are relieved to have some answers. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On January 10, 1993, two boys were playing on Seaship Place in Palm Coast, Florida, enjoying what was supposed to be another sunny day. Seaship Place is a cul-de-sac bordered by woodland and forest. While playing with their basketball, it rolled into the woods, and the boys ran to fetch it. As they searched through the brush, they stumbled upon something far more frightening than their ball: a human skull. The boys immediately ran home and told their parents about their discovery. The Flagler County Sheriff's Office quickly arrived and began an investigation. As FCSO searched the scene, they found more partial skeletal remains in the woods. They also found remnants of clothing with a pocket lining, zipper, and faded tag. They also found size 7.5 tennis shoes that were also highly degraded. Only partial skeletal remains were discovered, and the area was declared a crime scene. The remains were sent to the University of Florida for further testing, which revealed that the PMI postmortem index was around 2 years. In the report, they noted that the remains belonged to a female who was white or indigenous, aged 25 to 35 and approximately 5 feet 3 inches. Her remains showed a previous nasal fracture, although it is unknown whether this was connected to her death, and no cause of death could be determined. Teeth play a massive role in identifying the deceased, especially if the person has a unique dental profile. According to reports, most of Jane Doe's teeth had fallen out post-mortem, but they were still valuable to investigators. Her teeth showed signs of periodontal disease, which causes inflammation of the gums and the teeth. This indicated to investigators that she may not have been able to access adequate dental care. Unfortunately, her case had little public interest and it quickly went cold. It wasn't until 2021 that detectives with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office picked up her case again. This time, they had a new tool at their disposal: genetic genealogy. A sample of her DNA was sent off to Otham Labs, who assist law enforcement with DNA and genealogy in cases such as this. The results of the DNA analysis were quite shocking to investigators. Her DNA revealed that she was likely African American, possibly with Caucasian ancestors. She was not white or indigenous as they had once thought. Investigators had spent years looking through missing persons cases, potentially looking at the wrong race. Othram stated that they also believed that she had hailed from the Edgefield-Aiken in South Carolina. She was also listed as a possible descendant of George Washington Coleman. Clarissa Minnick. The FCSO and Othram Labs have contacted 30 relatives of the Flagler County Jane Doe, but so far there have been no identifications. In a bizarre twist, one of Jane Doe's relatives, Danya Williams, is also a genealogist. Investigators hope that with the advent of this new technology, they are one step closer to discovering her identity. A new facial approximation sketch was created and circulated around the US. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On August 27, 1978, two hunters set out on an early morning expedition in the Finley Creek Crow Camp close to Elgin, Oregon. The two quietly walked through the trees and suddenly saw something in the distance. It was a skull sticking out of the ground. When they got closer, they discovered a shallow grave that contained human skull and other skeletal remains. The Oregon State Police were called to the scene, and what they uncovered was a shock them to their core. Experts would later determine that the remains had been buried in about a 5-foot by 4-foot grave and that the remains had been laid face down. Pathologist Dr. Judy Bucksack completed the initial examination of the remains, determining that they belonged to a white or unknown race woman aged 14 to 25 with light brown sandy blonde hair who was 5'1" to 5'4", weighing 114 to 140 pounds. At the scene, investigators had recovered a series of tiny bones. When the remains were sent to the Oregon Crime Lab for further analysis, scientists determined that the woman had been in her 6th to 8th month of pregnancy, and that these bones belonged to her unborn child. At the crime scene, investigators also found a nylon cord 4 feet long and a 2-foot-long radio cord. There were also clothing items belonging to the woman, including a bra, red pants, lace-up shoes, and some red and white cloth and zippers. The post-mortem index believed that the woman has been deceased from anywhere from 2 to 3 years, with animal activity having compromised the integrity of the remains. The Oregon State Police have made several appeals to the public for information. In 1979, witnesses reported finding an abandoned camp close to where Finley Creek Jane Doe and her baby were found. More detailed descriptions of the camp are available online, but the critical pieces of evidence discovered were about 30 to 40 feminine pads, a blue windbreaker, a pair of boots that bore the name Fox Holman and Stepton. Over the years, several victims have been ruled out. Sherry Pickle, Dana Lou Sanchez, Melanie Flynn, Laura Flink, Rita Jolly, Laura Partridge, and Teresa Flitton. Dozens of loved ones have come forward with DNA samples and information, but so far no match has been found. Unfortunately, in 1990, the Union County District Attorney destroyed all the evidence in this case, including the remains to be destroyed. The Finley Creek Jane Doe and her unborn child were cremated in Walla Walla. Since her cremation, nobody has been able to find her remains. No records were kept. Investigators have lost track of them. Whilst authorities had little care or compassion for Finley Creek Jane Doe, doesn't mean there aren't others who are willing to step up to the plate. Redgrave Research Forensic Services have created 2 approximate sketches from photographs of Jane Doe's skull. They are also in the process of extracting and sequencing DNA, the costs of which were covered by generous donations from the public. Redgrave is quietly working on this case in the background, but there have been no recent updates. It has been speculated that Finley Creek Jane Doe may have fallen victim to a serial killer, Gary Ridgway. Ridgway, also known as the Green River Killer, operated in Washington and Oregon, and the exact span of his crimes is unknown, and he may have been active as early as the 1970s, right up to 2001. According to the Doe Network, some have speculated that the Finley Creek Jane Doe is somehow connected to the Lewis Clark Valley murders between 1979 and 1982 in Idaho and Washington. The timelines and locations don't quite match up, but as a suspect has never been apprehended in the Lewis Clark Valley murders, it's hard to say. In 2022, Suzanne Timms came forward to Redgrave and the OCP stating that she believes Finley Creek Jane Doe is her mother, Patty Otto, who disappeared on August 31, 1976. Autopsy records do not match that of Finley Creek Jane Doe. Still, Suzanne told that Landgrove Observer, quote, "The discrepancy is due to an error made by the OCP's medical examiner, whilst doing examinations of the skeletal remains of 2 Jane Does in his office at about the same time in 1978. She later stated that the dental records from the report of the second Jane Doe matched her mother. So far, no confirmation has been made. In the case of the Finley Creek Jane Doe remains unsolved. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. October 8, 1976 started like any other day for Norman Skog, a farmer in the small town of Otterbein, Indiana. As the afternoon wore on, Norman slowly began to finish work for the day when he encountered something bizarre in one of his many fields, just off County Road 200. It was a white box, only this box wasn't a small discarded piece of rubbish. When he tried to lift it out of his field so that he could plow, he noticed that it was unusually heavy and called for help. Norman then loaded the box into the truck and took it to his home a few miles away. The Skog family crowded around the box to see what treasures lay inside, but instead of golden riches, they were hit with a pungent smell, the familiar stench of decay. The box also emitted a strong, flowery, perfumey smell, almost as someone had tried to cover the stench. Norman began cutting through the layers of tape, plastic, and rope, and discovered a broken perfume bottle. When they got past a few layers, they collectively recoiled in horror. Inside the 3-foot-long, 2-foot-wide, and 1-foot-tall box lay the remains of a woman. The Indiana State Police and the Benton County Sheriff's Office were called to the scene shortly after. The Indiana State Police began slicing through more layers of tape and plastic. They found that the human remains inside with that of a woman tied in the fetal position. During the autopsy, it was determined that she was Caucasian, 55 to 65 years old, with light brown, graying hair, around 5'1" and 160 pounds, and her cause of death was a gunshot wound to the skull. It was discovered that the woman, who had become known as the Benton County Jane Doe, or the Box Lady of Benton County, had undergone a right radical mastectomy, likely as a result of cancer. This procedure had produced a scar that ran from her belly button to her sternum and multiple other scars on her right breast. She had been fully dressed at the time of her discovery, and she was found in a green double-knit pantsuit, green slacks, a beige slip, and a beige girdle. There is a multitude of bizarre clues and red herrings in this case, the first being the box. According to the Doe Network, the white box she was found in was manufactured by a company in Melrose Park, Illinois, by May through October of 1976. The box had only been distributed to Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and was mainly used to move furniture. There was also another bizarre clue when it came to the box. Norman Skog had described the weather that October afternoon as drizzly and dreary. The rain had been pouring since early morning on October 8th, but the box had been bone dry when it was found. The pathologist determined that she'd been dead for at least 1 to 2 weeks. So where had she been stored? How did she get there? Perhaps the most bizarre part of the case is figuring out how she got there in the first place. Norman didn't report seeing any tire tracks when he discovered the box. So how did someone get in and out of his fields undetected? Otterbein is a very isolated community made up primarily of farmers. The small town gets few visitors during the day when the farmers are hard at work because the roads are quiet. But investigators don't believe that the Benton County Jane Doe arrived by car. They believe she arrived by helicopter. Other farmers in the area reported seeing a helicopter flying overhead but thought nothing of it. If a helicopter had been used, it would explain why there were no tire tracks or footprints. The question is, who could afford a private helicopter used to dump a body? This theory opens a larger can of worms, and the speculation runs rife from here on out. Some have suggested that the woman's calloused hands indicate that she may have worked as a cleaner or a maid. One theory is that the Benton County Jane Doe worked for someone very important or someone conducting clandestine business. Either way, this theory goes that Jane Doe overheard something she shouldn't have and was taken care of before she could snitch. In 2019, the Benton County Jane Doe's body was exhumed so a fresh DNA sample could be obtained. In 2021, the Jane Doe Project teamed up with the Benton County Sheriff's Office to assist them in their identification. So far, no matches have been made and the DNA Doe Project continues its work. A new burial was crowdfunded for Benton County Jane Doe, replacing her cheap coffin and headstone with something more fitting. Investigators know that someone out there holds the key to this mystery. It's just a matter of getting them to talk. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On December 21, 1988, two road workers got the shock of their lives as they were working off of Duncan Road in Ware County, Georgia. They were clearing out an illegal dump site just off the road. The workers found a TV cabinet that gave them an uneasy feeling. When they opened the cabinet up, they found concrete in a suitcase. Inside the suitcase lay a duffel bag. Neither man dared to look any further and immediately called the police. The discovery shook the workers, and things were only about to get worse. After cordoning off the scene, investigators carefully opened the duffel bag and found a brown blanket with something poking out underneath. After carefully lifting the blankets so as to not disturb evidence, they came across the body of a little girl. Investigators were left traumatized by their discovery, and her body was transported to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. The medical examiner stated that the girl was black, aged 3 to 4 years old, with black hair pulled into a ponytail, and stood around 2 feet 9 inches and 25 pounds. Her ears had been pierced, but no earrings were present, and she'd been dressed in white pajama top with red-pink pony symbol, white thermal pajama pants with maroon trim, and she was wearing a disposable diaper. Her post-mortem index had listed anywhere between 1 to 3 months, and the medical examiner had been unable to determine a cause of death. Little information is available about baby Jane Doe. She was also received little media attention. The Georgia Bureau of Investigations, along with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, are involved in baby Jane Doe's case, and they have recently obtained a DNA sample for further analysis. According to the JBI, they have searched as far as Michigan, Pennsylvania, and South Carolina in a bid to identify this child. JBI agent Jason Seacrest told News4Jax that the recent identification of the boy in the box, Joseph Sorelli, has given them hope that this case will eventually be solved. The JBI is currently conducting its own genealogical research, which they hope will create a family tree of baby Jane Doe. From there, they hope to eliminate people one by one until they hopefully reach her parents. Agent Seacrest went on to say, quote, "I truly believe that somebody remembers a little girl, and that little girl went away, and most likely they were given a story that they went to or that they went on to live a better life, and nobody ever saw or heard from that little girl ever again." JBI is offering a $5,000 reward for any information that leads to her identification. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another True Crime Mysteries video. Thank you all for being here. Today, we're discussing the very mysterious deaths surrounding Nathan Carman, who is now 29 years old and accused of murdering his mother during a fishing trip, as well as his grandfather. Let's get into it. On December 20th, 2013, Elaine Chakalos pulled into the driveway of her father's home in Windsor, Connecticut. Elaine had been checking in on her father periodically after the passing of his wife, her mother. Inside, she found her 87-year-old father, John Chakalos, still in bed, shot execution style in the head 3 times while he slept. It is believed that John was shot with a .308 caliber gun, likely a rifle. There were no signs of forced entry and nothing was stolen. Police quickly began investigating those who knew John and had access to the home. In his early years, John had enlisted in the U.S. Army and served as a private paratrooper in the Philippines during World War II. In high school, he met Rita Baranowski, who would later become his wife. They were married for 59 years, but in November 2013, Rita lost her battle with cancer, only a month before her husband was murdered. The two had 4 daughters together: Valerie, Elaine, Charlene, and Linda. John had dedicated his life to his family and his communities. His personal motto is quoted as, "Without family, you've got nothing. Family is everything." He had many grandchildren as well as nieces and nephews that he showered with affection. After his military career, John founded a real estate development company that he ran until he died. He built several retirement communities that he named after his children, and he was in the process of building one when he was murdered. This career made him millions, with his corporation being extremely successful. John and Rita were known in the community for being very charitable. One of their most notable contributions was their annual Christmas light display they put out outside their 86-acre New Hampshire home. The display boasted over 6 million Christmas lights and would draw huge crowds. They did this for over a decade, and they would ask for donations, and all proceeds would go to a local food bank. John's net worth was over $300 million. So before he died, he'd set up trust funds for his grandchildren and the dynasty trust for his children. Those in the dynasty trust could make someone the beneficiary of their portion of the estate when they died. A dynasty trust is a long-term trust designed to pass wealth from generation to generation. His 5 daughters were each set to receive $7 million each as their portion of the estate. During John's murder investigation, authorities turned to Linda Carmen, John's second daughter, due to an altercation that happened a couple of years prior. News outlets report that on April 2011, there had been an altercation between the two. The incident reported that John came to visit his grandson, Nathan, when he'd been committed to a psychiatric facility for depression. John then told Linda that he would no longer support them and that he'd only been doing it for his grandson. When John tried to leave, Linda stopped him and started hitting him in the head, scratching and kicking him. Linda is quoted by the police saying, "My father is worth $300 million and I want my share. He's not going to cut me off. I need the money." Another report said that the fight was about who should pay for Nathan's hospital bill, which resulted in Linda assaulting her father. Linda had apparently had a hard time keeping a job at this time and was reliant on her father for money, giving him financial control. Nathan's grandfather is reported to have been very interested in Nathan and spent as much time as possible with him. The two were close, and Nathan was known to rely on his grandfather since his relationship with his parents were strained. His parents had been divorced since he was young, and his father lived in California. At this time, Nathan lived with his mother in Middleton, Connecticut. Linda was charged with assault of an elderly person and disturbing the peace. In July 2011, the charges were dropped because John didn't want his daughter prosecuted. After this, John spent a lot more time with his grandson Nathan, bringing him to meetings and paying for all the expenses, including an apartment nearby. And in 2012, Nathan graduated high school. Nathan mostly only saw his mother on fishing trips that they took together. Some reports speculated that he'd become estranged from his parents. Nathan had been diagnosed with Asperger's at a young age. Though today it's no longer a diagnosis on its own, it is now encapsulated within the spectrum of autism. At the time, Asperger's was categorized as a neurodevelopment condition that is characterized by difficulties in social interactions, restricted interests, difficulty with change, incredible attention to detail, recognizing patterns, and remarkable focus. Because of this, Nathan had difficulties making friends and struggled at school. Emotional outbursts. Classmates are reported to have bullied him, and Nathan lashed out physically because of it. He was also ashamed and upset about his Asperger's diagnosis, as he felt it made him more different than other students. His only real friend was his horse, Cruz. Between 2012 and 2013, John had set up 2 bank accounts that Nathan was a beneficiary of when he died. One account was for college in the future, worth $150,000, and a second worth $400,000, which both Linda and Nathan were the beneficiaries of. Before his death, John had also convinced his daughter to make Nathan her beneficiary for her portion of the dynasty trust. After John's death, Linda was brought in for questioning. She was asked to do a polygraph test, which she took and passed. Police no longer considered her a suspect in her father's murder. At the same time, the now 19-year-old Nathan Carmen was also being interviewed by law enforcement. He was also asked to do a polygraph, but he refused. Nathan was the last person to see his grandfather alive. The two had dinner the night John was murdered. Law enforcement found out that Nathan also had recently gotten a New Hampshire driver's license and had used it to purchase a rifle in the same caliber as the gun used to shoot John Chakalas. When asked about the rifle, Nathan stated it had gone missing. Law enforcement got a search warrant for Nathan's home. While executing the search warrant, law enforcement discovered that Nathan had removed the hard drive from his desktop computer and removed the GPS out of his truck and disposed of both before police could look at the information. Nathan was never formally charged, and John's murder investigation remains open and ongoing. And law enforcement has made it clear that Nathan Carmen remains a suspect in that investigation. Nathan did receive the $550,000 in inheritance and remained unemployed. He had purchased a foreclosed home in Vermont and had been working on it in hopes of flipping it. But by 2016, the money had run out. On September 17, 2016, Nathan Carmen, now 22, planned a fishing trip with his mother on his boat called Chicken Pox. The two left a Rhode Island marina around midnight and were due to return the next day. Before they left, Linda texted a family friend saying that they planned to return the next day, and the two made plans for later that afternoon. However, Linda never made it to that meeting and wasn't returning calls or texts. By Sunday night, the friend reported the pair missing to the Coast Guard, who then started to search for the vessel. Helicopters, ships, and planes in the area searched hundreds of thousands of miles of open ocean. This extensive search continued until September 24th, a week after they'd gone missing. There was no report that a mayday had ever been sent out. The search parties found no sign or evidence of the two or their vessel. On September 25th, 8 days later, the search was called off. The hopes of finding Linda and Nathan Carmen weren't looking promising. It then came as a miracle when reports came into the Coast Guard about a man in distress in a life raft. The man was found by a Chinese freighter, the Orient Lucky, off the coast of Martha's Vineyard floating in a life raft. Once in the safety of the freighter, the man revealed his name as Nathan Carmen and had been lost at sea for days. His mother Linda was not with him. After being rescued, Nathan asked if they had found his mother. On a call with the Coast Guard, he detailed what had happened. He said that he and his mother had gone out on September 17th and they had planned to go tuna fishing in an area called Block Canyon. An area he had never fished out before, was significantly further than where he normally went, and an area not suitable for the size of his boat. It was so far out that the Coast Guard hadn't been looking for them way out there. He alleged that he noticed the boat was taking on water. Initially, he said that he wasn't concerned. He said he'd gone to get the repair kit while his mother was taking in the fishing equipment. He said that they were on opposite ends of the ship and he had the safety equipment. He said that while he was trying to repair the leak, he noticed the boat sinking. He said it was then that he deployed the life raft, and in all of the chaos, he never saw his mother again. He'd been able to get into the life raft with the emergency bag and he watched the boat sink in minutes. He said that he never saw his mother after he grabbed the safety gear. His story had changed slightly for different people. Some have reported that Nathan has also said he tried to save his mother but couldn't. Linda was never recovered and is presumed deceased. Now Nathan and Linda frequently went on fishing trips. The two were both knowledgeable and capable boaters. In Nathan's version of events, there were multiple things that weren't adding up. Experts stated that in order to go for tuna, you normally have a 4 or 5 person team to fish for something as large and as powerful as tuna. It isn't something that should be taken on a whim. It requires specialized equipment, and it's recommended to take someone with experience. Bluefin tuna can get up to 13 feet long and weigh 2,000 pounds. Additionally, Nathan's boat was not big enough to catch bluefin. There was no evidence that Nathan had ever purchased the equipment required to catch tuna. There was also a working distress beacon on his boat and other equipment that Nathan never tried to use. The distress beacon would have given the Coast Guards a signal that would have led them to their exact location. When asked, Nathan said that there hadn't been time, but it was just a switch. Where he said the leak was, it was right next to it. Nathan then said that he hadn't anticipated the boat would sink. He stated that he initially felt he could fix the problem himself, but the boat sank too quickly. Authorities started looking into Nathan for charges of reckless endangerment that caused death. Nathan was reported to have just done a series of repairs on the boats. Other boaters who saw the tools he was using alleged that he might have purposely and not seaworthy. Witnesses at the marina would later come forward, saying that they saw Nathan making holes in the boat before it left the marina, and that he knew it was not safe. Claims that Nathan denied, saying that he thought the boat was safe, and no charges were filed at this time. Law enforcement got another search warrant to search his home and his mother's home. Nathan's computer was never recovered, and it is believed to have been removed before the trip. After losing his mother at sea in October 2016, Nathan put in an insurance claim for his boat for $85,000 in January 2017. The insurance company denied his claim. The claim would come up in court, and a judge would rule in favor of the insurance company. there hadn't been enough evidence to prove that the chickenpox was seaworthy. It was during this trial that the previous owner testified, and based on photographs and CCTV footage of the boat, he could tell that Nathan had made several modifications that he felt were unsafe. In July 2017, Valerie Santilli, Nathan's aunt, also the executor of John Chacalot's estate, filed a lawsuit in New Hampshire probate court alleging that Nathan had killed both John and Linda Carmen in an attempt to inherit millions of dollars. The lawsuit was started to prevent Nathan from collecting Linda's portion of the legacy trust, could not profit from their deaths. In 2018, Nathan attempted to get his aunt removed as the executor of his grandfather's estate. However, that never went forward. Eventually, by 2019, the lawsuit would be moved to Connecticut court as it is where John was a resident and is still in probate court today. Nathan's aunts are convinced that Nathan killed their father and sister. They are fighting legally to make sure he does not receive anything from either estate. Through all the investigations, which have included local law enforcement and the FBI, Nathan maintains his innocence in the deaths of his mother and grandfather. In May 2022, the case went to a grand jury. The grand jury alleged that, quote, beginning in or around 2013 and continuing until the present, Nathan Carmen devised a scheme to defraud the estate, John Chacalot, its executor, the Dynasty Trust, and its trustees, and to obtain money from the Dynasty Trust by materially false and fraudulent pretenses, representations, and promises. In May 2022, Nathan was arrested and charged with first-degree murder in the deaths of his mother, along with 4 counts of wire fraud and 3 counts of mail fraud. Court records show that Nathan had removed 2 forward-facing bulkheads and trim tabs from his boat and was masking these as repairs. Additionally, the court ruled that Nathan had gone out to sea a lot further than was necessary for a fishing trip, and he purposely made their rescue impossible by not sending out that distress signal. In August 2022, Nathan was remanded without bail. Nathan's aunts have continued to be vocal about their belief that Nathan killed their father and Linda. There's still been no formal charge made in the murder of John Chacalot. Court records for the case of Linda Carmen do state the belief that Nathan murdered his grandfather. Authorities have stated that he is a person of interest, and the case remains open. It is believed that Nathan, having spent time with his grandfather and John's financial, and started an elaborate scheme which included killing his grandfather and his mother in hopes of inheriting millions. Nathan is now 28 and has pleaded not guilty to all charges. Nathan has not been convicted of these charges and his trial has been set for October 2023. If convicted, Nathan faces life in prison for the murder and up to 30 years for the fraud charges. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On October 24, 2005, in a small town called Osceola, Georgia, students and teachers gathered for a school day at Irwin County High. But one teacher, Tara Grinstead, who was 30 years old, didn't show up. This was strange because she was always on time. Her classroom was locked, and students had to wait outside. Tara lived alone and didn't have a partner or children. She was studying for a PhD in education and was busy with her work. The last time anyone saw her was on Saturday. She had helped young girls preparing for a pageant in the morning, and then she hung out with friends at a barbecue. She got home late that night around 11 p.m. When the police went to her house, they found no signs of anyone breaking in. Her car was in the driveway, but her purse and keys were missing. Her phone was still charging. Everything seemed normal in the house except for a broken lamp in her bedroom. At first, it seemed like she had gone out somewhere. But what was strange was that her dog was left outside alone, and Tara's friends said she would never leave her dog like that. Her cat also hadn't been fed. Tara's pets were everything to her, and she would never have left without arranging care for them, and she certainly wouldn't have left her dog outside for multiple days. Detectives knew Tara had returned home after the cookout because the outfit she'd been wearing was found on the floor in her bedroom. For days, local law enforcement searched for Tara. Massive search parties went out every day and hundreds of tips were followed up with. Many had hoped Tara had simply picked up and run off to start a new life, but those closest to Tara knew that just wasn't in her nature. Neither her bank card nor her credit cards had been used after her disappearance, which was also a sign that she hadn't left her life voluntarily. Tara was extremely busy. In Tara's front yard, A latex glove had been discovered, and this turned into one of the only pieces of evidence found. It led detectives to believe that someone with intimate knowledge of police procedure had abducted Tara. Their lead suspect was Tara's ex-boyfriend, who had retired from the military and had briefly worked as a police officer, though there was no evidence directly connecting him to the case. He also had a strong alibi for that weekend. The other piece of evidence was a business card wedged in Tara's front door. The card had been a local business and also led to a dead end. Eventually, the case went cold. In August 2016, the podcast Up and Vanished aired its first episode. The series focused on Tara's disappearance and became hugely popular across the globe, and it had also gotten people talking locally, which in turn reinvigorated the investigation. The podcast interviewed various people in Tara's life. It detailed all the available evidence and covered some of the local rumors and theories that swirled around Tara's disappearance. A tip came in with critical evidence. Brooke Sheridan had been dating her boyfriend, Bo Dukes, for about a year when she started noticing him behaving differently. It had been a sudden shift starting that summer. She described him as having panic attacks, talks of being suicidal, and general anxiety. On January 10th, he had a panic attack, and this time, Brooke had convinced him to tell her what was bothering him. What he said next shocked her.
Tara Grinstead.
Bo stated that 2 days after Tara had gone missing, during a massive search, his best friend Ryan Duke called him. Ryan stated he needed help, and during that call, he confessed to murdering Tara Grinstead. Bo claimed that initially he thought Ryan had been joking, but then Ryan revealed he had dumped her body on Bo's grandfather's pecan farm. Ryan then brought him to where Tara's body was, and Bo said he freaked out and asked Ryan what. According to Bo, Ryan stated that he'd been in Tara Grinstead's home looking for things to steal when she came back home. At the time, Ryan was dealing with a severe drug problem and he needed money. He said that when Tara came home, he was still inside and he attacked her and strangled her to death. Ryan also revealed he had borrowed Bo's truck to transport Tara's body. Both Ryan and Bo knew Tara. They had been students in her class. Bo claimed to have panicked, and he didn't think anyone would have believed that he hadn't been involved in Tara's murder given the body was on his family's property and Ryan had used his truck. He stated that the two decided to burn Tara's body using firewood from the property and kept a bonfire going until they couldn't see any remains left, and then they buried the rest and purposely started a wildfire in a nearby brush to explain the burn pit. Ryan Duke was arrested, but he claimed it had been Bo who had murdered Tara, and he helped Bo move her body, and had been Bo's idea to burn the body. Bo Dukes was also arrested on charges of concealing a death, evidence tampering, and hindering the apprehension of a criminal. Bo Dukes was able to post bond and later pleaded not guilty despite his earlier confession. Ryan Duke also pleaded not guilty. The two had separate trials, where he was found guilty of concealing Tara's death, as well as making false statements to law enforcement. He received 25 years in prison. Ryan Duke's trial was in May 2022. He faced murder and burglary charges, as well as aggravated assault charges. He was found not guilty on all charges, except he was found guilty on the concealment charge. He was given the maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. The two still face several civil suits. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. The missing person case of Lynette Dawson drew international attention in recent years with the 2018 release of The Teacher's Pet, a podcast that took a deep dive into the suspicious disappearance of an Australian woman in 1982. It was the flurry of media attention that, in part, changed this missing persons case into a murder conviction in August 2022. Lynette Dawson was a 33-year-old mother of two when she disappeared from her Sydney home in January 1982. For decades, investigators were not able to build enough of a case to charge anyone in relation to her disappearance or death. Her husband, Chris Dawson, maintained that she had called him 1 week after her disappearance and expressed that she needed time away. According to him, This call meant that Lynette must have left of her own accord to get away and start a new life. But her other family members, especially her daughters, mother, and siblings, were completely unconvinced that their mother would ever leave them on their own accord without any explanation and without ever returning. Then nearly 40 years later came the podcast The Teacher's Pet listened to by millions around the world, uncovered new evidence and pointed to a few holes in the investigation as well as things investigators may have gotten wrong. Previous inquiries into her disappearance had concluded that she was killed by a known person. But according to that prosecutor, it was the podcast that finally produced enough evidence to lay charges. Chris Dawson, Lynette's husband, was charged with her murder in 2018. In 2022, he got his day in court. It was clear based on the evidence presented that Chris Dawson had been carrying on an extramarital affair with a former student and babysitter, who he had met as her teacher while working as a high school PE teacher, and that he killed his wife in order to be with the teen. That woman later testified against Dawson, saying that she had been groomed into a relationship with Dawson. She also said that her marriage with Dawson was emotionally and physically abusive, and she escaped as soon as she could with her children. Further evidence showed what Chris Dawson was like behind closed doors. The prosecution dismissed Dawson's claims that his wife had called him after the date of her disappearance as made up by Chris to confuse authorities and remove suspicion from him. There was no proof of the alleged phone call. On August 30th, 2022, the jury found Chris Dawson guilty of first-degree murder. His sentencing has been set for November 11th, 2022. Lynette Dawson's name has finally been cleared, and justice has been delivered, thanks to the power of a true crime podcast. But the trial still left Lynette's family with unanswered questions. How did he kill Lynette? Did anyone help him? And where was her body? After 40 years, it is unlikely that they'll be able to find her unless Chris reveals the information. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. So, in this case, there's a podcast called Serial that has brought forward new evidence. This evidence suggests that Adnan Syed, who was previously found guilty, might be innocent. During his trial, it was found that important information was kept from his defense team, which made the trial unfair. The story began on January 13, 1999, when Hyman Lee, an 18-year-old from Baltimore, Maryland, disappeared. She was supposed to pick up her cousin from daycare at 3:15 p.m. and then meet her wrestling team, which she helped coach, for their competition. However, she never showed up at either place. Her parents reported her missing that evening, and a search began immediately. The police talked to her friends, but no one had seen her since she left school around 2:15 p.m. They also contacted her current boyfriend and her ex-boyfriend, but neither had heard from her. At first, it was thought that Hay might have gone to California to visit her father, as she had been talking about that a lot recently. Hai came from an immigrant family from South Korea that had a modest, strict, and religious outlook on life, and one that stood out in stark contrast to her American friends. She had kept a lot of secrets from her family. She dated when she wasn't supposed to. She went to parties and wasn't always honest about where she was, but you could probably say that about most teenagers. But Hay was a good kid. She worked a part-time job, kept immaculate grades, had a tight group of friends that were also good kids. Hay was an athlete. She played lacrosse, coached wrestling, and was also in the school's ecology club, French club, and others. She was described as a leader whose happiness was infectious. She was always willing to lend a hand, and she had a heart of gold. She worked hard and always gave her best at everything she did. She wanted to become an optician and worked at LensCrafters after school. Hai was extremely responsible, and it had been unusual for her to go anywhere without telling someone where she was going. Her disappearance had been extremely unusual. What had made her disappearance so confusing was that her car was also missing. Truly seemed as though she had just driven off. Weeks went by with little headway in the investigation into Hai's disappearance. Almost a month later, a body was discovered in Leakin Park, an area in Baltimore notorious for dumping bodies. The body was of a young woman, half buried in a shallow grave. The body was later identified as Hyman Lee. Her cause of death was determined to have been strangulation. There had been no evidence of sexual assault. She had been wearing the clothing she had last been seen in. Experts determined she had been murdered the day she went missing, shortly after she left school that day. After Hayes' body was discovered, the Baltimore City Police received an anonymous call to look into Jay Wilds. Detectives picked him up. He had a small criminal history of possession, but was friends with one of their lead suspects, Hayes' ex-boyfriend Adnan Syed. After a couple of interviews, Jay eventually confessed that he had first-hand knowledge that Adnan had killed Hay. He claimed that Adnan had told him he was going to murder Hay in a jealous rage, and that Adnan had showed him Hay's body in the trunk of his car. He said that he had blackmailed him into helping him dispose of Hay's body in Lincoln Park. Adnan was arrested and maintained his innocence. He claimed that he hadn't seen Hay after she left school that day. He said that he'd seen Jay that day because Jay had borrowed his car. Law enforcement used cell phone records to back up Jay's rendition of events, but that had evolved several times over the years. Adnan Syed was arrested and charged with Hay's murder on February 28, 1999. The following year, Adnan went to trial. His lawyer, Cristina Gutierrez, represented him. Gutierrez was known as a good lawyer. However, she was dealing with several medical issues which may have impacted her performance as legal counsel. A key piece of information that could have changed the trial's outcome was a witness who had backed up Adnan's alibi for the time when law enforcement believed that Hay had been murdered. The witness had come forward herself, but had never been approached by Gutierrez or any other of the legal counsel for Adnan. Adnan was eventually convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison, 30-plus years for the murder of Heyman Lee, despite no concrete evidence connecting him to the crime. It had been Jay's confession that had sealed his fate with the jury. Jay had been given immunity for cooperation with the prosecution, and we know that the lead detectives on this case knew that Jay was a drug dealer because he admitted so in his confessions. But he was never charged with anything related to those crimes either. Adnan was 17 years old when he first went to prison and spent 23 years there. He and Hay had dated on and off for 2 years, but the couple had broken up months before she disappeared. He had always claimed that they had both moved on by January. She was dating a coworker and he was dating someone else. He had even met her new boyfriend, and he thought he was a nice guy. The two were still friends, and he'd always claimed that there was no animosity towards Hay. Hay's diaries appear to echo the same sentiments. They had seemed to be on good terms following the breakup. DNA evidence had been collected and tested, but the results were never brought up in the trial, nor had the results been revealed to Adnan's counsel. Hay had tissue under her fingernails and it didn't belong to Adnan or Jay, but that had never been brought up during the trial. Also didn't belong to Adnan. A palm print had been found on Hay's car that did belong to him, but that wasn't unusual as Adnan had been in and out of Hay's car numerous times. But that palm print had been presented at court. The Serial podcast began covering Hay's murder in 2014, focusing primarily on the person convicted, Adnan Syed. The podcast host, Sarah Koenig, had spent over a year studying the case and interviewing Adnan. Sarah had brought the case to the Innocence Project, who jumped in to take a deeper look at the evidence used to convict. It was the Innocence Project that was able to bring to light that the DNA evidence found on Hay's body had never matched Adnan. On September 15, 2022, the Baltimore District Attorney brought forward a motion to vacate Adnan's conviction, citing Brady violations for prosecutors who originally worked on the case. A Brady violation is when the prosecution is determined to have purposely withheld evidence from the other side, meaning Adnan's legal team didn't get all of the evidence and therefore weren't able to effectively defend him. With Adnan's conviction being vacated, the courts basically said that his conviction didn't meet the legal threshold to uphold that conviction. Even if he had pleaded guilty, it still would have been dismissed. Adnan was released the day his conviction was vacated, and Baltimore City Police have stated that a suspect who had been previously known to the original investigation is now being looked into, but they are not announcing who that is at this time. Let me know if you want me to keep an eye on this case. While we still don't know exactly who killed Heyman Lee, had Serial not covered this case, we would never have known many details about this conviction that were so wrong. Everyone is entitled to a fair trial. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On the night of March 5th, 2022, police were called because of a house fire in the center of Leeuwarden, the Frisian capital in the Netherlands. The fire was quickly extinguished, but officers found the body of a 21-year-old woman in one of the apartments above a tattoo parlor. She was stabbed multiple times with a sharp object. The woman was Mika Oort, an American student who was studying leisure and events management at NHL's Stenden University of Applied Sciences. Mika was of Dutch heritage and was excited about her new life in the Netherlands. She had recently moved into the apartment, which was around 90 minutes away from Amsterdam, following a breakup with her boyfriend of 2 years. Mika had recently been matched with a new date on Tinder. He reportedly became quickly violent and started stalking her after she told him she didn't want to continue seeing him because she got back together with her ex. That Tinder date revealed to be 27-year-old Thomas R., who was caught by the German police a few hours after the murder. He was found in Leer, a small town across the Dutch borders. He was turned in by his parents, who alerted local police after he contacted them while fleeing, confessing to them what he'd done. They told law enforcement they were perplexed by their son's behavior and were left deeply shaken after receiving his call. Police reports showed that Thomas first threw an incendiary bomb at the apartment building. They suspected he started the fire to lure the residents out. A fight broke out in the stairwell between him and 2 male residents who were left mildly injured. He then climbed the stairs and attacked Mika in her apartment, stabbing her to death. In an interview with a Dutch newspaper, Michael, Mika's ex-boyfriend, said that they were thinking about rekindling their relationship, which he believed may have sent Thomas over the edge. He'd started stalking her and even installed a GPS tracker on her bicycle to keep tabs on her. He also harassed her by sending intimidating messages via WhatsApp. Thomas R. is now awaiting extradition to the Netherlands, where he will likely be charged with Mika Oort's murder. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On the evening of December 13th, 2021, Chantel Smith and her son went to check on her 23-year-old daughter Lauren. Chantel was concerned because Lauren wasn't returning their calls or replying to texts, which was unusual. When they arrived at her apartment in Bridgeport, Connecticut, they found a strange note on the apartment door that said, "If you're looking for Lauren, please contact this number." The number belonged to Lauren's landlord, who notified them of her death and gave them the number of the detective assigned to the case. Chantel was in shock and couldn't believe that she was learning of her daughter's death from the landlord. Lauren had died the night before, and law enforcement had never bothered to notify next of kin of her death. According to Chantel, her son spoke with the detective, and he mentioned that Lauren had been on a date the night of her death with an older man she met on Bumble, a dating app similar to Tinder. The detective told him that they didn't need to worry about him because he was a really nice guy. The really nice guy was a 37-year-old man named Matthew LaFontaine. He was the last person to see Lauren alive, yet he hasn't been named as a person of interest, nor was he taken into custody for questioning. In the police report, LaFontaine accounted that he recalled arriving at Lauren's apartment around 9:30 p.m. the night before. He said that the two had matched and bumbled 3 days prior and they'd been chatting. He claimed that Lauren had asked him for $40 to get her nails done and told him to meet her at her place with a bottle of tequila. LaFontaine proceeded to say that they drank tequila, played games, then had food together before starting to watch a movie. At one point, he said Lauren went to the bathroom to throw up, and in another, she went outside to get something from her brother. When she returned to the apartment, he said that she went directly to the bathroom and stayed there for 10 to 15 minutes, and when she came back, LaFontaine said that she fell asleep on the couch during the movie, and he carried her into the bedroom where he fell asleep next to her. He claimed that he woke up at 3 a.m. to use the washroom and heard her snoring. Then he woke again at 6:30 a.m. and saw blood dripping onto the bed, which was coming out of her nose. He checked her pulse and found she wasn't breathing, and that's when he called 911. The first responders to the scene wrote in the incident report that LaFontaine was frantic and visibly shaken. The weirdest part was that police never contacted the family, nor did they immediately examine the scene. No one in the Smithfield family was notified of her death until Chantel went to her daughter's apartment and was informed by the landlord. According to Lauren's brother, when he and his family walked into the apartment to gather Lauren's belongings, they found bottles of alcohol, flipped plates of food, a blood-stained sheet, a sedative pill, and a used condom. According to the Smithfield's family lawyer, Darnell Clausland, no evidence has been submitted to the forensic lab, said that the family was planning to sue the city for failing to investigate Lauren's death properly. On January 21, 2022, the family lawyer issued a notice of claim announcing that they intended to sue the Bridgeport Police Department for its poor handling of the case. They believed the police department was racially insensitive as they didn't take Lauren's death seriously. On January 23rd, which would have been Lauren's 24th birthday, activists and community members joined Lauren's family in a march outside the Bridgeport Police Department, where they demanded justice for the young woman. On January 24th, the autopsy results were publicly revealed. The medical examiner concluded that Lauren had died of acute intoxication due to the combined effects of fentanyl, promethazine, hydroxine, and alcohol. Her death was ruled an accident. Crossland, the family lawyer, commented that the toxicology report made her death look even more like a murder. Her family and friends said that Lauren didn't do drugs, rarely drank, and regularly went to the gym and took care of herself. Her family believes that she was drugged and assaulted and died from a lethal combination of drugs. After that, the city's mayor, Joe Ganim, announced that the Office of Internal Affairs would conduct a full and fair investigation into how the police handled Lauren's death. 6 weeks after Lauren's death, after a growing outcry to properly investigate the case, Bridgeport Police said that its Narcotics and Vice Division, along with the DEA, were finally going to investigate if any crimes were committed. Additionally, there have been reports that LaFontaine may have had a personal connection with one of the lead detectives. It was reported that a detective arrived at 3:30 a.m. prior to the 911 call, and there are allegations that this detective may have assisted in covering up what happened to Lauren. That detective was subsequently investigated by Internal Affairs and suspended. Another detective was also suspended pending the results of an internal investigation. They were suspended in January 2022, and as of this recording, there hasn't been an update on this case. But let me know if you want me to follow it. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. In April 2021, an 18-year-old named Issa Maimon Atut, who was a student athlete at Virginia Tech University, was using Tinder. He matched with a 21-year-old woman named Angie Renee, and they decided to meet at Angie's apartment on April 10th for some private time together. Issa felt something was off when he got to the apartment. It was dark, and Angie wouldn't show her face, but they still went ahead with their plans. A few weeks later, one of Issa's teammates mentioned that he had also matched with Angie on Tinder. Angie had told him that she had met Issa. This raised suspicions that Angie might not be who she claimed to be on the app. To investigate, Issa and his teammate decided to set up another date with Angie to try and figure out her true identity. And he went with 2 other friends to her apartment on May 31st. His friends waited outside while Issa Maimon went inside with Angie. Similar to the first time he went to the apartment, it was dark and Angie was wearing a hoodie and sweatpants. Again, he couldn't see her face. According to him, he confronted Angie and discovered Angie was a middle-aged man. During the confrontation, the two began scuffling and Issa Maimon stated that during the fight, the other man began reaching between his mattress, and he assumed that he was going for a firearm. He then started to punch the man in the face multiple times and ran out of the apartment. The man was discovered the following day by his brother and was later identified as 40-year-old Jerry Smith. He had severe blunt force trauma and had died from injuries sustained in the beating. Smith had been using photographs he found online to meet young men for months. The real Angie Wren was an ER physician and also a graduate of Virginia Tech, and she had no idea her photo was being used on Tinder. It didn't take long for law enforcement to track down Issa and his friends. He had been very open with law enforcement about what had happened. At the time he was being interviewed, he didn't know Smith had died and had assumed the man was pressing assault charges against him. He told the police officer he felt violated and said in the interview, quote, I was in shock, in disbelief, that someone had tricked me and lied to me. He told law enforcement that he'd been scared and didn't know why this person had lied or what their motive was behind luring him into his apartment. And when he thought he was going for a weapon, he panicked. He felt he was in the fight of his life. Police later determined that there was a weapon between the mattresses, though not a firearm. There was a knife. Isaman was later arrested and charged with murder and pleaded not guilty. He faced 40 years in prison if convicted, and the trial began May 25, 2022. It was a relatively short trial, only 3 days. I remember during trial he seemed remorseful for his actions, and his statements of events that took place at night never really changed or shifted. And his lawyer kept with the defense that he'd been lured into the apartment under false pretenses. And when he discovered that Angie was not the person he thought they were, he panicked. When he thought that this person, who was ultimately not who they said they were, was potentially reaching for what he believed was a weapon, he fought for his life. The prosecution claimed that Isaman went to the apartment for the purpose of attacking Smith. They stated that the beating Smith received was well in excess of what he would have needed to get out of the apartment, and if he felt he was under threat, why hadn't he called the police? Isaman had stated that Smith had been alive when he left the apartment, which was confirmed by forensic evidence. Though they couldn't determine exactly when he had died, there was blood spatter evidence that showed he was breathing after the attack. His defense team hammered that Isaman was 18, that he'd never been in trouble before, didn't have a history of violence, and was a victim of sexual assault. Reluctant to call the police likely stemmed from where he grew up in Norfolk, Virginia, where he'd experienced seeing a lot of crime. He told a story on the stand of his grandparents experiencing 2 violent robberies, and saying that they started sleeping with firearms nearby, and many people he knew kept weapons near their beds. The jury deliberated for 3 hours before coming to a verdict of not guilty. Isaman was released following the verdict. After his initial arrest, he was held in jail pending the trial results. He had been suspended from school and from the football team he played for. His lawyer made a statement to the media following his release, quote, "and trying to see what he can do to get re-enrolled in university and hopefully be able to pursue college football, which he loves so much. This was a complicated case, and before we end the video, I just want to add some things. While Jerry Smith's death was initially investigated as a hate crime, there was no evidence to suggest that he was trans or identified as a woman. There was no evidence that this was a hate crime. Jerry appeared to be very purposely misrepresenting himself as a woman in order to have sexual relations with people who didn't know he was a middle-aged man, which is sexual assault. From what we know of this case, Smith was a serial predator of young men. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. In 2001, Dr. Don C. Wiley was known as one of the top structural biologists worldwide. He held the prestigious position of John J. Loeb Professor of Biochemistry and Biophysics at Harvard University. Throughout his career, he made significant discoveries through his research. According to Ian A. Wilson, who worked with Dr. Wiley as his first postdoctoral fellow in 1977, each of Dr. Wiley's accomplishments would have been considered remarkable for any scientist's entire career. Dr. Wiley received numerous prestigious awards, such as the Japan Prize and the Albert Lasker Medical Research Award. Although his work delved into complex scientific areas, mainly focusing on the structures of viruses and proteins within the human immune system, its impact extended across various fields including cell biology, immunology, virology, and biochemistry, as noted by others in his field. Additionally, Dr. Wiley contributed his expertise to the Scientific Advisory Board of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis, Tennessee. He regularly attended meetings of this advisory board, further highlighting his commitment to advancing scientific knowledge and its application in medical research and treatment. In addition to helping the hospital, this trip had personal benefits for Dr. Wiley as well. Dr. Wiley had been born in Ohio, but both his father and brother had moved to the greater Memphis area. So Dr. Wiley's family would join him in Memphis from their home in Massachusetts at the end of the annual meeting to spend time with the family. Dr. Wiley attended a dinner to mark the end of the advisory board's annual meeting at the historic Peabody Hotel. After dinner, Dr. Wiley went to the hotel bar to continue socializing and listen to a pianist playing in the hotel lobby. According to the bartender, Dr. Wiley ordered 2 drinks while he was there, but then switched to sparkling water. Dr. Wiley told the bartender that he was switching to a non-alcoholic drink because he would be driving back to his father's home, where he had been staying. At the end of the night, the precise time Dr. Wiley left the Peabody that night is not known, but it was sometime around midnight on November 16th. At 3:47 a.m. that morning, a trucker called 911. There was a car blocking traffic on the Hernando de Soto Bridge, which carries Interstate 40 over the Mississippi River and connects Memphis, Tennessee with West Memphis, Arkansas. For more calls reporting the car would come in the next 15 minutes. There is no real shoulder on the bridge, so the stopped car was blocking a lane and posing a safety hazard. When police arrived on the scene, they discovered a white 2001 Mitsubishi Galant with a full tank of gas, its keys still in the ignition, and no driver to be found. It was missing its right passenger side hubcap, and it had streaks of yellow paint on the rear driver's side bumper. Police estimated that the car could only have been on the bridge for 15 minutes at most. Given the fact that it was disrupting traffic and quickly generated numerous 911 calls. Even at 4 o'clock in the morning, the Hernando de Soto Bridge is still heavily traveled. The city of Memphis is a major logistics hub. It is home of the world headquarters of FedEx and one of the largest cargo airports in the United States. The city also has 5 Class 1 railroads and a port on the Mississippi River. Freight is continuously coming in and out of the city. There may not have been commuter traffic on the bridge at 4 in the morning, but there would certainly have been plenty of trucks using it to come and go from Memphis. The Galant had misery plates, and police soon learned that it was part of the Avis rental car fleet. It had been signed out at the Memphis International Airport to Dr. Dawn Wiley of Cambridge, Massachusetts. When Dr. Wiley's wife received the phone call informing her that her husband's car had been found abandoned, she was already at Logan International Airport with her 2 children, waiting to board a plane to Memphis. Dr. Wiley had been married twice and had a total of 4 children, 2 from each marriage. His current wife, Katrin Valgesdottir, was flying into Memphis with their 2 children, ages 10 and 7, to spend time with Dr. Wiley's family, as was the family's custom after Dr. Wiley finished his meeting of the Scientific Advisory Board. Dr. Wiley was supposed to pick his family up at the airport that day, and they had plans to visit Graceland. Dr. Wiley's case was initially treated as a missing persons case. The detectives assigned to it feared that Dr. Wiley had jumped off the Hernando de Soto Bridge. Those who knew Dr. Wiley were quick to dismiss this theory. Dr. Wiley's brother Greg called the theory completely inconceivable. Witnesses who had been at the dinner on the 15th said that Dr. Wiley had been happily talking about long-term plans, like the trip he was taking to his wife's native Iceland over Christmas, as well as short-term plans, like the jog he was going to take in the morning. That evening, Dr. Wiley had no marital or financial problems or any history of mental health problems. The river was searched, but nothing was found. When Dr. Wiley's body was not found in the river below the bridge, his case was transferred from the Missing Persons Department to the Homicide Bureau. The case was transferred on November 20th. It had rained heavily in Memphis on November 19th, eliminating any potential forensic evidence that may have been left on the bridge by the time the Homicide Bureau opened its investigation. The missing hubcap from Dr. Wiley's rental car was never found. There was yellow paint on several construction signs near the bridge, but no damage corresponding to that on the car's bumper was found on any of the structures in the area. Both of these facts indicated that the car may not have received the damage it had sustained in the immediate area of the bridge. 5 weeks after Dr. Wiley was last seen, on December 20th, 2001, a crane operator at the Murray Hydroelectric Plant was pulling logs out of the Mississippi River. The plant was located outside of Vidalia, Louisiana, more than 300 miles downriver from Memphis. The crane operator suddenly noticed a body in the river amongst the logs. The Concordia Parish Sheriff's Office was called and investigators went out on a boat to retrieve the body. The body was still covered by clothes, and in one of the pockets was a wallet containing Dr. Wiley's identification, credit cards, and some cash. Unaware of Dr. Wiley's disappearance out of Memphis, the sheriff's office first called police in Cambridge, Massachusetts, based on the address on the identification. They also contacted the FBI office in New Orleans, who knew to get in contact with the authorities in Memphis. The body was transported back to Memphis to be positively identified and autopsied. Using dental records, the body was quickly confirmed to be Dr. Wiley. The identification was made public on December 22nd, 2 days after his body was discovered. Dr. Wiley had just turned 57 a month before his death. The autopsy and investigation by the medical examiner's office would take several weeks to complete. On January 14, 2002, Shelby County Medical Examiner, Dr. O.C. to announce his findings in Dr. Wiley's case. Dr. Smith ruled that Dr. Wiley had died following an accidental fall from the Hernando de Soto Bridge. Dr. Smith acknowledged that there was no way to definitively say what brought Dr. Wiley to the bridge that night or what exactly happened once he got there. Based on the autopsy and his examination of the bridge, however, Dr. Smith put forth a hypothesis that a physically impaired Dr. Wiley had been in 2 minor mishaps while driving, one of which damaged the back of the car and the other that took off the front hubcap. Dr. Wiley then stopped the car on the bridge to inspect the damage, even though it was minor. He stepped up onto the curb and was then blown over the railing of the bridge, potentially from a gust of wind, coming off a passing 18-wheeler. The curb on the bridge was only 8 inches wide. Dr. Wiley would have needed to stand on it to avoid being hit by oncoming cars, as there is no real shoulder on the bridge. He would have had to be standing close to the railing because the curb was so narrow. The railing only rose 43 inches above the roadway, and the curb was 10 inches tall. Based on Dr. Smith's measurements, when the 6 feet 3 inches Dr. Wiley was standing up on the curb, the top of the railing would have only hit him mid-thigh, approximately a foot below his center of gravity, making it possible for him to have fallen over it. Dr. Smith outright rejected the possibility that Dr. Wiley had jumped off of the bridge, in part due to the lack of indicators and stressors in his life. Physical indicators from Dr. Wiley's autopsy supported this assertion as well. Dr. Wiley's body had numerous fractures, but there were more on his right side than on his left, 22 versus 15, and they were in a pattern that indicated that Dr. Wiley had hit the water with his right side, which would be more consistent with an accidental fall than with an intentional jump with the feet going first. Dr. Wiley's autopsy was also inconsistent with those of other individuals who had jumped off the same bridge. In the previous autopsies, he had performed on some of those individuals. Dr. Smith noted that they had all cleared a box beam 12 feet below the roadway that stuck out 38 inches beyond the main structure of the bridge, presumably due to the force of jumping. Dr. Wiley's breastbone was cracked at the spot that would have been right under the 3rd button of his dress shirt. When Dr. Wiley's body was found, the 3rd button from his dress shirt was missing, but the stitching that had held it on was perfectly intact. To Dr. Smith, this indicated that it had been broken off rather than ripped off. He believed that Dr. Wiley's chest hit the box beam during his fall, which would mean that he did not have the force of a jump behind him. Dr. Smith estimated that Dr. Wiley's 135-foot fall from the bridge to the waters of the Mississippi River took 2.9 seconds. He hit the water with his right side at a speed of roughly 60 miles per hour. He died upon impact, rather than from drowning. Dr. Smith made a major revelation at the press conference that greatly changed the context of Dr. Wiley's disappearance. Dr. Wiley had apparently suffered from what Dr. Smith described as an infrequent and poorly understood seizure disorder for several years. Dr. Wiley kept this disorder private, with only his immediate family and a small circle of friends knowing about it. He did not ever receive any medical treatment for this condition and tried to manage it himself. He had no formal diagnosis of this condition and took no medication to control it, with the mild episodes being more controllable, but the severe ones impacting Dr. Wiley's ability to drive. Dr. Wiley's widow has chosen to protect his privacy and not publicly speak about his condition. As such, the only information we have about this disorder comes from Dr. Smith, who learned about it from Dr. Wiley's wife and spoke about it both at this press conference and in future press interviews. We do not have specific information about what these episodes entailed or what specific kind of seizures Dr. Wiley had. According to Dr. Smith, the episodes did seem to be brought on by alcohol, lack of sleep, or stress. Dr. Smith believed that all 3 of these variables could have contributed to Dr. Wiley's death. The toxicology report had not been completed at the time of the initial press conference, But Dr. Smith announced there that alcohol has been identified at levels suggesting impairment in the samples from the autopsy, so other tissues had to be used for testing. A sample taken from Dr. Wiley's chest cavity showed an alcohol level of 0.17%. If this had been Dr. Wiley's blood alcohol content when he was still alive, he would have been heavily intoxicated. However, alcohol levels tend to rise in the body after death due to fermentation and diffusion. According to Dr. Smith, this process makes it impossible to say exactly how much alcohol was in Dr. Wiley's system at the time of his death. I would defy any expert who would come up with a solid number that would adequately define what his true blood alcohol was at the time of the mishap, Dr. Smith said at the press conference. Based on Dr. Smith's findings and the lack of any physical evidence indicating foul play, the Memphis Police Department officially closed Dr. Wiley's case. Dr. Wiley's case was perplexing from the very beginning when his rental car was found on the Hernando de Soto Bridge. The fact that Dr. Wiley's car was found on the bridge was concerning not just because it was found on a bridge and because it was obstructing traffic, but because there is no reason for him to have been traveling in that direction. Not all of the reports on this case agree where Dr. Wiley's father's house was located, but the general consensus is that it was in the suburb of Germantown. One report puts it north of Memphis, and a few say it was in East Memphis. The unifying detail in all of these accounts is that Dr. Wiley had an approximately 20-minute drive to reach the house. It is not necessarily important which of these locations is accurate. The important thing to note is that they are all not in the direction Dr. Wiley was driving. East Memphis and Germantown are both east of the Peabody, and north of Memphis obviously means north of the Peabody. Dr. Wiley's car was found west of where he was last seen. No one has a solid explanation as to why Dr. Wiley was driving into Arkansas. Memphis Health Department spokesperson Brenda Ward has posited that Dr. Wiley may have intended to get on I-40 East and simply got on I-40 West by mistake. It is an easy error to make, she argued, for someone who is not familiar with the area and would be confused by all of the construction that had been going on at the bridge at the time. The problem with this explanation is that Dr. Wiley was familiar with the area. He visited Memphis frequently to see his family and was in that exact area of town at least once every year for the advisory board meeting, if not at other times during his trips to town. Dr. Wiley had been in Memphis just a month before his trip there in November 2001. Furthermore, this construction had been going on since the year before. An ongoing seismic retrofitting project began on the bridge in 2000. The bridge is within close proximity of the new Madrid seismic zone and is being retrofitted to be able to withstand a 7.7 magnitude earthquake. The construction would not have been a surprise to someone who frequently visited the city, like Dr. Wiley. The most glaring mystery in this case is the missing time between when Dr. Wiley left the Peabody and when his car was found on the bridge. As previously stated, the car could not have been on the bridge very long before it was reported to police because it was blocking traffic in a highly traveled area. The entrance to the Hernando de Soto Bridge is only 5 minutes away from the Peabody Hotel. In addition, the records from the rental car agency showed that the car had not been driven any more miles than the police could account for. If Dr. Wiley left the immediate area of the Peabody before driving to the bridge, it was either on foot or in a different vehicle. Given the fact that Dr. Wiley was an accomplished biologist with detailed knowledge about how and he went missing during the fall of 2001, there were initial fears that he may have been abducted by individuals who wanted to use his extensive knowledge for nefarious purposes. The FBI took an early interest in the case, although they were never formally investigating Dr. Wiley's disappearance. According to William Warner, head of the FBI office in Memphis, the state of affairs in the United States at the time required them to entertain this possibility, even though it seemed remote. Dr. Wiley would not have been a good person to abduct for such purposes. While he studied viruses, he did not have access to samples of dangerous viruses or have the knowledge to grow them, as he only studied their component parts. I do not believe that this theory plays any part in this case. To be fair to the people who still hold this theory, though, his abductors would not necessarily have understood that Dr. Wiley lacked this knowledge. A Harvard professor who had won numerous awards for studying dangerous viruses would probably sound like someone who knew how to grow viruses to the average person without a scientific background. My main problem with this theory is that I do not believe that Dr. Wiley would have ever been released by his abductors if the scenario occurred. I also believe that the physical evidence indicates that he did fall from the bridge. Since he was alive when he went over the railing, his abductors would have had to drug him with something that would not show up on the toxicology report and then hoist him over the railing. While Dr. Wiley could have fallen accidentally within a few seconds of stopping his car, it would have taken multiple people, a few minutes, and an additional vehicle to get an unconscious 6 feet 3 inches Dr. Wiley over the railing. It is hard to imagine that none of the truck drivers passing by on the bridge would have seen this. The same problem arises if Dr. Wiley had been knocked over the railing while fighting off his abductors. The altercation would most likely have been witnessed by a passing driver. Furthermore, the force of a push off the bridge may have caused Dr. Wiley to clear the box beam under the bridge on his way down to the river. Overall, I am accepting of the conclusion that Dr. Wiley died in an accidental fall. However, I still question how exactly he got to the bridge and what happened in the 4 hours prior to the fall. I also have concerns with some of the conclusions Dr. Smith arrived at, or at least believe that they add new layers to the mystery rather than take them away, if they are correct. While I agree with Dr. Smith that we will probably never know exactly what happened to Dr. Wiley in the moments leading up to his death, I do have some concerns about some of the conclusions he reached. I am most concerned by Dr. Smith's assertion that Dr. Wiley had enough alcohol in his system to be impaired at the time of his death. We know, based on eyewitness testimony, that Dr. Wiley consumed alcohol on the night of November 15th. However, we also know based on this testimony that he did not drink to excess or become visibly intoxicated. He also switched to a non-alcoholic drink before leaving the hotel to allow some time for his body to process the alcohol he had consumed before he began driving. At this point, I have to make some assumptions to fill in some details and make my own calculations, which I want to make very clear could very well be faulty and are decidedly not exact. To estimate Dr. Wiley's level of intoxication on the night of November 15th, I am believing the bartender's report that Dr. Wiley had 2 alcoholic drinks and that he was in a good mood but not overly intoxicated. I am placing his final drink before switching to something non-alcoholic 1 hour before he left the Peabody, which would make it at 11 p.m. I do not know the exact amount of food and wine Dr. Wiley consumed at the banquet earlier in the evening, which is a major variable to have missing. Dr. Wiley's weight has not been publicly revealed, but he was 6 feet 3 inches. He appears to have a slight build in most of the publicly available pictures of him, so for my calculations, I am assigning him a weight of 160 pounds, which is on the lower end of the healthy weight range for a man of that height, according to the National Institutes of Health. There are a wide variety of factors that impact blood alcohol content, but based on the information we have, I am estimating that Dr. Wiley's blood alcohol content when he left the Peabody around midnight would be 0.05, the approximate value provided on this chart. This level would make him impaired but not legally intoxicated. If this number is correct and Dr. Wiley's BAC dropped at the approximate standard hourly rate, his BAC would have been back to 0 by 3:47 a.m. when his car was discovered on the bridge. Based on Dr. Smith's statement that alcohol levels go up in a person's body after they die, it makes sense that alcohol will be detected in his system at his autopsy. I do not know how much longer alcohol remains in tissue rather than in the blood, so there could have been a fair amount of alcohol left in Dr. Wiley's body. However, given the amount of time it took to find Dr. Wiley's body, even a small amount of alcohol left in his tissues would have had time to ferment and show up in the larger amount found at the time of his autopsy. Dr. Smith, however, was convinced that the levels found during the autopsy were high enough to have caused impairment in Dr. Wiley at the time of his death. By his own admission, though, there is no way to know for sure exactly how much alcohol he had in his system at the time. It seems unlikely, then, that Dr. Smith can be certain that Dr. Wiley was impaired by alcohol at the time of his death. Based solely on Dr. Smith's own statements at the press conference, I am inclined to believe that Dr. Smith overstepped in making this assumption. I do not have a medical background, however, so I cannot completely discount the possibility that Dr. Wiley did have enough alcohol in his system to impair his behavior. If this is true, it opens up 2 main possibilities. Either Dr. Wiley died closer to the time he left the Peabody, or he went somewhere else and consumed more alcohol after he left the hotel. Given the amount of time that had passed between when Dr. Wiley died and when his body was found, his exact time of death cannot be determined, so he theoretically could have died closer to midnight, rather than 4 a.m. However, this would mean that someone else staged the scene on the bridge several hours after Dr. Wiley fell, as again, we know that the car was not on the bridge until closer to 4 a.m. Someone who was not responsible for Dr. Wiley's death, but was aware of it somehow, could have staged the scene with his rental car. But that begs the question of why, and of how they had his rental car. It would not have been impossible for Dr. Wiley to walk less than the mile from the Peabody to the bridge, and then fall from it. Someone else then theoretically could have driven the rental car to the bridge to ensure that Dr. Wiley's fall was discovered. But what would their motive be to bring attention to the accident, but not report it? How would they have gotten the car key? And most importantly, how would they have known that Dr. Wiley fell from the bridge? The only real scenario in which this works will be if someone from the conference took Dr. Wiley's keys from him because they thought he was too intoxicated to drive, and Dr. Wiley then took off on foot. He then began walking across the bridge to Arkansas and fell off of it. There would be no way for the people back at the hotel to know that Dr. Wiley fell off the bridge, however. Even if they did somehow learn that it had happened, it is curious that they wanted the accident to be discovered enough that they drove the car to the bridge, but not enough that they simply reported it to police. The possibility that Dr. Wiley made a stop on his way back to his father's house and consumed additional alcohol closer to 4 a.m. seems a lot more likely. However, no witnesses have ever come forward to say that they met with Dr. Wiley that night or that they saw him at a bar or liquor store. Dr. Wiley was not known to have a problem with alcohol, so it seems unlikely that he would stop for another drink, just for the sake of having another drink. If he did make another unknown stop that last night, it would most likely be because he was meeting with someone. Dr. Wiley had a full day with his wife and youngest children planned on August 16th, which makes me wonder what could have been so important to Dr. Wiley that he would be willing to stay out until 4 a.m., knowing he had a full day of commitments ahead of him. We know that Dr. Wiley because of the mileage on his rental car. Furthermore, if he had enough alcohol in his system to physically impair him and cause him to have 2 minor traffic incidents as he got onto the bridge, as Dr. Smith has asserted, his driving would probably have been erratic. He would have been incredibly lucky if he did not pass a police officer during these 4 hours, especially in the area of town he was in. If Dr. Wiley had been on foot, he still would probably have attracted notice, either because of his impaired behavior or his formal dress. Still in his clothes from the banquet, he was decidedly overdressed for the bar and nightlife scene he was so close to. No witnesses came forward with a report of a lone man in a fancy suit when police were appealing for information while Dr. Wiley was missing. Dr. Wiley's unspecified seizure disorder could have played a role in this missing period of time. While many people are only familiar with tonic-clonic or grand mal seizures, in which the affected individual shakes uncontrollably and loses consciousness, there are in fact quite a wide variety of different types of seizures. Other types of seizures can cause muscle weakness, muscle stiffness, uncontrollable tics, and the experiencing of sounds and smells that are not real. In absent seizures, the patient cannot respond or react for several seconds, often staring blankly into space and not remembering the experience. Seizures are complicated and can have drastic and complex effects on human behavior. Some types of seizures could explain why Dr. Wiley fell off the bridge, since a sudden change in his muscle tone while he was standing near the railing could have sent him over it. Other types of seizures, or perhaps their aftermath, could explain why he was unaccounted for almost 4 hours. He may have been left disoriented following a type of seizure that impacted his level of consciousness, but not necessarily his motor function. Without specific information about what happened to Dr. Wiley during his episodes, it is hard to say what impact they could have had on the final hours of his life. It is easier to imagine how they could have impacted his final few minutes. Perhaps Dr. Wiley could feel a major episode coming on, possibly clued in by the fact that he was driving somewhere he shouldn't be, away from his father's home. This would be almost the only reason why stopping the car in the middle of the busy road would have actually been a smart move. An unnamed friend of Dr. Wiley's hypothesized, to Doug Most of Boston Magazine, that Dr. Wiley may have gone over to the railing to vomit. Nausea can be a side effect of certain types of seizures. Personally, this scenario seems like the most logical account of the doctor's final moments. However, it does not answer all of the questions that linger in this case. Even if we accept Dr. Wiley's death as the simple yet unusual accident that it appears to be, the missing 4 hours remain a mystery, and that mystery still bothers me. Again, I don't believe that there was necessarily foul play involved in this case, or that Dr. Wiley was held and interrogated for his knowledge of the structure of viruses by individuals with evil intentions during those 4 hours. I do, however, believe that there is a missing piece of this story. There are multiple plausible explanations for why Dr. Wiley fell from the Hernando de Soto Bridge, but there are almost no plausible explanations for what happened during those missing 4 hours, based on the information we currently have. While Dr. Smith is correct in that there is no way for us to find out if it was alcohol, a seizure, or a passing truck that sent Dr. Wiley over the railing of the bridge, it seems conceivable that we could one day find out where Dr. Wiley was during that elusive missing time. This is not to suggest that the police in Memphis did not adequately investigate where Dr. Wiley was during this time. They seem to have done all they could, publicly appealing for witnesses, investigating the mileage on the car, and collecting and reviewing surveillance footage. If we ever do get more information about where Dr. Wiley went after leaving the Peabody, it will most likely be the result of a new witness coming forward. Dr. Wiley spent his life investigating life below even its cellular level, solving mysteries and benefiting the scientific and medical communities. His death, however, created large, lingering mysteries, in addition to the pain his loss caused his family and friends. Hopefully one day, a different kind of investigator will be able to answer these final, nagging concerns about Dr. Wiley's final hours. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On April 19, 1991, everything seemed normal for the Hibbs family. 12-year-old David Hibbs left school early and started walking home in Croydon, Pennsylvania. But when he got close to his house, something seemed off. The windows were dark, and he saw smoke coming from the kitchen. When he opened the back door, he was met with flames. His mom, Joy Hibbs, was inside, and he tried to find help, but it was too late. Sadly, Joy was found dead in the wreckage of their home. Surprisingly, she wasn't killed by the fire's smoke, but rather by being stabbed multiple times, having marks on her neck from being tied up, and having broken ribs. It was a terrible crime. Joy had been murdered, and her body was found in her son's room. The fire marshal noted that accelerant had been used in each of the bedrooms and had likely been set shortly before David's discovery. As school didn't normally end at noon, the killer likely thought they had more time, and the fire would fully engulf the home before it was discovered by neighbors. No one could understand why the suburban mother of two had been targeted in such a horrific attack. However, Joy's daughter revealed that someone had slashed her tires days before her murder, and Joy's co-workers stated that a man had called her at work several times threatening her. Several people were interviewed, including Joy's husband, but all were released. Earlier that morning, Joy had gone to the bank, cashed her paycheck, and she'd gone grocery shopping, which was a part of her normal Friday routine, and she was later seen that morning walking the new family puppy Major. Her wallet was found wedged between the couch cushions empty, and the contents of her purse had been found strewn around the kitchen. For 31 years, the Hibbs family were left with questions unanswered. In January 2022, the case was transferred to the Bucks County Sheriff's Office to be reinvestigated. Previous witnesses were re-interviewed, and in doing so, they received new testimony from a witness who had been withholding key information. April Atkins was married to Robert Atkins back in the 90s, but the couple had since divorced, and she felt that she needed to do the right thing now. They lived 2 doors down from the Hibbs, and she testified that on April 19, 1991, Robert had come home that afternoon covered in blood. He had told her that he had stabbed someone and demanded that she gather up the children because they were going to the Poconos for the weekend. She said at the time Atkins had been a low-level drug dealer. He was also working with law enforcement as an informant. He had several arrests related to drug possession, but he'd never been charged. She said that their alibi had been checked by police investigating at the time, and though Robert had been a suspect, he was released. She said that she never came forward out of fear of her ex-husband, and when they divorced, She couldn't come forward because he had custody of their youngest child, and she feared for their safety. Now that all her children were adults, she felt it was safe to come forward. Robert had a second woman provide him with an alibi for the time Joy had been murdered. He had made her sign a paper stating that she'd been on the phone with him, but when law enforcement went to speak with her, she had stated that it had been a lie. Through April Atkins, they attempted to get a confession from Robert. They had April call him and tell him that detectives had come to her home and interviewed her about their alibis. Robert told her during that call that she needed to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights and not say anything to them. He even said, "The phone is probably being tapped right now." Law enforcement arrested Robert Atkins on May 25, 2022, and he had his first court date on September 21, 2022, where he was charged with first-degree murder, second-degree murder, arson, and robbery. Robert Atkins has pleaded not guilty. This case appears to be going to trial, however, further court dates have not been set yet. Atkins, if convicted, faces life in prison or the death penalty. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. It was on January 21, 1982 in Seaside, California, when 5-year-old Infam convinced her mother to allow her to walk to her afternoon kindergarten class alone. The youngest of 10 siblings, little and wanted to be like her siblings and not have her mother walk with her. The school was only 3 blocks away. With great hesitation, Anne's mother let her walk to school and watch from the window as Anne strode off. It should have only taken her a few minutes to get to school, but after Anne ran to the corner, something happened and she never made it to school. A massive search for the child was undertaken, and 2 days later, the body was found 2 miles away. She'd been strangled and assaulted. During the murder investigation, detectives at the time had little to go on. No one had seen Anne walking or getting abducted. There were no suspects, and quickly the leads dried up. The case went cold and sat for 4 decades untouched. In 2020, the Montgomery County District Attorney opened a new cold case unit, and Anne's case was reopened. Detectives submitted all evidence for new advanced DNA testing, and they discovered a hair sample in Anne's clothing. In 2022, they had enough DNA to submit to the national database and immediately got a hit from a previously convicted man, currently in Washoe County Jail in Nevada on a parole violation. Robert Leno had previously served a 20-year sentence for lewdness with a minor and possession of inappropriate imagery of minors. Now 70 years old, Leno had been 29 when Anne was kidnapped. He had lived nearby the Pham family and had never been a suspect in the initial investigation. Before his arrest in 1998, he had been stationed at Fort Ord, a now closed army base. Anne's body had been found in a wooded area near that base. He is currently awaiting extradition to California. He was charged with first-degree murder with special circumstances. He faces life in prison or potentially the death penalty. Anne's family hasn't made any statements to the media, but they are said to be processing this new information as they never believed they would have answers to Anne's murder. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. It was a warm summer evening on June 29, 1986 in Salem, Massachusetts. Claire Gravel was celebrating with her softball team at McGlish's Pub. The 20-year-old student was studying computer science at Salem State College. After a few drinks with friends, one of her friends dropped her off at her apartment around 1:30 a.m. After that, little is known about what happened to Claire. The following afternoon, a body was found in Beverly, Massachusetts, only a few miles from Salem. It was a young woman that had been severely beaten and strangled to death. The young woman was later identified as Claire. Law enforcement had little to work with. No one knew of anyone who had wanted to harm Claire. The friend that had dropped her off stated that they didn't see Claire go into her apartment as it was too dark, and stated that she might have been kidnapped on her way in. No one knew of her dating anyone or having any issues with a stalker. None of her neighbors heard anything suspicious or remembered seeing anything out of the ordinary, but many were asleep by that time. Eventually, the case went cold, where it stayed for nearly 4 decades. In 2012, Claire's case was reopened by cold case detectives, and evidence from the initial investigation were retested for DNA. In 2022, The results of that retesting were made public when an Essex County grand jury indicted 62-year-old John Carey. Carey was already incarcerated at MCI Concord on a 2008 conviction for attempted murder. In 2007, Carey went over to a neighbor's house where Rosemary Diskin was home. Carey stated that he was meeting her husband for a drink, but when she revealed he wasn't home, Carey attacked her. He had brought a tie with him and attempted to strangle her with it. However, Carey didn't know that her 12-year-old son was home at the time, and he attacked her Carey with a knife from the kitchen and stabbed him in the back, allowing the two to get away and seek help. Rosemary was certain that had her son not intervened, Carey had intended to kill her. Carey later revealed to law enforcement that he found asphyxiation erotic and claimed that the encounter was consensual, a claim that Rosemary stated was a way to re-victimize her by having the people around her think that she was having an affair with her neighbor. During the investigation, law enforcement discovered Carey's computer, which was filled with images and video clips of women being strangled. Ultimately, a jury found Carey guilty of attempted murder and he was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Carey had been due for early release on good behavior. Rosemary had recently been alerted to his release and was grateful that this new indictment had prevented him from being let out of prison, as she had been scared that he would come after her again if he got out. More will be released on what evidence the state has against Carey in regard to the murder of Claire Gravel, and it will be revealed in further court proceedings. At this time, there are no updates on when his next day in court will be. Claire Gravel's family, her father and siblings, said in a statement to the media that they are relieved and very grateful that a suspect has been identified. After so many years, what do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. In June 2022, an arrest was made closing 2 cold cases in California. 76-year-old James Ray Gary was identified in a sexual assault case in 2021. Evidence from that case had been submitted to the state's database and hit matches on 2 cold cases. The first was from the 1980 murder of Latrell Lindsay. Her body was found in her Union City home and the main electrical line to the home had been cut, which is believed to be how the attacker gained entry. Latrell had been strangled to death, suffered blunt force trauma, and been sexually assaulted. The second victim's body was discovered in 1996. The remains were identified as 46-year-old Winifred Douglas. Winifred was from the Oakland area. Her body was found along Highway 780 in Vallejo, California. Her cause of death was determined to be strangulation and blunt force trauma. The cases were connected in 2012 when new DNA evidence was found on Winifred's clothing. Ultimately, little is known about the 2 women whose lives were cut short, nor the circumstances of the 2021 attack. However, more information may be revealed down the line in further court proceedings. James Ray Gary was arrested at his home without incident. He was booked into the Solano County Jail on 2 charges of homicide. He's being held without bail while awaiting further court dates. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On October 9, 2020, an officer in Idabel, Oklahoma, noticed a car driving recklessly. When he pulled the car over, he immediately sensed something was off. The woman inside was in a panic, covered in blood, and claimed she had just given birth on the side of the road. She said her baby wasn't breathing, so she was rushing to the hospital. The baby was very small and appeared blue. While waiting for an ambulance, they tried to help the woman. They noticed she was covered in dried blood, but there wasn't much blood in the car. They also found a placenta with an umbilical cord still attached. At the hospital, the woman was identified as 29-year-old Taylor Parker. She insisted she was overdue and had given birth alone in her car. However, based on the baby's size, medical staff estimated it to be around 7 months old, not full term as Parker claimed. Parker allowed them to do a physical exam of her and quickly discovered that she didn't have a cervix or a uterus. Her medical records showed she had cancer in 2014 and had undergone a full hysterectomy. There was no way that this woman had birthed this baby. Meanwhile, in New Boston, Texas, a grisly crime scene was discovered. Jessica Brooks got a text message from her son-in-law, who was at work, to stop over at their house. He said that he received a couple of strange text messages from his wife, Reagan, and asked if they might stop by and check on his wife and 3-year-old daughter. When Jessica arrived, she found blood everywhere. She called 911 and while on the phone with the dispatcher, discovered the 3-year-old granddaughter was unharmed. 21-year-old Reagan Hancock was declared deceased at the scene. She had been 7.5 months pregnant, and first responders discovered that the fetus had been cut from her body in an ugly botched delivery. Reagan had been severely beaten with a hammer and stabbed over 100 times with a scalpel that was found embedded in her throat. It was a horrific attack that had been extremely violent. Reagan's daughter had witnessed the entire attack. An Amber Alert was placed, and Oklahoma law enforcement quickly connected Reagan's murder with Taylor Parker's bizarre claims. A DNA test was taken and positively identified Reagan Hancock as the mother. The baby suffered severe brain damage due to lack of oxygen and ultimately died the next day. Reagan and her husband had named the baby Braxlyn Sage. Parker was arrested and during a police interview stated that she was a longtime friend with Reagan, which wasn't exactly true. Parker had been Reagan's wedding photographer and the two were friends on Facebook. Parker claimed that she went over to see Reagan that morning, and the women got into a physical altercation and Reagan became so injured that she asked Parker to remove the baby to save it. A claim that was so outlandish and disproved by medical experts who maintained that Reagan was deceased when the baby was removed from her body. The subsequent investigation unraveled a massive web of lies. Parker's boyfriend believed that she was 9 months pregnant, though Parker's family knew that she'd been lying about the pregnancy the entire time, as they knew that she'd had cervical cancer years before. According to those who knew the couple, they had been on the verge of breaking up when Parker miraculously became pregnant. But as the months went on, Parker apparently started becoming more desperate. Many assumed the pregnancy was going to end like so many fake pregnancies, with a spontaneous miscarriage. They had no idea Parker would resort to murder to keep her relationship going. In the week before Reagan was murdered, Parker had shown up to her birthing center she'd been to before and requested her medical records from her first 2 births, and then staff watched as she sat on a bench near the parking lot. It had later been determined that she had been recording the license plates of expecting mothers that she watched go in and out of the clinic, looking for a woman to attack. Detectives seized her computer and noted that in the days and hours before Reagan's murder, Parker had spent hours researching how to perform home births, birth protocols, and cesarean sections. Through her devices, it was determined that Parker had spent about 2 weeks planning Reagan's murder. Taylor Parker was charged with the murder of Reagan as well as Braxlyn, in addition to charges of kidnapping. Parker pleaded not guilty and was held in custody until her trial in September 2022. When the jury ultimately found her guilty, she is now undergoing sentencing where the prosecution is requesting the death penalty. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Lisa Montgomery gained worldwide attention when she was discovered holding a newborn baby that had been forcibly removed from its mother, who was killed in a brutal attack. Because the crime involved crossing state lines, she faced charges that could lead to the death penalty for murder and kidnapping. Her victim, Bobby Joe Stannett, was tragically left to die on the floor. In 2004, Lisa Montgomery informed her second husband, children, and close family members that she was pregnant, which happened around Christmas time. However, it was later revealed that she had a history of falsely claiming pregnancies. Her sister mentioned that Lisa often lied about being pregnant and had actually undergone surgery to prevent pregnancy after a difficult experience in her early 20s. Lisa even went as far as using a fake ultrasound image she found online, editing it to make it appear genuine with her name on it. Her husband believed they had been trying to have a baby for years, unaware of her medical situation. Lisa never disclosed to him that she couldn't conceive. She had been caught on several occasions faking a pregnancy. Those around her believed that she was a pathological liar. Friends and family often witnessed her telling outright lies to basically anyone she came in contact with, even lying about small, insignificant things. She and her husband were rat terrier breeders. Lisa used a fake name in an online forum for rat terrier enthusiasts called Ratter Chatter, under the name Darlene Fisher. She posted that she wanted to purchase a puppy. A man in the chat room, Jason Dawson, connected her to a friend and fellow rat terrier breeder named Bobby Joe Stannett. He knew that one of her dogs had just had a litter of puppies and suggested a particular puppy that had red fur on December 15th. He passed on Bobby Joe's email address and phone number. At 23, Bobby Joe Stannett had her whole life ahead of her. She was newly married, 8 months pregnant, and ran a successful dog breeding business with her husband. She and her husband, Jeb Stannett, were passionate about rat terriers and had actually met Lisa Montgomery and her husband at several dog shows. On the morning of December 16, 2004, Bobby was home alone. She was waiting to meet a woman interested in one of her puppies. They had only communicated via email, but she felt safe inviting the woman into her home. The woman, calling herself Darlene, had also said that she was pregnant and they were due around the same time. When there was a knock at the door, Bobby allowed the woman into her home. Then she made tea and they briefly chatted for a bit. But when Bobby turned around to go into the kitchen, Darlene pulled a neon pink rope from a baggy sweater and wrapped it around Bobby's neck. When Bobby passed out and fell to the ground, Lisa Montgomery cut open her abdomen. At some point during the incision, Bobby regained consciousness. There had been blood on the bottom of her feet, so much blood that it had pooled up and over her toes. Lisa moved behind her head and used a rope and pulled while Bobby was lying on the ground until Bobby again lost consciousness. Approximately an hour after the attack, Bobby's mother, Becky Harper, came by the house. She discovered Bobby on the floor, called 911, told the operator that it looked like her stomach had exploded. First responders tried to revive Bobby, but their efforts were unsuccessful. She had lost too much blood. It was quickly discovered that the baby was no longer in the home, and it was noted that Bobby's umbilical cord had been cut. An Amber Alert was issued that day to enlist the public's help. When Kevin Montgomery, Lisa Montgomery's husband, was on the stand in her trial, he told the court that he'd heard the Amber Alert but didn't connect it to the baby his wife had come home with. He told the court his wife had told him that she'd been out shopping in Topeka on December 16, 2004, when she'd gone into labor and delivered the baby at a birth and growth center in Topeka. He said that he'd been led to believe it was his first child and he was excited. They spent most of December 17th showing off the baby at a cafe, a bank, and his parents' home. They named the baby Abigail. Police knocked on their door on the evening of December 17th. Police had used computer forensics to track down Lisa Montgomery using her IP address and communications with Bobby. They were also able to match her vehicle to a vehicle that neighbors had stated seeing near Bobby's house. Further investigation revealed that Lisa had researched for weeks on how to perform C-sections, where to cut and how to remove a baby and cut the umbilical cord. The baby was healthy despite her violent entrance into the world. She was reunited with her father and was named Victoria Jostanet. Police did do a DNA check just to validate the child was with their rightful parent. In her trial, the prosecutors argued that Montgomery's ex-husband knew that she was lying about her pregnancy and feared he would expose her. At the time, he sought custody of 2 of their 4 children, and she was convinced he would use it against her in court. Her defense argued that she had suffered a miscarriage and had taken the baby in a mental break. But given her level of preparedness and that Lisa had known she was not able to conceive, the jury didn't buy this defense. The jury convicted Montgomery of kidnapping, resulting in death, and 4 days later, she was sentenced to capital punishment. She was incarcerated at the Federal Medical Center in Fort Worth, Texas. She remained there until her execution date. While there, she underwent several evaluations where experts determined that she had bipolar disorder and PTSD and was often in a disassociated reality. They also determined that she had permanent brain damage from physical abuse she experienced as a child. Her legal team had made several appeals, but all appeals were dismissed. Her sentence was carried out on December 13, 2021. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On April 23, 2019, 19-year-old Marlon Ochoa Lopez was reported missing in Chicago, Illinois. She was supposed to pick up her 3-year-old son from daycare but never showed up. Her family became worried when they couldn't reach her, especially because it was unusual for her to disappear, especially considering she was 9 months pregnant. Her black Honda Civic was also gone, raising concerns that she might have been in an accident. However, there were no records of any accidents or hospital visits involving Marlon. For weeks, her family searched for her without any leads on her whereabouts. On the same day Marlon went missing, a 46-year-old woman named Clarissa Figueroa called 911. She claimed to have given birth at home and said the baby wasn't breathing, so she needed an ambulance. Both Clarissa and the newborn were taken to the hospital, where the baby received medical treatment. Unfortunately, due to a lack of oxygen, the baby suffered severe brain damage. Initially, the hospital's priority was stabilizing and treating the infant, but in the days following their arrival, doctors started noticing things with Figueroa that didn't seem to match her story. She didn't show any signs of having just given birth. Medical records also showed that she'd had her tubes tied. However, little was done for days. The hospital eventually did do a DNA test and determined that Figueroa was not related to the infant. On May 7th, law enforcement was notified of a potential kidnapping that linked them to Marlon's disappearance. On May 14th, law enforcement issued a search warrant for Figueroa's home, 21 days from Marlon's disappearance. While at the home, investigators found blood evidence, burned clothing, and digital evidence connecting Figueroa to Marlon. The two were both in a Facebook group called Help a Sister Out. Marlon had posted requesting baby items she needed. Figueroa had responded, claiming that she had items she didn't need, which included baby clothes. A second search of the home located Marlon's body, which was found in a garbage bin on the property, as well as her vehicle, which had multiple parking tickets on it. Clarissa Figueroa was arrested and confessed. Also arrested was her 24-year-old daughter Desiree Figueroa and her boyfriend, 40-year-old Petra Bobuk. It had been Clarissa who had planned the abduction for months. Desiree had distracted Marlon, and Clarissa had strangled her with a cord. The two women then surgically removed the infant and attempted to cover the crime scene before calling 911. After weeks in the hospital, the baby boy, later named Giovanni JDL, was reunited with his family, but he remained on life support for weeks and ultimately died due to extensive brain damage. Marlon's husband, Giovanni Lopez, lost his wife and newborn. Heavy criticism fell on the hospital due to the slow response of involving law enforcement. Weeks had gone by before baby Giovanni was removed from Figueroa's custody. What was worse was that the hospital billed the Lopez family $300,000 for medical expenses, with the baby's name being listed as Figueroa Boy. The Lopez family said that they had been devastated and further traumatized by the incident. A lawyer for the family stated that they had been told by the hospital that the costs had been waived, and the hospital natal confirmed that the invoice had been sent by mistake. However, the Lopez family described the situation as atrocious and called out the hospital for its lack of humanity towards a grieving family. Clarissa and Desiree Figueroa were charged with murder in the first degree, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated battery of a child, and dismembering a body. They both pleaded not guilty and are being held in custody while they await further court dates. Bobuk was charged with concealing a homicidal death and obstruction of justice. He has also pleaded not guilty and remains in custody. A trial date has yet to be set at the time of recording. Marlon's family is committed to continuing to attend every court proceeding and keeping Marlon and Giovanni's horrific murder in the public eye to ensure there's justice for them. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. In 1981, Lieutenant Ronald Oliver worked for the Memphis Police Department for 20 years. He had a daughter named Paula from his first marriage and was married to Sandra for 2 years, with a stepson named Vic. They recently bought 5 acres of land, planning to build a log cabin. Despite having a safe desk job at the precinct, he still chose to go on patrol because he was dedicated and cared more about justice than office politics. Philip Ray Workman, born on June 1, 1953, had a tough childhood, moving around army bases with an absent mother and a harsh father. He ran away from home multiple times and was sent to a harsh reform school in Texas as a teenager. After being released at 17, his father helped him join the army. Workman was sent to California and it was during this time that he first discovered drugs. Workman was discharged from the Army in 1973. After leaving the Army, he went almost immediately into prison, serving just over half of a 5-year sentence for burglary and drug possession in Georgia. By 1981, Workman was married and had an 8-year-old daughter, Crystal. He also had a serious drug addiction. He left Columbus, Georgia, where he had been living with his family and working odd jobs to support them, and began hitchhiking and drifting throughout the Southeast. By August, he was in Memphis, Tennessee. On August 5, 1981, Workman was almost out of money and out of drugs. High on the last of the cocaine he had, he entered the Wendy's on North Thomas late that evening. He ordered a burger and lingered inside the restaurant for almost an hour. Around 10 p.m., closing time for the restaurant, Workman pulled out his .45 caliber pistol and herded the employees, as well as the one remaining customer, into the manager's office. He demanded money and was given the $1,170 the restaurant had on hand in a mixture of bills and coins. Since he had no means of escape, he demanded the car keys from one of the employees. He then spent a few minutes struggling to get the house key off of the keychain so that he could leave it with the person whose car he was in the process of stealing. One of the teenage employees, who had been told to sit on the floor of the office, told Workman that he had a cramp in his leg and needed to stand up. Workman told him that was all right. When the employee stood up, he was able to reach and activate a silent alarm. Lieutenant Oliver's position within the department meant that he did not have to respond to alarm calls. However, he was close to the Wendy's and, according to one of his coworkers, he generally had a get kind of attitude. When he pulled him to the Wendy's parking lot, Lieutenant Oliver was the first on the scene. As Lieutenant Oliver arrived in the parking lot, Workman was just walking to the exit of the restaurant. Lieutenant Oliver did not immediately realize that Workman was the robber. It appears that Lieutenant Oliver mistook Workman for the night janitor at the Wendy's because he announced over the radio that the call appeared to be a false alarm and that the cleanup crew was coming out. At roll call at the beginning of his shift, the lieutenant had been reminded, along with the other officers coming on to shift, to be on the lookout for an African-American man who had been robbing fast food restaurants at closing time in the neighborhood. Lieutenant Oliver may have assumed that this robbery was part of that spree and not identified Workman as a suspect because he did not meet the description of the individual who had been robbing area restaurants. Lieutenant Oliver and Workman began walking out of the restaurant. As a second police officer, Officer Aubrey Stoddard, arrived on the scene. However, the situation quickly deteriorated. Workman tried to make a run for it as he exited the Wendy's and was ordered to stop. At this point, Workman's account and Officer Stoddard's account become very different. Workman's account is problematic not only because it is in his best interest to make himself look innocent, but also because he was high at the time, and by his own admission, his recollection of that night is impaired. According to Workman's account, he tripped on the curb that separated the Wendy's parking from that of the neighboring Holiday Auto Parts store as he tried to escape. Hearing the officers catching up to him, he decided to surrender. Kneeling near the curb, he yelled, "I give up," and took the gun from his pants to surrender it. He was then hit over the head with a flashlight, and the gun went off, shooting a bullet straight up into the air. He then heard gunfire from behind him and took off running. He cocked his weapon, which discharged a live round. A few moments later, he tripped, and his gun fired again. According to Officer Stoddard, after Workman tried to escape, Lieutenant Oliver caught up and grabbed him from behind. Officer Stoddard then ran up and grabbed Workman from the front. Workman then took out his weapon, which left it sandwiched between his stomach and Officer Stoddard's. Workman then fired the gun, striking Officer Stoddard in the arm. The shot sent Officer Stoddard flying backwards. He says he heard Workman firing wildly at this time, emptying his revolver. By the time he got up, Lieutenant Oliver was wounded on the ground, firing his weapon in Workman's direction. He saw Workman leap over a fence and go into an adjacent neighborhood. Eventually, the evidence collected at the scene would match closer to Workman's account, at least in terms of the number of shots he fired. 2 spent cartridges and a live round were found closer to where Workman had struggled with the officers, and one was found near where Workman claims to have tripped in the auto parts store parking lot and fired again. This does leave 1 cartridge unaccounted for, and maybe from the bullet that wounded Officer Stoddard. Shooting Officer Stoddard is absent from Workman's account. Civilian witnesses did also report seeing Workman running across the store parking lot, clutching his head wound with his right hand, which also held the stolen bag of money and a jacket. His gun was in his left, non-dominant hand. The third officer on the scene, Officer Stephen Parker, had arrived on the scene at approximately the same time as Officer Stoddard and followed him into the parking lot. Having been trained to block all the entrances when responding to this kind of call, he stopped on the south side of the building because he saw Officer Stoddard drive around to the north side of the building. He tried the door to the restaurant, but it was locked. He then heard 2 gunshots and ran to the other side of the building. Lieutenant Oliver was already on the ground, and he saw a workman shoot Officer Stoddard. He says he could not pull out his own weapon because his holster had slid around, so he called out to Workman instead. Officer Parker lost sight of Workman after he ducked behind the parked pickup truck he had been standing near, startled by the arrival of another officer. Officer Parker ran to Lieutenant Oliver, who was already turning blue. After the shooting was called in over the radio, the Wendy's parking lot was quickly swarmed with police officers and paramedics. Lieutenant Oliver was transported to the hospital, suffering from 1 gunshot wound that went completely through his chest cavity. Despite the best efforts of doctors and nurses, Lieutenant Oliver died as a result of the gunshot wound. He was only 43 years old. The area around the Wendy's was searched with dogs, helicopters, and police officers on foot for Workman. A witness saw him hiding under a truck and helped narrow down the search area. When Workman was eventually discovered amongst a group of bushes, police dogs were given the command to attack him. He was taken to the hospital to receive 7 stitches for a head wound and to be treated for shotgun wounds to his backside as well as dog bites. He was then taken to jail, where he began experiencing the symptoms of drug withdrawal. On May 11, 1982, Workman was found guilty of the felony murder of Lieutenant Ronald Oliver. He was sentenced to death. Workman was represented by public defenders at his trial. He would later sue them for negligence, although the court ruled that they had done their jobs adequately. Workman claims that they were of the opinion that if he did not object to the facts as presented by the prosecution, they had a slim chance of getting Workman life in prison, rather than the death penalty. They did not question the prosecution's main eyewitness, attack any inconsistencies, and the statements made by Officers Stoddard and Parker, and did not look at any of the ballistics evidence. Workman spent the rest of the 80s and 90s going through the lengthy appeals process required of death row inmates. These proceedings did little to actually challenge Workman's death sentence until 1990, when he got new legal representation. By the end of the decade, there will be serious doubts about whether or not Philip Workman actually shot Lieutenant Oliver on that night in 1981. The major debate surrounding this case involves whether or not a bullet from Workman's gun could have been the bullet that killed Lieutenant Oliver. This is important because Workman was sentenced to death for the felony murder of Lieutenant Oliver. Workman has never denied his culpability in the armed robbery. Fired .45 caliber silver tip hollow point ammunition. This type of ammunition generally expands once it enters the human body, mushrooming out as pressure around the inner edge causes it to expand. As a result, this type of bullet tends to stay inside the body rather than exit it. On occasions where it does exit a body, the exit wound is usually larger than the entrance wound due to the bullet's expansion. At Lieutenant Oliver's autopsy, it was determined that the bullet that killed him entered the left side of his chest, going through his 7th rib, and exited the right side of his back between his 5th and 6th ribs, striking his heart as it passed through his chest. The surface area of the entrance wound was almost 3 times the surface area of the exit wound. This could still be explained by the fact that hollow point ammunition often fragments as it expands. There was no evidence of additional wound paths found during Lieutenant Oliver's autopsy, however. An additional way to see if this fragmentation had occurred would be to examine an X-ray taken at Lieutenant Oliver's autopsy. Autopsy X-rays were not necessarily routine in 1981, as the Memphis morgue did not have the equipment to take them and had to enlist the help of a hospital when they were taken. Workman's lawyers asked for any films taken at the autopsy in preparation for his trial, and again in 1990 and in 1995. They were never turned over by the medical examiner's office. But this did not necessarily raise suspicion, as there was no guarantee that such images existed. In 2000, while preparing for a clemency hearing, Workman's lawyers happened to notice a reference Dr. O.C. Smith, the chief medical examiner for Shelby County, made to x-rays taken during the autopsy in a letter he had written in reference to the hearing. An x-ray had been taken at Lieutenant Oliver's autopsy after all. The x-ray did not show any bullet fragments left behind in Lieutenant Oliver's body, supporting the possibility that a .45 caliber bullet did not kill Lieutenant Oliver. According to Dr. Smith, the x-ray had simply been misplaced. The county morgue had been displaced due to a fire at the time of Lieutenant Oliver's autopsy and had moved facilities a few years after that. The only reason he had the x-ray was because of diligent research by some of his co-workers at his request. They apparently were not so diligent when trying to locate it to comply with court orders filed by the defense. Dr. Smith also did not make the x-ray available to the defense when it was given to him, arguing that he had no way of knowing that they would want to see it, because he had been on active duty with the Navy Reserves when the 1995 court order was filed. Workman's lawyers in turn argued that the medical examiner's office had deliberately withheld the x-ray, while preparing a report for use against him, meets any definition of egregious that one consults, they claimed in a court motion. The court cannot condone fraud, particularly when the fraud aims at executing a man who is innocent of capital murder. Borkman's defense lawyers had two prominent forensic experts whose testimony supported the theory that Lieutenant Oliver was not shot with a .45 caliber bullet. Dr. Chris Sperry, the chief medical examiner for the state of Georgia, and Dr. Cyril Wecht, the coroner for Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, who had consulted on many high-profile cases and previously served on the forensic pathology panel for the U.S. House of Representatives Select Committee on Assassinations. Dr. Sperry first became involved with the case in 1995 and testified at a clemency hearing for Workman in 2000. According to Dr. Sperry, Lieutenant Oliver's wounds are inconsistent with every wound I have seen created by a .45 silver tip hollow point bullet. Dr. Wecht testified at a 2001 hearing that he believed within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the bullets from Workman's gun could not have caused the injuries that killed Lieutenant Oliver. According to Dr. Wecht, the injuries were more consistent with those caused by a .38 caliber bullet, the kind of ammunition used by the Memphis Police Department in 1981. This is one of the numerous controversial aspects of this case. In asserting his innocence, Workman is claiming that Lieutenant Oliver was killed as the result of friendly fire, being shot accidentally by one of his fellow officers. While there are inconsistencies between the accounts of the night of August 5, 1981, given by Officers Stoddard and Parker, they agree on two major points. Neither of them saw Lieutenant Oliver get shot, and no one besides Workman and Lieutenant Oliver fired a weapon at the scene. There are reports that neither Stoddard nor Parker's weapons were tested after Lieutenant Oliver's death, but it does appear that Officer Stoddard's weapon was tested and shown to have not been fired. A civilian witness named Steve Craig contradicts the assertion that Parker did not fire any weapon that night. Steve was friends with Officer Stoddard and saw him pulling into the Wendy's parking lot. Steve did not witness Lieutenant Oliver getting shot, as he had ducked down in his car when he heard gunshots. He did, however, see Officer Parker firing a shotgun at Workman. This account is seemingly corroborated by the fact that Workman had shotgun wounds when he arrived at the hospital. Steve required emergency surgery for appendicitis in 1982, which prevented him from testifying at Workman's trial. In 1995, he provided Workman's lawyers with a signed affidavit describing what he had seen. He also claimed that he had been told by the police that there was no need to talk about this, unless it was with someone from the department. The 6th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals would eventually rule that while Steve Craig's account was troubling, it was not relevant because he did not see Officer Parker via the shotgun until after Lieutenant Oliver was shot. In 2000, Dr. O.C. Smith dismissed the diagnosis of the doctors who treated Workman in 1981 and argued, based on a photograph of Workman's wounds, that they were just additional dog bites sustained during his apprehension. Lieutenant Oliver was not killed with a shotgun, so the presence of such a weapon at the scene does not directly support the friendly fire theory. However, it does imply that the account given by the two surviving officers does not provide a full inventory of the weapons in play at the scene. This implication is also, according to Workman's lawyers, supported by a bullet hole in a pickup truck parked in the Holiday Auto Parts parking lot, not far from where Lieutenant Oliver fell when he was shot. The bullet hole was photographed and listed in police reports as being from a .38 caliber bullet, but the bullet hole does not appear to have been fully forensically examined. As best as Workman's lawyers can tell from the photographs, the bullet hit the car at an angle indicating that it could not have been shot from Lieutenant Oliver's gun. The bullet cannot be tested because for some reason it was never collected from inside of the truck. According to the Memphis police, this was because the truck was locked. For some reason, the car was not impounded until the owner could be found and the police could gain entry into the vehicle. Without forensic analysis of this bullet to determine what gun it was fired from, Workman's lawyers can argue for the possibility that an unaccounted .438 was being fired at the scene. The general consensus in this case is that the bullet that killed Lieutenant Oliver has never been found. At Workman's 2000 clemency hearing, Dr. Smith argued that the bullet had been found at the scene. A deformed .45 caliber bullet had been found near the curb that divided the Wendy's and the auto parts store parking lots. The bullet was 104 feet past where Lieutenant Oliver had fallen. According to Dr. Smith, this means that the bullet had passed through Lieutenant Oliver, because this type of ammunition would normally travel much farther, and the shortened travel distance shows that its speed had been hampered by hitting something. However, to prove that Workman shot the bullet at Lieutenant Oliver, Dr. Smith assumes that Workman shot the bullet at Lieutenant Oliver. The bullet is only 104 feet past Lieutenant Oliver if we assume that it came from Workman's position. The bullet was also found near where Workman says his gun went off accidentally the first time, sending a bullet straight up in the air. Dr. Smith performed an experiment using a dog's rib cage and ballistics gelatin that showed that an unexpanded .45 caliber hollow point bullet would be deformed if it passed through a body. His experiments did not prove, however, that this would be the only scenario in which the bullet could become deformed. The bullet could have been damaged upon hitting the ground after being shot straight up and falling back down to the ground. As Dr. Smith correctly points out, the bullet was fired from Workman's gun to the exclusion of all other guns in the world, which we know because of tests performed on Workman's gun by the FBI. However, this still does not prove that it is the bullet that killed Lieutenant Oliver. In his testimony, Dr. Smith does not acknowledge that other tests on the bullet performed by the FBI showed no signs of blood or tissue on it. There is no physical evidence showing that the bullet ever struck a person in general, or Lieutenant Oliver specifically. Besides the ballistics evidence, the other major point of contention in this case is the prosecution's main witness at the 1982 trial, Harold Davis. Davis called the police the day after Lieutenant Oliver's death and told them that he had been in the Wendy's parking lot the night before and that he had been just 10 feet away when Workman shot Lieutenant Oliver. He testified at trial that Workman had calmly pointed his gun at Lieutenant Oliver and shot him. The problem with Davis's testimony is that there is no actual indication that he was in the Wendy's parking lot. Davis claimed to have been in his car during the shooting and that he fled on foot, coming back for his car in the morning. His car is not seen, nor is it in any diagram drawn of the scene by the police on the night of the shooting. None of the police officers at the scene saw him, nor did any of the 5 civilian witnesses in the area. It is hard to imagine that he was able to leave the scene without being noticed, or how he was allowed to once other officers arrived at the scene. Vivian Porter, a family friend of Davis's, also came forward after the trial saying that she knew Davis wasn't at the scene of the crime that night because she had been with him. She says she had been unaware of Davis's involvement in the trial. According to Vivian Porter, she and Davis had been out buying drugs, not far from the Wendy's on North Thomas, on the night of Lieutenant Oliver's death. They were pulled over by a policeman, but before he came up to speak with them, he got a call on his radio and got back into his car and took off. Vivian and Davis drove past the Wendy's a little later in the evening and saw the heavy police presence there, and assumed that the officer who had stopped them had left to respond. According to Davis's sister, he had a habit of calling in tips to the police about cases he had seen in the paper to try to get reward money that he could use to fund his drug habit. Davis left Memphis after the trial, living a transient lifestyle. Workman's new defense lawyers had wanted to speak to him since they were put on the case in 1990, but they would not have the chance until 1999, when they tracked him down to Phoenix, Arizona. In both a written and a videotape statement, Davis admitted to lying about being in the and seeing Philip Workman shoot Lieutenant Oliver. His account of the night of Lieutenant Oliver's death differs from the one provided by Vivian Porter. Davis says they were sitting at a parking lot across the street from the Wendy's, smoking marijuana at the time of the shooting, but they were facing away from the scene. Davis says he was able to pick Workman out of a photo lineup because he had already seen his picture in the paper by the time police brought him in to speak to them. He alleges that the police explained the details of the crime to him and asked if he would testify to those facts. He agreed, but changed his mind as the trial got closer and expressed his concerns to the police. He claims that after he did, a large man came to visit him, telling Davis that he and those close to him could be made to disappear if he did not testify as he had been told to. According to Davis, this is why he left the state after the trial. Harold Davis is not a very reliable witness. While I am skeptical of his claims that he was threatened and coached by the police, I am equally skeptical of his claims that he witnessed Lieutenant Oliver being shot. Don Struther, one of the original prosecutors of the case, has said that he still believes Davis testified truthfully at the trial in 1982, even after hearing Davis's new statements. After hearing about the ballistics evidence and learning about Harold Davis's perjured testimony, 5 out of the 12 jurors, who convicted Workman and voted to impose the death penalty, signed affidavits saying that they would have changed their vote on the verdict, the sentence, or both, if this information had been available at the time. Workman's lawyers were very vocal in the media about the doubts about Workman's guilt, and he began to receive support from the public. He also received support from a source most people probably would not have expected, Lieutenant Oliver's daughter, Paula Didilia. Both Miss Didilia and her mother, Lieutenant Oliver's first wife, did not wish to see Workman executed. Miss Didilia publicly appealed for Workman's sentence to be reduced, and for the new evidence in the case to be thoroughly examined, which I have to imagine was an emotionally taxing undertaking. Ms. Didilia wrote a letter to the governor for Workman's clemency hearing in 2000, and also appeared in a video appeal to him, asking that Workman's sentence be commuted to life in prison. My belief, my feelings are that Mr. Workman did not kill my father, and if so, I do not believe it was intentional, and I would like to see his sentence be reduced to at least life, she said in her taped statement. I know it's odd for me to be saying this, but it seems like there's a lot of questionable things relating to this case, and I would like to see someone look into it further. She also appeared at a news conference in 2000 with Workman's daughter Crystal, telling the press, "Taking her father will not bring mine back. While I have the utmost respect for Ms. Didilia for the strength and compassion she showed by taking the stance she did, I do not want that respect to be interpreted as disrespect for those in Lieutenant Oliver's family who did not agree with her. Not everyone Lieutenant Oliver left behind shared Ms. Didilia's views." Sandra Oliver Noblin, Lieutenant Oliver's wife at the time of his death, believed Workman was guilty and supported his execution. In a statement prepared for Workman's clemency hearing in 2000, she argued, "Clemency should not be an option for a person who takes another person's life. Philip Workman is not innocent of this murder. He killed Ronnie." In the same statement, she questioned how her former stepdaughter could reach her conclusions about her father's murderer, but acknowledged that Mr. Dilia's opinion was her privilege in her choice between her and her God. There have been a lot of concerns raised over the behavior of and decisions made by the courts and public officials in regards to this case. Given the vast number of court appearances Workman made over the 25 years following his nor, is it probably helpful? For the purpose of this video, we will just be examining Workman's 2001 evidentiary hearing to illustrate why some of these concerns arose. Due to the various legal challenges Workman and his defense team posed beyond the standard appellate proceedings required of inmates condemned to death, his execution date was set and then deferred several times over the years. On March 30th, 2001, Workman's execution was deferred less than an hour before it was scheduled to occur. Workman's lawyers had petitioned for a writ of error quorum nobis in Shelby County Criminal Court. In the state of Tennessee, this type of writ is issued in criminal proceedings for evidence discovered after the trial. The evidence has to relate to issues raised at the trial. A judge has to rule that the evidence could have resulted in a different verdict at the trial, that it is reliable, and that the defendant is not at fault for failing to discover the evidence sooner. The judge denied the petition. At 12:37 a.m., However, the Tennessee Supreme Court overturned the lower court's decision. The court was of the opinion that due process requires that Workman be granted a hearing to evaluate his claims that new evidence, which was unavailable at trial and which has never been evaluated in a hearing in this state's courts, shows that he is actually innocent of capital murder, according to the order it released. The order was issued at 12:37 a.m. Workman's execution had been scheduled for 1 a.m. The Tennessee Supreme Court decision sent the case back to the judge who had originally denied the petition for an evidentiary hearing to fully examine the ballistic evidence and the evidence that Harold Davis had committed perjury at the original trial. That judge was Judge John P. Colton Jr. Judge Colton had also been the judge at Workman's trial in 1982. Judge Colton and Workman's lawyers had issues before the hearing even began. When the case was sent back to him, Judge Colton scheduled the hearing for just 2 weeks later, which gave Workman's lawyers only that small amount of time to prepare for it. That decision was overturned on appeal. Judge Colton ordered Workman's lawyers to turn over a videotape statement made by Harold Davis to the prosecution. This tape should not have been made available to them until after Davis testified. Judge Colton's order was overturned on appeal. Judge Colton issued a gag order preventing the attorneys from communicating about the case outside of court. Judge Colton's order was overturned on appeal. Believing that these actions showed that Judge Colton was biased against Workman, Workman's attorneys asked him to recuse himself from the hearing. Judge Colton refused. It has been alleged that Judge Colton failed to protect the witnesses the defense presented at the hearing. DA Jerry Kitchen was allegedly verbally abusive to both Harold Davis and Dr. Cyril Wecht, but Judge Colton said nothing about his method of questioning. Judge Colton also barred Wardy Parks, one of the jurors from Workman's trial, who said that he would not have found Workman guilty or sentenced him to death in light of the ballistics evidence and the perjured testimony, who had also testified at Workman's 2000 clemency hearing, from testifying at this hearing. On one hand, this ruling makes sense, as Mr. Parks could not provide new evidence in the case. On the other, however, the defense could have used his testimony to confirm that the new evidence would have changed the outcome of the trial, as they needed to for their petition to be successful. On January 7, 2002, Judge Colton ruled against Workman, stating that the new evidence presented by lawyers for death row inmate Philip Workman is insufficient to warrant a new trial. He found that Harold Davis's testimony did not amount to a recantation of his original trial testimony. Robert Hutton, one of Workman's lawyers, had gone over Davis's trial testimony line by line, and Davis had refuted each line of it. During the 2 days of questioning by DA Kitchen, however, he often claimed to have memory issues when asked specific questions and refused to say directly that he had lied under oath. Davis had to be rushed to the hospital after his testimony concluded, allegedly because DA Kitchen was so abusive in his questioning. Judge Colton also held that the ballistics evidence did not merit a new trial because Dr. Wecht could not conclusively exclude the possibility that a .45 caliber bullet caused a fatal wound. Even after viewing the autopsy X-ray, Workman was given a new execution date of September 24, 2003. On September 15, 2003, Tennessee Governor Phil Bredesen granted Workman a 4-month reprieve. When that reprieve was about to expire, he extended it by another 3 months. The reason for the reprieve turned out to be a federal investigation and a Shelby County medical examiner, Dr. O.C. Smith. Dr. Smith had testified at a clemency hearing for Workman in 2000, and at the evidentiary hearing presided under Judge Colton in 2001. At both hearings, he argued against the testimony of Dr. Sperry and Wecht, maintaining that Workman's gun was the murder weapon. In June of 2002, Dr. Smith had been discovered bound with barbed wire with a bomb around his neck at the Regional Forensic Center. He claimed he had been attacked by an unknown assailant. Workman's case was originally considered to be a motive in the attack, and Workman was interviewed as part of the investigation. By the fall of 2003, however, Dr. Smith was being investigated for staging the attack himself. He was indicted on federal charges in February 2004 and went to trial in 2005. A video detailing this case will be linked in the description. Governor Bredesen did not extend Workman's reprieve any further because he had state medical examiner Dr. Bruce Levy, who coincidentally would go on to face his own legal troubles in Workman's case, in light of the issue of Dr. Smith's credibility being raised by his indictment. Dr. Levy did not report any inaccuracies in Dr. Smith's testimony in either hearing, so Bredesen allowed plans for Workman's execution to move forward. The various appeals and proceedings delaying Workman's execution ran out in 2007. On May 4th, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit refused to grant Workman a stay of execution. That same day, however, a U.S. District Court issued a temporary restraining order, barring the state of Tennessee from executing Workman. The restraining order was issued due to issues with the state's lethal injection procedures. In February of 2007, Governor Bredesen had rescinded Tennessee's instruction manual for lethal injections, citing deficiencies in the procedures it outlined. The manuals still require procedures for execution by electrocution, even though it was supposed to be specifically for executions using lethal injection. The state's Commissioner of Correction had 90 days to write a new manual. The revised procedures were released on April 30th. Workman's lawyers were granted the restraining order so that they would have a chance to question if the new procedures were constitutional. At a hearing on May 7th, however, the restraining order was vacated by the U.S. Court for Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. Philip Workman was moved to death watch inside the Riverbend Maximum Security Institution. At 10 p.m. on May 8th, the U.S. Supreme Court refused to hear an appeal from Workman. At 12:15 a.m. on May 9th, the Tennessee Supreme Court refused to hear an appeal from Workman's lawyers, asking for additional time to review the state's new injection procedures. For his last meal, Workman had asked for a vegetarian pizza. Instead of having it brought to him, however, he asked that the pizza be taken to the nearby city of Nashville and given to a homeless person instead. The prison denied the request because taxpayer funds cannot be used for charity. Workman refused to select another last meal for himself in protest and did not take the prison's standard meal tray when it was brought to him at 4:50 p.m. on May 8th. His actual last meal, as it were, was at 9:40 when he asked for and was brought grape juice while he met with a spiritual advisor. When word of Workman's denied last meal reached the public, people from around the country decided to fulfill his request. The COVID-19 crisis and homeless shelters in Nashville, like the Oasis Center and the Nashville Rescue Mission, became inundated with donations of vegetarian pizzas that had been ordered from all over the country. Pizzas were also sent by PETA President Ingrid Newkirk and a radio station in Minnesota. In Memphis, the Destiny Diner ran a promotion for the rest of the month of May, allowing people to buy their vegetable pizza at half price, with all the pizzas being donated to an area homeless shelter in the beginning of June. We don't condone violence or crime of any kind, and it's not our place to comment on Workman's sentence or execution, said Destiny Diner employee Hart Simha. But we do believe that his last request was honorable. Any excuse to feed the homeless is a good one. Workman's execution was scheduled for 1 a.m. on May 9, 2007. After he was trapped to the gurney in the execution chamber, curtains were opened to allow witnesses in another room to view the execution. Asked Workman if he had any final words. "I've prayed to the Lord Jesus Christ not to lay charge of my death to any man." Workman, who had become a born-again Christian in the early 1990s, replied. He then closed his eyes, and the process of injecting him with the appointed cocktail of drugs began. Approximately 2 minutes later, he said, "I commend my spirit into your hands, Lord Jesus Christ." According to the witnesses, he at that point appeared to become unconscious. Workman was declared dead. At 1:38 a.m., almost 26 years after the death of Lieutenant Ronald Oliver, Lieutenant Oliver's widow, Sandra Oliver Noblin, and her son Vic were present at the execution. Workman's older brother Terry planned to attend, but decided at the last minute not to witness the execution. I did not make this video to try to persuade anyone one way or the other about Philip Workman's guilt or innocence. I do not know if he was guilty or not, and I would never claim to. I personally do wish that there had been a new trial, however, or some other way for the controversial evidence to have been more fully evaluated in a neutral setting. I think this case was important to cover because it, like many other cases, shows just how politics and perspective play major roles in the criminal justice system. Prosecuting criminals is not as straightforward of a process as many of us would like to believe. Especially now in the age of DNA and advanced forensics, it is easy to assume that if a scientist claims that forensic tests say something is true, it must be true. This case reminds us that two different experts can look at the same evidence and arrive at completely different conclusions. Two different experts can look at the same evidence and tell two completely different stories about what happened at a crime scene. The same can be said about lawyers and judges. Different interpretations of the law and of legal statutes can result in vastly different rulings and opinions on how a case should be handled. I hope that the conflicting opinions and strong feelings held by the various legal and scientific experts in this case remind us all how vital it is to think critically about cases. My other major reason for covering this case is Lieutenant Oliver, especially in the early 2000s. As the controversy about the X-ray and Harold Davis's testimony was coming to light, this case was featured heavily in the local news in Memphis, where I grew up. I remember hearing about the case all the time and knowing that Workman was on death row for killing a cop, but I never knew that cop's name until a few years ago when I looked it up on my own. Between the anger, politics, accusations, and questions involved in this case, I fear that the focus of the case has shifted away from the man we lost. I believe the way in which cases are covered has changed in the past several years, and that the focus has been put back on the victims of violent crime. We are becoming more sensitive to the identity of a crime victim beyond what someone else did to them, and the unique void their loss leaves behind. Having been killed in 1981, Lieutenant Oliver has not benefited from this change. The one picture of him I have shown in this video is seemingly the only one publicly available. After a lot of digging, I was able to find one more of him being loaded into the ambulance on the night of his death, but it hardly shows him, and it seemed inappropriate to share in this video. Almost all of the information I shared about Lieutenant Oliver, beyond his job and rank, came from one article published in 2000. I wish I could share more about who Lieutenant Oliver was as a person, because from what I can tell, he was a good man who deserves the respect of being remembered. Even though there is so little direct information available for us to learn about who Lieutenant Oliver was, we can still infer a lot about him from the legacy he leaves behind. A daughter who seemingly inherited his bravery and sense of justice. A widow with strong convictions and even stronger faith. And a stepson who joined him in law enforcement, going on to become a captain in the Bartlett, Tennessee Police Department. I am sure that viewers of this video will have conflicting opinions about this case. But I am also sure that we all agree that Lieutenant Oliver's loss is tragic. Some of you may feel disheartened that Workman was executed without a new trial, and others of you may feel anger at me for sharing the doubts raised about Workman's guilt. But my hope is that the main feeling you take away from this video is gratitude for Lieutenant Oliver's service and respect for his memory. Mary Jane Thompson was born in 1962 to Norman Thompson and Lenore, growing up in a small town called Cheek in New York. She was the third daughter, with two more sisters joining the family later on. Mary Jane always dreamed of becoming a model, even from a young age. Despite her big dreams, she remained kind and thoughtful. After finishing high school in Cleveland, she began her journey. She lived in various big cities like California, Houston, and Los Angeles before settling in Texas. Her family remembers the last Christmas they spent together before Mary Jane moved away. She gave her sisters, Selena and Kathy, special gifts, but they didn't realize it would be their final holiday together. In 1983, at 21 years old, Mary Jane moved to Dallas, Texas, determined to make her dream of becoming a model come true. Her dreams were indeed huge, but the young girl never hesitated to work hard for them. During the 6 months of living in Dallas, Mary was working 2 jobs, full-time in a florist supply shop and part-time in a local restaurant. However, most of her income was spent on food. Went into paying for her acting and modeling classes, something she hoped would help her break into the industry. On February 11, 1984, at around 4:30 p.m., Mary Jane Thompson left her part-time job as a hostess at the restaurant near Lover's Lane and Greenway Drive. She took a bus to the Trinity Medical Clinic, located on the former Industrial Boulevard, to get a checkup for an ear infection. However, she was unable to do this as the clinic was closed. Tragically, that was the last time she was ever seen alive. 2 days later, on February 13, 1984, the authorities were called to a warehouse on the 2300 block of Irving Boulevard in the Stemmons corridor of Northwest Dallas, Texas. After a female body was discovered near the railroad tracks behind the warehouse, It was evident upon inspecting the crime scene that this was a homicide. Police quickly identified the victim as 21-year-old Mary Jane by an ID card found in a nearby gym bag. The bag contained one leg warmer, while the other was wrapped around her throat. Her pants appeared to have been cut from her body. The body bore a bite mark and numerous other bruises. The autopsy confirmed that she was sexually assaulted and then strangled to death with her own leg warmer. Unknown bodily fluids were also found on the corpse and preserved for later usage. However, this evidence wouldn't come into play for a very long time, as DNA technologies were not as advanced in the 80s as they are today. As authorities were unsuccessful in gathering further clues, the case began to turn cold. Although neither investigators nor the family lost hope despite decades passing by, there were no fresh leads to follow up on. Her family always posted her pictures and spread her story to keep her memory alive. It wasn't until 2009 any formal action could be taken in the progress of the investigation. Nearly 25 years later, in 2009, the Dallas Police Department reopened the case, and male DNA was discovered on swabs taken from Mary Jane's autopsy. But the DNA never matched a specific suspect, so the case went cold once again. In 2018, the police once again opened the cold case after Mary Jane's sister, Selena, called the investigators requesting a reinvestigation using new DNA technologies. The investigators worked with a team from the district attorney's office, while the FBI also joined the task force in 2020. In the same year, they began a thorough search on genealogical websites, using new technology like ancestry databases to identify potential relatives of the suspect based on DNA collected at the crime scene. The search narrowed down to a single suspect, 60-year-old Edward Morgan. Morgan was just 22 years old in 1984 and was a familiar face in the area as he lived a few miles away from Mary Jane's workplace. To confirm their suspicions, the FBI agents then surveilled Morgan's West Dallas home for a week where he lived alone. On February 15, 2022, a Dallas police detective and an FBI agent grabbed the trash that Morgan had dumped in front of his house. From it, a soda bottle and 2 water bottles were sent to a lab to undergo forensic testing. The DNA from the bottles positively matched the DNA taken during the autopsy. On February 18, 2022, after 38 years, Morgan was arrested and charged with capital murder. Her family was grateful to the investigators who never stopped working on the case. The news brought closure to the family as they finally knew who was responsible for taking Mary Jane away from them. Selena wrote in a Facebook post, "I know you are looking down and happy that they finally got him." Sadly, their father, who wanted nothing more than to find his daughter's killer, did not see this day as he passed away in 2020. Morgan is currently being held in jail with his bail set at $500,000. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Viola Hagencourt was born on August 16, 1900 and grew up in a lovely home. Not much is known about her life. After divorcing her husband in 1928, she never remarried or even dated someone. It was before the Great Depression when the divorce occurred and Viola swore off men for the rest of her life. Despite loneliness, she never complained about anything in her life. She was known as a happy, generous, and friendly woman among family members and neighbors. In 1980, Viola was living in the Pebble Cove apartment complex, located on the 2500 block of West Winton Road in Anaheim, California, after moving from her longtime home in Milwaukee. Apparently, her family believed that the apartment complex in Anaheim was a safer community for a lone woman, which was also closer to the family members. A decision that would come back to haunt them. Viola regularly chatted with other residents and visitors outside her apartment and was often seen walking around the building. One of her neighbors, who was a high school student at the time, found Viola very sweet and called her grandma. She often took cookies to the elderly woman. In the evening, She propped open her door with a Campbell's soup can, a worrisome habit for an elderly woman, according to some neighbors who thought it was unsafe. Concerns would no longer be only concerns for the well-wishers of Viola in the early 1980s. A neighbor grew worried when Viola was not seen leaving her apartment for several days. They entered her apartment on February 18, 1980, only to make a horrific discovery. When authorities reached the scene, they found the elderly widow's body sprawled out on her bed. She was gagged with a torn pillow cover, which had been forced into her mouth. Multiple ribs of her body were broken due to a merciless beating. Blood stains were found on the bed under her pelvic area, and empty beer cans were found in the apartment. The cause of death was suffocation from the gag in her mouth. Although there were no marks of a forced entry into the apartment, signs of struggle were present in the bedroom. It was concluded that the old woman tried to fend off her assailant, but turned out to be no match for him. The medical examiner ruled that she was brutally raped before her demise, and semen was collected from the body. Viola was only 6 months shy of celebrating her 80th birthday when her life was ended in this heinous manner. However, the question of who raped and killed the elderly woman had no straight answer. Despite some physical evidence, investigators were far away from identifying possible suspects. Eventually, they would have to wait 4 decades before the mystery would be solved. As years went by, this case became one of the oldest cold cases in Anaheim City. In September 2020, the detectives decided to reopen the cold case. It was time to reinvestigate the case under the light of new DNA technologies, which had successfully brought closure to several decades-old unsolved cases across the country. With assistance from the Orange County Crime Lab and the FBI's Violent Crime Task Force, using new DNA technologies, a possible suspect was finally identified in 2021. The suspect in this horrendous crime was Andre William Lapierre, a man who struggled with alcoholism throughout his life. Due to his alcoholism, he lasted only a year in the military as he was discharged following an alcohol-related car accident. Along with alcoholism, he also had a reputation for abuse. In 1980, Lapierre and his wife separated, and she filed a restraining order against him. Lapierre was not a complete stranger to Viola. Lepper's sister Denise lived in the same apartment complex where he lived for some time and met Viola a couple of times. Sometime in the 90s, Lepper moved to the east, living in several places including Washington, Wyoming, and Arizona, and New Mexico. There he worked as a truck driver as well as a plumber. He married twice, had 2 children, and went on to live his life peacefully until he was arrested in April 2021 from his Alamogordo home in New Mexico on the charge of murder. In the trial, Lapierre said that his connection to Viola was much more than meeting a couple of times. He claimed that Viola seduced him, and they had consensual sexual encounters on 2 occasions, one shortly before the murder. But he denied killing or beating her and said that she was alive and well, and was even giggling when he came out from her apartment. Though his current wife, sister, and stepson didn't believe that he was capable of killing someone. His story of being seduced sounded ridiculous, and the jury did not buy it. On May 13, 2022, a 65-year-old Andre William Lapierre was convicted of the murder and sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of 79-year-old Viola Hagencourt in 1980. With a resolution after 41 years, Viola's family said in a statement, "Our grandmother, Viola Clara, was a beautiful, happy soul and did not deserve being violated in her final years of life. They were grateful, however, that the killer was brought to justice." Born on May 5, 1976, Sonia Mejia achieved the American dream at a young age. By 2006, at the age of 29, she was living with her common-law husband and her 8-year-old son and was 6 months pregnant with her second child. They lived in the Pleasant Fairway Apartments, located at approximately 11th West and 3900 South in Taylorsville, Utah. To support her family, she worked part-time at a local McDonald's. But the dream would be shattered one fateful morning in early February 2006. Sonia was home alone on February 9, 2006. At around 6 p.m., her husband returned home from work and made a gruesome discovery. He called the authorities after finding his wife breathless and unresponsive on the floor. The crime scene clearly pointed towards a homicide, which investigators concluded to be a robbery gone wrong. An autopsy on Sonia's body later showed that she had been sexually assaulted before being killed by strangulation. Tragically, Sonia's 24-week-old fetus also did not survive. Multiple items were missing from the apartment, which included 3 pieces of jewelry that belonged to Sonia: a heart-shaped ruby ring, a diamond ring, and a religious pendant fastened to a gold chain. Her car, a gold 4-door Ford Escort, was also stolen from the apartment and was located 4 days later in the parking lot of the Fairfield Inn at 590 West and 4500 South. Unidentified fingerprints and DNA evidence were discovered inside her apartment in the form of a bag of Cheetos and a Coke bottle, items that were not supposed to be there. So investigators concluded that they must have belonged to the killer. Unexpectedly, the investigators found a witness after interrogating neighbors for information. At around 11:30 a.m. on the day of the murder, a neighbor saw a Hispanic male talking to Sonia at the front door of her residence. The witness then observed him entering the apartment and assaulting Sonia. The man grabbed Sonia by the throat and struck her with such force that she fell to the floor, and then the assailant kicked the door shut. Sadly, even after witnessing the violent attack, the neighbor failed to alert the authorities, which ultimately cost the young mother her life. The man was described as a short-haired Hispanic male with a medium build, approximately 5 feet 6 inches in height and 20 to 29 years in age. Though it was deemed enough evidence to identify a suspect, police were unable to do so despite having fingerprints and a physical description of a killer. The authorities believed it to be a random attack until 2 years later, when the killer struck again on the same day and in the same area. Damiana Castillo was born in Mexico City, Mexico on March 18, 1950. Little is known about her early life, but she was a loving mother and grandmother. She was known to have a very gentle attitude and shared kind words and blessings with everyone she crossed paths with. One neighbor described her as a prompt lady who had never been late for work and never forgot to attend church. Her 2 children, 1 son and 1 daughter, and her 5 grandchildren adored her to death. In 2008, 57-year-old Damiana lived at an apartment at 4000 South Redwood Road in Salt Lake City, Utah, just a mile from where Sonia Mejia used to live. On a tragic February morning, police would be called to witness a horrific crime scene. On February 9, 2008, Damiana's son went to check up on his mother after she did not show up at church like she did every Sunday. There, poor Damiana was lying in her apartment, partially covered with a pillow with ligature marks on her neck. Police noted the signs of a fight in the apartment, including an overturned table. Damiana's pocketbook and wallet were found abandoned on a couch, and her jewelry box had also been disturbed. DNA was collected from the victim's neck, while a latent fingerprint was found on her purse. At first, this murder was believed to be a separate attack similar to Sonia's. However, excluding the age factor, these 2 murders had extreme similarities between them. But from 2009, investigators conclusively believed that it was the deeds of one person after the biological evidence linked both slayings. Nonetheless, both cases could not be solved at the time due to the DNA and fingerprints not matching a person present on the criminal database. In 2010, prosecutors used the DNA profile to charge the unknown suspect with 2 counts of aggravated murder, referring to him as John Doe, since his identity could not be specified. The killer earned his name as the February 9th killer, indicating the date of the crimes. Though the killer was not considered a serial killer, for years, police in West Valley City and Taylorsville would have extra officers on patrol on February 9th in order to prevent a 3rd slaying. Over the years, these 2 cases received much-needed media attention, but no particular breakthrough could be earned through that. It would all change in 2016, when the FBI maintained automated fingerprint identification system reported that prints taken from the scene had been matched to a person. Juan Antonio Arreola Murillo Arreola is a 41-year-old Mexican resident who was living in the U.S. in 2008. According to court records, he was arrested by Salt Lake City police in July of the same year for a fraud and theft case and pleaded guilty. The address listed for Arreola in the 2008 case was the same apartment complex where Sonia was killed. However, he had multiple other addresses listed in court records, and it was unclear if Ariola was indeed a neighbor of either Sonia or Damiana. Ariola was deported from the U.S. back to his home country Mexico in October 2008 and has been living there since. In 2017, prosecutors amended the John Doe charges and the court issued an arrest warrant for Ariola. Although the killer's identity was unfolded to the investigators, it was not public due to the suspect living in another jurisdiction. The charging documents were unsealed after he had been extradited to Utah from Mexico. He was charged with 3 counts of aggravated murder, 2 counts of aggravated burglary, and 1 count of aggravated robbery. If found guilty, he could face life in prison without the possibility of parole. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Margaret Brooke was a hardworking elderly woman who lived her life to the fullest until it was tragically cut short. Helen lived all by herself in a 2-bedroom apartment at the Garden Apartment Buildings in the Mojave Desert town of Apple Valley, California. She was a well-spoken, attractive, and respected lady in the community, and everyone had only good things to say about her. A tenant would later describe her as a cautious woman, due to her living alone in the apartment. Helen was very dedicated to her work. For 20 long years, she worked for San Bernardino Valley College in the food services department. However, she later shifted to a different work line to experience other things in life. In 1985, Helen was working 2 jobs. She sold clothing at a fashion boutique called Lolo's in the Apple Valley admirably. 63-year-old Helen would model for the clothes that the store would put on fashion shows. She also worked as a bug keeper at a store right across Highway 18 at the bowling alley, which at the time was known as Gold Strike Lanes. On July 5, 1985, a Friday, Helen did not show up for work, an extremely unusual thing for her to do. Her boss called and called, but nobody answered. The concerned co-workers then called the sheriff's department for a welfare check. When officers drove down Highway 18 to the Garden Apartments, the door of Helen's apartment was unlocked. They found her lifeless body lying inside as they entered the scene. Not much evidence was present at the crime scene. However, DNA was collected from the scene, but nothing came of it since DNA technology was in its infancy back then. Autopsy results concluded that she died from strangulation by a nylon stocking. Despite conducting several interviews and polygraph tests, detectives could not identify a positive suspect, and the Apple Valley murder case remained unsolved for many years. In 2009, the case was re-examined and numerous items were sent for DNA testing. A DNA profile was developed for a suspect, but there were no matches in the DNA database. In 2021, cold case homicide investigators reopened the case and conducted further analysis of the unidentified DNA profile. The testing produced positive results, identifying a suspect named Robert Eugene Wertman. Wertman was a former resident of Apple Valley who lived close to Highway 18. The name was not entirely unknown for the investigation. As a matter of fact, Wertman was considered a person of interest in the original investigation and was even interrogated at the time. Investigators learned that Wertman, then 37, met Helen in the days before her murder and returned to her apartment between July 3rd and July 5th. However, he claimed to have no knowledge of the crime and even denied going to the apartment. Prove his involvement in the murder. As fate would have it, he didn't stay a free bird for long. In August 1985, just a month after he murdered Helen, Wertman was arrested on suspicion of attempting to rape a woman at the Cocky Bowl restaurant and bar on Highway 395 in Victorville. He also had a Sonoma County rape conviction from 1978. With an extensive sexually violent criminal history, Wertman died in prison in 1995 while serving a 22-year sentence in San Bernardino County. Janet Kay. Yuri was born on May 14, 1953, as the only daughter of Winford and Mary and Runyon. She grew up in a nice house in Tipton, Indiana, with her 2 brothers. After graduating from Tipton High School in 1971, she focused on starting a family. By 2004, at the age of 51, Janet lived in Kokomo, Indiana, near her daughter. She worked as a lab manager for 16 years at CNB Optical One in Kokomo and was known for being very good at her job. Janet and her daughter Carly Martin lived close to each other in the same neighborhood on North Appleton Way in Kokomo. Janet loved spending time with her granddaughter, her favorite thing to do. She also enjoyed gardening, using her computer, listening to music, and being outdoors. Holidays were important to Janet, and she loved cooking big meals for her family, even if it was a small gathering. On Thanksgiving in 2004, Janet prepared a large meal at her home for her family to enjoy. Unfortunately, it would be the last thing she ever did. The next day, which was Black Friday, Carly became worried when Janet didn't show up for the Thanksgiving dinner they had planned. Panic struck her when repeated calls were unanswered. She had a gut feeling that something terrible had happened. Growing concerned, she went to her mother's place to check in on her. The garage door of Janet's home was open. Carly unlocked the front door with a key and walked into her mother's home. There, 51-year-old Janet was lying, dead. The turkey was in the oven, which was still running. The conditions of her body, it was apparent that she had been brutally murdered. With a broken heart and tears in her eyes, Carly called the police. The Kokomo Police Department arrived at the house a few minutes later. There was not much evidence to collect from the crime scene. Although some blood was found at the crime scene, it was not enough to build a DNA profile. Police theorized that Janet most likely did not know her attacker, but let them in for some reason. Preliminary reports suggested that a struggle had taken place between Janet and her attacker. From the fact that the food had been left half done, they also concluded that Janet had been dead from the day of Thanksgiving. The murder shocked the close-knit community of Kokomo. No one had any idea who would want to kill a sweet old lady who greeted everybody. The crime scene was not giving away anything either. Although Janet's mourning family wanted nothing more than for her killer to be caught, with a lack of evidence, the investigation was not going anywhere. There were some sightings of a possible killer, as police found out in their investigation. Some neighbors had seen a white vehicle leaving the area at high speed around the time Janet was murdered. Still, the information did not lead the police anywhere. A ray of hope was seen 2 months after the murder when police identified a person of interest. Danny Case, a resident of Peru, had reportedly been going door to door to call for a ride. He seemed like a possible killer after a previous report indicated that Danny had been wanted in Miami County on suspicion of murder. 2 months later, on January 25, 2005, investigators got a big break when Danny ended up being apprehended when he was arrested at Indianapolis International Airport on an outstanding warrant. But before Kokomo detectives could speak to him, he hung himself in his holding cell at the airport. According to Kokomo police, all the evidence pointed towards one man, Danny Case. However, there was insufficient physical evidence linking the deceased man to the crime. For years, people speculated the possibility of Danny being the killer of Janet, without ever coming to a conclusion. Perhaps the case would remain forever in the cold case files, if a witness had not come forward decades later. On January 14, 2022, Kokomo police announced the closure of Janet Yeri's murder case, due to a recent break in the investigation. According to the police, an acquaintance of Danny Case had recently come forward and told investigators that Danny once confessed to him about killing an elderly woman on North Apperson, right where Janet lived. The acquaintance had further said that Donnie knocked on the woman's door, asked about using her phone to call for a ride, and then killed her. In addition to Janet's death, Danny had also reportedly told the acquaintance that he had beaten an elderly man to death in Howard County. In light of this new information, Kokomo County investigators met with Yuri's family regarding the closure of Janet's case. After a lengthy conversation, the family finally agreed to officially close the case with an exceptional clearance due to the suspect being deceased. So after 17 years, this cold case was solved with the perpetrator eluding mortal justice. We understand this is a difficult time for the family, as these conversations open the wounds that the senseless tragedy left with her family. A statement said in the press release, "Our condolences remain with Janet Yeri and her amazing family. We pray for peace for all of you." On the morning of July 15, 1982, a gravedigger found a badly decomposed body of a woman at Cedar Ridge Cemetery in Blairstown, New Jersey. She was lying on her back near a steep bank by a creek. Her face was severely beaten, making it hard to recognize her, and her eye color couldn't be seen. She wore a red shirt and a peasant-style skirt, but no underwear was found. It was difficult to determine if she had been sexually assaulted due to the advanced decay. A gold cross necklace was tangled in her hair, and she wore earrings on her left ear. Red nail polish was on her right hand, but not on the left. There were no surgical scars, birthmarks, or tattoos. Her front 2 teeth were darker than the others. No signs of assault were found. Forensic experts estimated her age to be between 14 and 18, and she had never been pregnant or given birth. The body had been exposed to the elements for days or possibly weeks before it was found. The hot and humid weather conditions made it more difficult for the forensic department to determine the specifics surrounding the time of death, revealed that she had attempted to fight back against the attacker. On January 22, 1983, Jane Doe was given a proper burial. Sadly, though, no family members were present at her funeral as her identity remained a mystery. Moved by the tragic story of this poor young woman, the townspeople donated the cost of the victim's coffin, headstone, and burial plot. Dead among strangers, remembered by all, were the heartbreaking markings on the tombstone. There was a possible sighting of Princess Doe before her murder. In an attempt to find information about this unidentified victim, detailed pictures of her clothing were shared with the public. After seeing images of the clothing in a newspaper, a woman reported to officials that she remembered seeing a girl wearing the same clothing purchasing on July 13, 1982, just 2 days before her body was found. However, like several others, this lead led nowhere. On June 30, 1983, Princess Doe became the first person to be entered into the FBI's National Computerized Unidentified Deceased Files. Through the years, the focus was shifted to many suspects, ranging from local residents to serial killers. However, all of them were eventually cleared, and frustratingly, police were back at square one. For many years, Princess Doe was wrongly thought to be Diane Janice Dye, a missing teenager from San Jose, California, who vanished on July 30, 1979. This theory held court with several law enforcement officials in the state of New Jersey, and who went so far as to declare Diane Dye as Princess Doe in a press conference. However, Lieutenant Eric Krantz, Princess Doe case's original lead investigator, maintained that Diane Dye was not a plausible candidate for Princess Doe's identity. Krantz's insights were backed up by Diane's family and the investigators in California who were disgusted by the conduct of the New Jersey law enforcement. Princess Doe's DNA was compared with a DNA sample from Diane's mother, Patricia, and it was conclusively determined that Diana Dye was not Princess Doe. In 2005, a convicted serial killer named Arthur Kinlaw wrote a letter to the police, expressing his desire to confess to another murder. According to the New York Times, Kinlaw had previously been charged with killing and dumping a girl's body in the East River. In 2005, Kinlaw, whom the police believed had run a prostitution ring in the past, wanted to tell the investigators about a young woman he had murdered in New Jersey. However, Kinlaw's claims couldn't be corroborated by the police due to a lack of substantial evidence at that time. Though investigators had collected DNA evidence from Princess Doe's body, it was only in recent years that they were able to test her earthly remains. In 2007, the body was exhumed, and the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification analyzed the skeletal remains of Princess Doe. In 2012, a composite sketch was made to identify Princess Doe using DNA technologies, but it didn't lead to any new information. Then, in 2021, the Astrea Forensics Lab analyzed DNA from her teeth and eyelashes, and were successfully able to extract DNA from those samples, which were initially thought to be of no value. Indeed, Princess Doe's eyelashes and teeth were the keys to discovering her identity. After the first clue was grasped, other details started filling in. In 2022, investigators were able to finally identify Princess Doe as Dawn Olenek, a 17-year-old Long Island resident. Princess Doe's 40th anniversary was the day marked for the announcement of her identification. Dawn Olenek was born in a Christian home on August 5, 1964 in West Babylon, New York. In 1982, 17-year-old Dawn was a high school junior living with her mother and sister in Bohemia, New York. She left home on June 24, 1982 at her mother's request. The mother wanted Olenek out of the house. The reason why has never been clarified, and she was never seen alive again. Detectives believe that after leaving her home, somewhere, somehow, Dawn had crossed paths with Arthur Kinlaw. Kinlaw then tried to force her into sex work for a prostitution ring that he and his wife Donna ran in Suffolk County, New York throughout the 1980s. When she refused, he killed her in an attempt to get rid of a witness. Following the identification of Princess Doe as Dawn Olenek, Arthur Kinlaw was reconsidered as a suspect and later charged with Olenek's murder. If convicted, he will be facing another life sentence, along with the 2 he is already serving. For 40 years, law enforcement has not given up on Princess Doe. Warren County Prosecutor James Pfeiffer stated in a news conference. He added that science and technology played crucial parts in solving Olenek's murder. Olenek's surviving relatives sat with her photo pinned to their lapels at the press conference. For over 40 years, Dawn had been resting in a grave in the town of Blairstone, New Jersey. Now her family is deciding whether or not she should stay in New Jersey or come home to New York. Whatever their decision might be, investigators are relieved to finally have identified her and given Dawn Olenek her identity back. In the era of DNA advancements, victims deserve much more than a gravestone with no name on it. Hopefully in the future, no family will have to live their lives wondering about their lost loved ones. On July 31, 1960, a school teacher from Las Vegas named Russell Allen was looking for rocks to decorate his garden in a desert area near Congress, Arizona, just off of Old Alamo Road, 1.5 miles from Highway 93. After just a few moments, he stumbled upon something so horrific that would haunt him for decades. In the creek bed of Sandwash, a little girl's mother, badly decomposing, partially buried body was concealed. He wasted no time in notifying the authorities. As local police reached the scene, they found the body wearing a blue blouse and reddish shorts. The adult-sized rubber thong sandals that she was wearing were cut down to fit her feet, and leather straps fastened the sandals. Her perfect set of baby teeth remained intact. Her toenails and fingernails were painted bright red. There were no signs of fractured or broken bones, which ruled out the history of abuse, suggesting that this was a random attack. The remains were, however, charred. Detectives believe that the perpetrator tried to dispose of her body by burning it, but could not entirely accomplish the task. He then changed his plan and buried the body in the desert, but did not do a very good job of that either. An autopsy concluded that the body belonged to a child. The investigators estimated that the little girl was in the age range of 2 to 7 years, with an approximate height of 3 feet 5 inches. She weighed between 50 and 60 pounds. She was Caucasian and had brown hair, but it could have been previously tinted or dyed auburn. However, no one could tell if she had any birthmarks or distinctive spots on her body, due to extreme decomposition and charring. Her cause of death could not be determined, but officials considered this case a homicide based on the circumstances. It was a tragic case all around. Not only did the killer get away, even after such a monstrous act, but nobody even knew who this poor child was. However, people in the nearby Prescott community did their best to honor her. Residents in the nearby central North Arizona community of Prescott raised money for a funeral and even arranged florists. A local mortuary donated its services for the little girl they lovingly dubbed Little Miss Nobody, since nobody came forward to identify her. There was a lot of coverage from the media on this case in the first month of the gruesome discovery, but there were no leads to follow. Although the local sheriff's department continued their search for months, even interrogating every child sex offender in that area, yet nothing ever came of it. The case went cold as every clue turned out to be a dead end. Throughout the years, many desperate families came to the sheriff's department asking if she was their missing child, but none were a match. Then in 2021, the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office, a Texas-based laboratory, to see if advanced DNA testing could help solve the mystery of Little Miss Nobody. Although the preserved evidence was not strong enough for reconstruction and building a DNA profile with improved technology, the lab built a DNA profile that had not been possible in the past. Indeed, the lab returned the identity to authorities in February 2022, and the mystery surrounding a little girl's identity was finally solved after 6 decades. Little Miss Nobody was 4-year-old Sharon Lee Gallegos. She was born on September 6, 1955, with her mother, grandmother, and 6 other relatives. Sharon and her 2 older siblings lived in Alamogordo. She had no contact with her soldier father since he left the family when Sharon was a baby. The Gallegos were not wealthy. The love was unconditional in this tight-knit family. Her loved ones described Sharon as a happy-go-lucky child who loved running errands with her mother and enjoyed playing outside with the neighborhood kids along with her siblings. At approximately 3 p.m. on July 21, 1960, Sharon was kidnapped in an alley near her Virginia Avenue home while playing with her 2 cousins. The eyewitnesses said a couple offered to buy Sharon some candy and clothes in exchange for getting in the car with them. Sharon refused, but was dragged to the vehicle anyway. The car was described as a dark green 1951 or 1952 model Dodge or Plymouth sedan. The man was described as a fair, thin Caucasian with a long nose and sandy-colored straight hair, whereas the witnesses described the woman as a short, stout individual in her 30s. After loading Sharon into the car, the vehicle sped away. Once her cousins told Sharon's mom about what happened, she immediately called the police. Roadblocks were set up in nearby places but failed to apprehend the abductor. Investigators were concerned that Sharon was probably stalked for days or weeks before the abduction, but could not find out the perpetrators. Shockingly, in 1960, Sharon was not considered to be Little Miss Nobody because the remains looked much older than Sharon. This case was always open until the identification of Little Miss Nobody. Sadly, Sharon's parents passed away before the mystery was solved. Regardless, the surviving family members of Sharon were relieved to know that she had been found. Unfortunately, no new information on her killer has surfaced. On June 3, 1993, a trucker stopped to relieve himself on the side of the westbound State Route 152, also known as the Pacheco Pass Highway near Gilroy, California, when something grabbed his attention. It looked like the partially skeletal remains of a human body. After authorities reached the scene, they found a decomposing female body wearing blue jeans and a blue t-shirt with a blue jacket. She had white underwear and white Nike socks with blue stripes. Her brown tennis shoes were also recovered from the scene. After the body was taken to the coroner's office for an autopsy, many details about the victim's description and her murder were revealed. The forensic scientist concluded that the body belonged to a white woman, but she also had Hispanic characteristics. Most likely at the end of May 1993, she featured medium-length brown hair with brown eyes. At about 5 feet 2 inches tall, she weighed around 130 pounds. The 5-inch scar was found on her abdomen, possibly resulting from gallbladder surgery. She also had track marks across her arm indicating drug abuse. The manner of death was ruled a homicide by strangulation, and the body seemed to have been dumped after the murder. Even with all of these details, detectives faced difficulty finding out who this woman was. She did not match any missing persons in the area. No one came forward to claim her, nor could detectives connect any of the evidence to any person. Eventually, they started referring to her as the Blue Pacheco Jane Doe. The case went cold soon after the murder. Then in 2006, Keith Hunter Jesperson, otherwise known as the infamous Happy Face Killer, submitted a letter to the Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office admitting to sexually assaulting and killing an unknown female along the dirt turnout on Highway 152. Between 1990 and 1995, Jesperson strangled 8 women, including prostitutes and transients in several U.S. states, such as California, Florida, Nebraska, Oregon, Washington, and Wyoming. He is currently incarcerated at the Oregon State Penitentiary. He was known as the Happy Face Killer. Due to the happy face drawing, he always included in his letters taunting the police. He claimed he met her at a truck stop on Interstate 5 in Corning, California, and offered her a ride after buying her lunch. During the ride, the woman talked about having relatives in the Sacramento, California area. Jesperson believed she might have been a prostitute. In Williams, California, they engaged in sexual activities, and then he strangled her before driving on toward Gilroy, California. Pacheco passed on Highway 152 and tossed her body off the turnout. Although he mentioned her name being Cindy or Carla, he too had no idea about her true identity. A year after this confession, he pled guilty to her murder and received a life sentence. It was the rarest of situations where authorities had a convict behind bars without identification of the victim. Blue Pacheco Jane Doe remained one of 3 unidentified victims of the happy-faced serial killer for decades. In 2019, detectives from the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office began utilizing the new DNA technology advancements in an attempt to identify Blue Pacheco Jane Doe while partnering with the nonprofit DNA Doe Project. Finally, in April 2022, she was discovered to be Patricia Skipple from Colton, Oregon. Patricia Skipple was born May 29, 1948, and grew up in Colton, Oregon. Patsy, as she preferred to be called, was a mother of 2 and a resident of Oregon. She was described as a gentlewoman who loved her family more than anything. In 1992, she left her home and also the city in the middle of the night after an argument with her husband. She never returned. For years, Patsy's family wondered where she was and if she'd ever come home. It was only after detectives paid a visit to Patsy's family saying that she was identified that they came to know her fate. We can only hope that they heal knowing that justice was served for Patsy. In the late morning hours of June 16, 1974, a man was searching for driftwood with his 2 teenage sons in a condensed wooded area of Singer Island in North Palm Beach, Florida. The trio was combing through the area along the eastern edge of the Intracoastal Waterway, just 2 miles south of Lost Tree Village, when they came across what looked like skeletal remains. Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office investigators soon reached the area to discover a gruesome scene. The remains appeared to be tied to a tree. Amongst the bones, they found mostly deteriorated clothing, including a black knit pullover sweater that was trimmed at the bottom, a gray waistband and long gray sleeves that were capped at the shoulders, and size 5 yellow panties with yellow stripes, which was believed to have originated from a pair of denim high-crop shorts. The partial remains were brought in for examination. The remains were in such bad condition that the medical examiner could not determine the cause of death in the autopsy. Although holes in the sweater indicated gunshot wounds, however, no bullet casing were found at the scene. There were definite signs that animal activity had scattered the remains. The medical examiner concluded that the remains belonged to a white female between the ages of 14 and 25. She weighed approximately 83 to 103 pounds and stood anywhere from 4 feet 11 inches to 5 feet 2 inches. She most likely had blonde hair with a red tint to it. Due to the level of decomposition at the time of her discovery, her eye color could not be determined. Regardless of that, an abstract profile of the victim was created. When media reports first came out, the Singer Island Jane Doe was believed to be Bonnie Robinson, a young girl who had gone missing from Detroit, Michigan. Yet upon further investigation, this theory was ruled out. Over the years, many attempts were made to identify the young girl. Then, in April of 2014, her body was exhumed to collect more physical evidence. In 2015, a DNA profile was developed, but there was no match in Cody's, suggesting that the girl likely had no criminal history. After developing a DNA profile, several other missing women were able to be ruled out through DNA comparison. In 2019, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office prepared a new facial reconstruction of the girl, but no one came forward with any leads. Finally, in December 2021, the DNA was sent to a genealogy lab to comb through genetic databases and try to develop a family tree based on the recovered DNA. In March 2022, the ancestry was successfully traced, leading to the identification of distant relatives of Singer Island Jane Doe. After relentless efforts, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office was able to contact potential family members. Additional DNA testing of surviving family members confirmed Jane Doe's identity as 15-year-old Suzanne Poole. Susan Poole was born February 12, 1957. She lived in a trailer park with her family in Fort Lauderdale. The 15-year-old went missing from Broward County, Florida in December of 1972. Susan was a troubled teen. On many previous occasions, she ran away from home. She often hitched rides with strangers, which was common in those days, so her family was not initially alarmed when she went missing in 1972, believing she had left voluntarily and would soon return home as she normally did. Susan was never heard from or seen again. As decades passed, her family members always wondered whether or not she had left of her own volition. The only possessions Susan left behind were some clothing and her pocketbook, which was later discovered at her friend's home. It would take over 5 decades to put all the clues together to what happened to Susan Poole. The saddest part of this is, despite getting her identity back 50 years after her tragic demise, her parents did not live long enough to see this day. There are still no leads as to who her killer was. On July 10, 1991, the staff of the Whitehall Motel in El Dorado, Arkansas heard a gunshot from room 121. Moments later, a man was seen fleeing the scene with a gun in his hand. While people at the hotel called 911, the man ran to the parking lot and sped away in a car. When police entered the room, they discovered a deceased woman with a gunshot wound to the head. She was between 5 feet 10 inches and 5 feet 11 inches and weighed 162 pounds. The victim was a Caucasian woman between the ages of 18 and 30. She had blue eyes and about 9-inch long brown hair which had been dyed blonde previously. She wore a white t-shirt, acid-wash jeans with a black belt, white tennis shoes with white ankle socks, and a gold-colored chain bracelet on her right arm. As a distinctive identification, she had a birthmark under her left breast. She had freckles, 2 piercings in her left ear, and 3 piercings in her right ear. Bruises were found on her right eye and left wrist, suggesting that she most likely was battered and abused before her death. An identification card was discovered along with the body with the victim's photo and the name Cheryl Anwick. Yet after authorities tracked down the real Cheryl Anwick, who was very much alive, authorities realized the victim was not Cheryl, nor was she Mercedes, Cheryl Kaufman, Kelly Lee Carr, Shannon, or Sharon Wiley, all aliases she used while she was alive. Although police found many of her friends, nobody knew her real identity. Ultimately, she was named the El Dorado Jane Doe. Soon, police apprehended the killer, James McAlphin, the victim's ex-boyfriend and occasional pimp, and charged him with first-degree murder and second-degree battery. Jane Doe met McAlphin shortly after she had moved to Dallas. However, the relationship was rocky from the start and abuse was a constant factor. Throughout her relationship, she was in and out of the emergency room to treat the injuries inflicted by her boyfriend. The situation deteriorated so quickly that even the local police, along with her friends, tried to get her out of the relationship. That effort was successful when in June 1991, Jane Doe left McAlphin despite his repeated threats to kill her. Jane Doe then went to live at a friend's apartment. McAlphin's threats continued after he learned that she was seeing someone else. Jane Doe finally met with McAlphin after he called, promising her money. They set up a meeting at the Whitehall Motel. Her friends warned her not to go, but she went anyway. She said she needed the money to send presents to her children. It was revealed that the argument started right after Jane Doe entered the motel room, where McAlphin was already there waiting for her. She ran out of the door at some point, but he chased her to the parking lot and dragged her back to the room. Moments after a gunshot was heard, McAlphin then fled the scene. McAlphin's version of events was a bit different though. He claimed that she snatched the gun from him and shot herself. He then fled, fearing that he would be blamed. For obvious reasons, the jury did not buy his story. McAlphin ended up accepting a plea deal for second-degree murder and was sentenced to 15 years for the crime. In all of this chaos, one thing remained unchanged: the confusion regarding Jane Doe's identity. Who was she? After McAlphin's arrest, police hoped to unravel the victim's identity, but he declined to reveal anything without money in exchange for information. However, detectives believed that McAlphin had no idea about her true identity since he knew her as Mercedes. A Bible was also found in Doe's possession that contained several names of the Stroud family. When police reached the Stroud family, they were convinced that Jane Doe was not related to this family since they were African American and she was white. However, she had lived with them for some time in mid to late 1990 under the name Cheryl Anwick, a runaway from Louisiana who had just moved there from Minneapolis, Minnesota. A bit more information came to light after the police dug deeper. While staying in Dallas, Jane Doe worked at a local KFC full-time, but occasionally engaged in prostitution to pay her bills. Between 1990 and 1991, she was arrested 4 times for different charges, including prostitution, public lewdness, and writing bad checks, each under the name Cheryl and Wick. Although police had reconstructed some of Jane Doe's movements before her death, unmasking her identity seemed an impossible task considering she told numerous different stories to different people. To some people, she said that she used to be a stripper, was from out of town, and had 2 kids raised by her mother with whom she did not get along. To others, she had said she was in the witness protection program and that her father was in the mafia. Some had heard that she was wanted for bank robberies on the East Coast. There were even rumors of her being on the run for the murder of a truck driver. But none of these could be proven as a fact, and she remained the El Dorado Jane Doe for decades. This case is very bizarre considering, unlike most other Jane Doe cases, authorities had real-life photos of the victim, her killer behind bars, and people knew her before her death. The only puzzle piece missing was her true identity. In 2019, Yolanda McCleary, a genealogy researcher and crime scene investigator, approached local law enforcement with her team to help identify Jane Doe. After several search efforts and DNA profile work, Yolanda and her team were finally able to track down a distant cousin using GEDmatch. From there, they were able to reconstruct a family tree. After more than 30 years in 2022, El Dorado Jane Doe's real identity was finally made known. The woman was identified as Kelly, whose last name is kept hidden to respect her family's privacy. In 1968, Kelly was born in Virginia to a woman named Brenda. She grew up knowing her stepfather as a father figure because her biological father had no idea she even existed. Kelly had 1 younger sister. Soon Brenda divorced her then husband and she remarried 2 more times after that. After 3 failed marriages, Brenda moved to Virginia Beach and Kelly and her sister went to live with her aunt. After about a year, Kelly came back to stay with her mother. At this time, she dropped out of school in 10th grade and began working at a beach jewelry kiosk. By this time, Brenda had developed a drug addiction and a penchant for stealing. In 1986, at the age of 18, she moved to Little Rock. She would spend roughly 3 years in the city, leaving in 1989. Kelly grew closer with her younger sister after moving to Florida in 1989, even briefly moving her sister in with her during her stint in Florida. From there, the 2 sisters went their separate ways when Kelly moved to Virginia in 1990, followed by Texas in 1991. Later that same year, Kelly eventually moved to El Dorado. This is where she spent the rest of her life until her ex-boyfriend murdered her on July 10, 1991. Kelly used several fake names to conceal her identity. Although Brenda did not seem to care about her daughter, the sister tried to find Kelly and always wondered where she was, although nobody formally reported her missing. Despite all the confusion surrounding Kelly's true identity, genetic scientists have once again managed to unravel the mystery. 33-year-old Derek Burdo and his wife, Shanelia Harris Burdo, lived in Forest Hill, North Texas. While they appeared normal to many, their marriage had deep-seated issues. They sought help from Reverend Danny Kirk, senior of Greater Sweet Home Missionary Baptist Church. After counseling, things seemed better, but Derek's mental problems resurfaced. He became paranoid about his wife's whereabouts and grew more aggressive. They returned to the church for help, and Derek received medical treatment. However, his condition worsened. On October 29, 2012, Derek drove his car into the church and attacked Reverend Danny Kirk Sr. with an electric guitar, killing him. Police subdued Derek with stun guns, but he died the same night. Shanelia Harris Burdo revealed that Derek was paranoid and believed he had been drugged. Investigation suggested he had been given PCP, likely by the Reverend. PCP is dangerous due to its adverse effects on behavior and perception. PCP is a hallucinogenic drug that causes mood disorders, paranoia, hostility, and physical and unimaginable. Electric guitar became a tool and weapon to kill a person. But this next one brings an unassuming terror all its own. In Northwest Florida, there lived a couple, Monica Gooden and Darius Johnson. They were in their early 20s and were nearly in a good relationship. They even had a baby who had died prematurely. And like the baby, the bond between the couple was dying too. Over a period of time, Darius felt a sense of pestering from Monica's behavior. She would often control him and say no to things he liked. Then came a day when Darius had it all. On Sunday, March 31st, 2013, Darius picked up his Xbox 360 console and killed his partner Monica Gooden at home in the 2200 block of Northwest 55th Terrace in Florida. Monica's body was discovered after he was caught attacking another woman, Geraldine Price, at a nearby apartment in Lauderhill. The cops found a bloody Xbox console and 3 knives near the body. From then on, the case got interesting. When the cops intervened, he said that killing someone born under Taurus's astrological sign was the only way to set his soul free. Wasn't even a Taurus. It was clear that Darius had mental health issues and wouldn't act on curing himself. A lot of it stems from that which resulted in the brutal death of his partner Monica Gooden. Darius was charged with burglary, double murder and assault and was sentenced to life in prison. From a console being a deadly weapon, we now move on to the next unusual weapon that caused a lot of trouble. For a family, Darnell Alvarez and Daviana Blake were married in their 20s and they had a son. The family was small, but the plans weren't. To the rest of the neighborhood, they seemed like a normal family. But that wasn't the case at all. It was clear in the family that the patriarch was the one to discipline. Whatever he said would be the last word, and that got toxic within the family. And it caught on early. In 2013, Darnell Alvarez of Phoenix, Arizona, beat his 2-year-old son with a belt as his mother Daviana Blake failed to act, fearing Child Protective Services. What could the little kid have done to deserve such a gruesome fate? The 2-year-old wet his bed and was getting disciplined for that. That, of course, wasn't the only time. He was hit twice in the morning for wetting his bed, twice in the afternoon for defecating in his underwear, and later in the evening, which resulted in his death. The boy had bruises from the beating he got, which led to internal bleeding and a lacerated liver. On interrogation, the wife, Daviana Blake, said that she didn't intervene because she didn't want to upset her husband. Her parents were set to jail for child abuse and first-degree murder. And if you think filicide has only one face, wait for the next one, where a baby was choked. Sheena Arnold was born on March 29, 1980, and had a criminal past. There were a series of incidents that followed the act of filicide. She was convicted of abduction in 2000 and of forgery in 2002. China Arnold moved in with her boyfriend, Tyrell Talley, in Dayton, Ohio. They were living partners. In their 20s, they had children, and Paris Talley was one of them, born in August 2005. But there was a problem. Tyrell Talley wasn't ready to take responsibility for the child. He also refused to believe that he was the father of the child. Tyrell Talley was an infidel in the relationship he had with China. China Arnold knew of this and later took the life of the infant. On August 29, 2005, when China was intoxicated, she placed her baby in the microwave for over 2 minutes when her boyfriend wasn't at home. The baby had died due to a high temperature. The baby had no external injuries but did have internal ones. The baby was taken to the hospital and was pronounced dead. This act of filicide not only devastated the family, but many others living within the vicinity. What was more troubling was that the father of the child was ready to blame the neighbor's kid for the said act. It was still hard to digest what these parents subjected their children to. China Arnold is currently serving a life sentence. An unusual case and an unusual weapon that destroyed an infant's life. This next weapon is as bizarre as the case. In April 2006, 29-year-old Patricia Ann McCullum was killed at Ravenwood Apartments on Old Kings Road. The killer was 61-year-old Jimmy Hackley. But how did he do it? It was his sweatpants through which he strangled the lady so vigorously that the blood vessels in her eyes burst. It took some time for the 61-year-old to do the act, but somehow he managed to do it. Jimmy tied Patricia up with a pair of pajamas and choked her with sweatpants. Before the murder, he had called Patricia several times, and that was how the investigators could connect him to the case. Moreover, Jimmy's relative also testified that Jimmy had shown up at his apartment looking distraught and asking for a ride out of town. The police found DNA evidence at the crime scene, which later resulted in the arrest of Jimmy Hackley. Jimmy now faces a life sentence. From sweatpants being a weapon of strangulation, we now move on to socks, which became a crucial part of the murder. Joanna Yates was a landscape architect from Hampshire, England, who lived with her partner in a large house in Bristol, England. She was really good at her profession and had many projects to her name. And to celebrate her success, she went out with her colleagues on the 17th of December 2010. And after that night, she had gone missing. There were many media reports and rumors around this case as it was heavily televised for the masses. After 9 days of searching, on December 25, 2010, the police found the body in Phelan. The landlord, Christopher Jeffries, was arrested and later released, but was vilified by the media. It was heavy duty for the cops as there was media pressure, public pressure, and a lack of willingness in their act. There was another man, an occupant of the third flat in the same building, Vincent Tabak, a 32-year-old architectural engineer. He was arrested on January 20, 2011. After 2 days, he was charged with the murder of Joanna Yates. The prosecution had enough evidence to prove that Tabak was the murderer, and his trial started on October 4, 2011. Everyone had one question in mind: what exactly went down? Tabak killed Joanna in her apartment within minutes of her arrival. Tabak was tall, so he used all of his strength and might on her, forcing himself by pinning her down. He later dumped her body in Phelan, North Somerset, England, which the cops found on the 25th of December 2010. Tabak's DNA was found on the back of her knees, and he was sentenced to life in prison. All this time, the media had a major role to play. They became the outlet for the said crime, and many viewers were subjected to voyeurism. Come into the picture. Tabak used the sock that she wore to suffocate her and then strangle her. He later kept the sock with himself while the media trial was going on, up until his arrest. A sock took the life of a talented woman. But there are more unusual weapons on the list. Edward Benson and Katie Benson were an old married couple in their 60s. They had a normal family with 7 children and grandchildren who looked after them, but they preferred to live alone in West Milton, Ohio. The couple was in a stage of life where they were content, but that wasn't the case in its entirety. In the early hours of May 22, 1991, Katie Benson was beaten with a banjo in the head, and the second one was used after the first was destroyed by her husband, Edward Benson. Edward was charged with aggravated murder and was being held in the Miami County Jail. Katie Benson suffered massive injuries and later died while on the way to the hospital. It was a gruesome act by a family man. He was a banjo player in the Blue Cross Band. There were no concrete reasons as to why Edward would hit Katie. There was no history of domestic violence, only that they lived alone and the neighbors were well aware of them. The banjo made the act gruesome, and with the next weapon, it is quite horrific. The use of toilet lids as a weapon of murder has been a tool for film directors to show anger wrapped in violence for the characters of mob bosses. But in this case, it isn't the tool of cinema nor the tool of anger. It is rather bloody. In 2006, Marvin Joseph Hill, a 49-year-old pizza delivery man, used a stun gun to disable the 29-year-old Christina Jeanette Eubanks when she turned down his sexual advances. He then assaulted and murdered her by bashing her head repeatedly with the lid of her toilet seat. While on trial, he said that he dragged her from her apartment using a dog leash around her neck in Fort Sanders, Knoxville, Tennessee, and then dumped her body wrapped in a carpet in North Knoxville Creek. Marvin was sentenced to life in prison. From the toilet lid, we now move on to a pickle jar being used as a weapon. Daniel Cover Basic was 12 when a 55-year-old man, Dwayne Hurley, approached him to take care of his dog while he ran an errand. Little did the 12-year-old know that it was the beginning of his grooming session. The parents were concerned at first, but when they found nothing on the 55-year-old, they let their son spend time with him. To their surprise, Dwayne Hurley offered to help the family when they were in a slump. The parents were extremely shocked to discover that on January 20, 2010, Dwayne Hurley was murdered in their very home by their son. Daniel Cover Basic smashed a pickle jar on the head of Dwayne Hurley and stabbed him 55 times until his knife broke. The victim was seen in a storm of anger. It was later found that the 55-year-old had been sodomizing the 12-year-old for a while. Dwayne Hurley was a pedophile, and the officials found child pornographic material on his computer. Daniel was sent to house arrest and was later released. After the deadly use of the pickle jar, we now move to a crucifix as an unusual weapon. Karen Walsh was a 45-year-old pharmacist in Newry. She was well-to-do and had a 2-year-old son. Marie Rankin was an 81-year-old Catholic living in Newry. She was Orthodox. They would often cross paths, exchanging pleasantries with each other. Marie Rankin would often tell Karen to be responsible and make an effort to take care of her child. Karen couldn't take the constant nagging that Marie passed on. On Christmas Day in Newry, Marie Rankin was beaten with a crucifix and was sexually assaulted. That day, Karen was drunk and angry. She lashed out at her with a crucifix that had been given as a wedding gift to Marie Rankin. The degradation further extended to Karen removing Marie's clothes and sexually abusing her. In the court of trial, Karen Walsh showed no remorse for the incident, and neither did she explain the reason for the said crime. It is hard to imagine how humans can extend their thoughts and act as evil as they can. The next weapon is a jump rope, which makes it even worse as a weapon of murder. In the Bronx lived a 5-year-old girl, Monique Fulgham, with her grandmother, mother, aunt, 4 siblings, and several other cousins. It was a joint family of mostly women in a building on the 7th floor, and it was all good until a sad day arrived. The 5-year-old girl was strangled, assaulted, and later hanged using the jump rope in her bedroom. All of the aforementioned crimes were committed in an empty house on the 7th floor where there were no men present in the apartment at the time. It was 6 in the evening when the baby's grandmother discovered the grisly body of her granddaughter hanging unconscious from the closet door. The 5-year-old was found dead while she was being taken to the hospital. The case is still unsolved. As gruesome as it can get, the next choice of weapon is a frying pan. Nora Peterson lived with her partner Michael Mielczarek, an Elgin. The couple was well-to-do and had a pretty good relationship. As easy as it seemed on the surface, the couple would often argue over petty things. And one fine day, Nora Peterson struck her boyfriend with a frying pan over an argument that the couple have had. She hit him multiple times in the head. After the hit, he fell and then stopped breathing. Nora herself called the cops, and the scenario was then explained. It was later discovered that her boyfriend was hit with several other things. Nora was sentenced to jail for 22 years or first-degree murder. After the frying pan is used to kill, there is the fireplace poker, which acts as this tool of murder. In 2013, a burglar broke into a farmhouse to steal valuables, and when he was caught, he used the fireplace poker to hit the owner of the house. His intention to steal was fulfilled, but his unintentional killing led him to kill the other 2. Meet Jaron Custer, who was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and burglary. After killing the owner of the farmhouse, he waited and killed the other 2 siblings later that evening. The bodies of Dean, Gary, and Chloe were all found by the police. The 2 brothers had multiple blunt force traumas to the neck and head, while Chloe had multiple blunt force traumas to the head along with stab wounds. He was sentenced to life in prison. And now we move to the last murder weapon on this list, which already seems deadly. Esteban Castillo and William Vasconello were good friends living in New Jersey. They would often work out and talk about life beyond being bodybuilders. But one fine day, Esteban Castillo was in a heated argument with William in his apartment in Paterson, New Jersey. Esteban used a 25-pound metal dumbbell and hit his friend multiple times until he died. He was charged with aggravated manslaughter. Esteban Castillo faces 15 years in prison, and to this day it is unclear what they were arguing about. A friend, a baby, a son, and a relative were all lost in these cases, and the choice of weapons used was all in proximity. Caledonia Charter Township, located in Kent County, Michigan, has a history dating back to its organization as a survey township in 1838. Situated about 10 miles southeast of Grand Rapids, it's part of the Grand Rapids metropolitan area. However, this seemingly normal location became the backdrop for a grim series of events. Sharon Gross, born to Jacob and Lois Gross, initially led a typical life. She got married, had 2 children, but eventually separated from her spouse due to differences. Struggling with loneliness after the separation, Sharon turned to drugs for comfort. Despite wanting to quit, her addiction pushed her into sex work to sustain herself and her drug habit. One late night on October 2nd, 1996, Sharon found herself in a troubling situation. The following day, October 3rd, 1996, a delivery person stumbled upon a body wrapped in a carpet during their regular rounds. They promptly informed Kent County officials. Kent County deputies reached 76th Street, southeast between Patterson and Craft Avenue and Caledonia Township, where they located a deceased female. The woman was 29 years old when this incident occurred, and her name was Sharon K. Hammock. She was sexually assaulted, strangled, stabbed twice in the head, hogtied, and dumped on the side of a highway. The assailant assaulted the victim, leaving DNA vaginally and rectally, as well as other items including a rope that was used to hogtie the victim. Sharon was a mother of 2 and 4 months pregnant when she was killed. This murder was one of the 12 grand rapid murder sprees in 1994. Although the police gathered all the DNA evidence present on the victim, they couldn't find the assailant due to a lack of resources and technology, and soon this case would turn cold. A string of crimes happened on the highways connecting the US, Canada, and Mexico borders over the years. There were over 500 murders along the highways of these countries, and over 200 possible suspects. These strings would also connect human trafficking that occurred across the states. The possibility of suspects being long-haul truck drivers was high due to the multi-jurisdictional nature of these heinous crimes. In 2006, Maryland State Police were investigating the homicide of a woman who was assaulted and stabbed to death. The assailant left DNA in that victim's body as well. The Highway Patrol has been heightened over the years due to the increasing number of crimes on the highways, and the murderer was very similar to that of Sharon's. Even after increased patrol by the police, they were still not able to get their hands on the murderer until 2022. On August 16, 2022, there was a regular traffic arrest of a man named Gary Artman. When police ran a check on his ID, they found that he was arrested in 1982 for a sex crime. He spent 10 years in jail in Michigan and was released in 1992. So the Mississippi Highway Patrol put him in custody and contacted the Kent County Sheriff's Office in Michigan. They verified his DNA with the crimes that occurred on the highway with the help of the Forest County Sheriff's Office in Mississippi, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office in Alabama, the Columbia County Sheriff's Office in Florida, the Michigan State Police Crime Lab, the Kent County Prosecutor's Office, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. Using IgG, they were able to check that the DNA of the perpetrator found in the Maryland case in 2006 and Sharon K. Hammock's case in 1996 was from the same person. IgG showed a family tree of that DNA sequence, which included Gary Dean Artman, and his previous record showed that he worked and lived in Michigan when Hammock was killed. Further investigations revealed that shortly before the homicide, the victim was in Ontario, California, and it was found that around the same time, Gary Dean Artman was within 20 miles of Ontario, California when he was cited by local authorities. All of these clues added up to the arrest of Gary Dean Artman after 26 years, who is now being held in the Forest County Sheriff's Office in Mississippi. The Kent County Sheriff's Office is trying to extradite Gary Dean Artman to Michigan, but the extradition is still in progress. The 26-year-old cold case is now finally solved with the help of technology and diligent police officers, who never gave up on cold cases by showing trust with the families that lost a loved one. On August 18, 2022, one of Sharon's case detectives knocked on Terry Nowitzka's, Sharon's sisters, door and Walker. The investigator wanted to make sure that the family learned of the arrest first. He had also gotten on the phone with one of Sharon's other sisters, Tina DeYoung. DeYoung was stunned. "It's just a flood of emotion," she told the police. "I'm happy, but I'm sad too." DeYoung said the news brought up the pain of losing her sister all over again, but she is grateful to the Kent County Sheriff's Department for never forgetting about her sister. Unfortunately, Sharon's parents, Jacob and Lois Gross, were both deceased before justice was served. "Mama, we got justice for her," DeYoung said Thursday night, looking up toward the sky. "I'm sorry it didn't happen before the good Lord took you, but justice will be served. You can celebrate with her up there." Police had been working on an in-depth examination of the 1990 murders and spoke with Terry Nowitzkas in mid-May. "We would love to know who did this to her. It wasn't right for any of the girls to have done this to them. Just terrible," Terry said tearfully. "Sharon was a loving sister, a loving daughter, and a loving mother to 2 children. And we miss her so badly. She was a loving sister, a loving daughter, and a loving mother." Terry said her sister was 3 to 4 months pregnant when she was killed. "So there's a baby we don't even know about," she said. "Sharon wanted everything out of life for her children. I don't know who she got hooked up with on drugs. When she first got into it, she wanted to get clean for her children, but then she got so far into crack that it took her downhill. It was just terrible to see her on the streets. I hated seeing her there." Finally, Sharon's family could now feel peace after the murderer was brought to justice. And indeed, Sharon Hammock was not the only sex worker to have gone missing and eventually been found dead in Michigan during the 1990s. Incredibly, she was the 9th of 12 killed during that decade in the Grand Rapids area. According to Wood TV, the majority had addiction issues and were engaging in sex work as a result, which was more likely to put them in harm's way with a dangerous predator on the loose. By the time they were discovered, most of the bodies were skeletal, which led to issues collecting forensic evidence. The first was 25-year-old Lisa Ottberg, who was discovered in 1994, while the final victim, known as 29-year-old Victoria Moore, in 1996. The LA Times reported in 1996 that a task force had been set up that involved officers from around the region meeting in the basement of the Grand Rapids Police Department to investigate the murders. They believed that most had been targeted as they worked the so-called Sin Strip in Grand Rapids, a north-south artery that incorporated the red light district at the time, while many also had links to a women's refuge called Rose Haven. Director of the organization, Brenda Delecky, told the newspaper at the time, "Someone has a hook out there that is drawing just about anyone in. I'd be really surprised if it wasn't a serial killer. It's too much to be a coincidence." Task Force spokeswoman, Lieutenant Carol Price, commented in response, "We're not denying that it's a possibility, but we don't concentrate on that theory to the exclusion of others. There were never charges in any of the cases, but investigators are now looking into the possibility that Artman might have killed not just Sharon, but also the other sex workers in Grand Rapids, and that he committed similar crimes in other states like Maryland too. If he did use his transient lifestyle as a trucker to abduct and murder vulnerable women, it might be that many more families left wondering what happened to their loved ones are about to get the answers they have been seeking for so long. However, we must not forget to mention the technologies used to capture Gary Dean Artman. This case shows that no matter how anyone tries to escape the consequences of his or her actions, they will come back full circle. Could this be called karma? What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Peterborough is a well-known cathedral city with a Gothic facade located in Cambridgeshire. England, sitting on the banks of the Neme River, this city has a rich history that goes back to the 13th century. This is where this sad tale took place. Ricky Lee Harvey was born March 4th, 1988 in Peterborough, England, to parents Trevor Harvey and Ruth Neve. The couple separated when Ricky was just 3 years old. Trevor had very little involvement in his child's life after the divorce. Ruth went on to marry a man named Dean Neve, who then officially adopted Ricky, thus changing his name to Ricky Neve. However, the marriage was not smooth and Dean rarely stayed at home. In 1994, 6-year-old Ricky was living with his mother and 2 younger sisters, Rochelle and Sheridan. By many accounts, the home was unfit for young children. Allegedly, Ruth was extremely abusive towards her children, which included physical beatings and starvation. Social services were regular visitors to that home and previously placed Ricky's 8-year-old big sister Rebecca up for adoption. Ricky was also put on the at-risk register, but was, for some reason, allowed to stay with his mother. Ruth herself grew up in an abusive home and then in foster care for most of her childhood. At a very young age, she developed an addiction to drugs which continued on for most of her adult life. Although Ruth blamed Ricky for her husband's absence and punished him harshly on many occasions, Ricky never lost his caring side. He would bathe, feed, and take care of his younger sisters when their mother neglected them. Despite all of the hardships, Ricky was growing up to be a bright, emphatic, and caring person. That is, until his life was tragically cut short at the tender age of 6. On November 28, 1994, around 9:30 a.m., he left his home on the Welland Estate in Peterborough and headed for school. He was never seen alive again. When the young boy failed to return home from school that fateful day, Ruth called 999 around 6 p.m. to report her son missing. Sadly, the next day, Ricky's nude body was discovered in a wooded area on the fringe of the estate, just 5 minutes away from his home. It was a place where he often came to play with his friends. His body was posed in the shape of a star. He was laying on his back and his arms were outstretched and his legs were spread wide. The position of his limbs were eerily symmetrical, leading investigators to believe it was some kind of a sacrifice or ritual killing. There was no sign of his clothing, but a single small white shirt button was laying just 18 inches away from his left hand. Ligature marks on the front of his neck were seemingly caused by the zipper on his coat, which indicated that the attack was most likely launched from behind, and the weapon had been his own coat. The post-mortem report of Ricky showed he was indeed strangled to death. November 29, 1994, Ricky's clothes were found in a trash bin, 150 yards from the murder scene. There, police would find his school uniform, which included a white shirt, a blue coat, and gray trousers. 3 top buttons from the shirt were missing. His black school shoes were also there with their laces still tied. The mud on his shoes indicated that he had walked into the woods and never came out again. In the right-hand pocket of the jacket were 2 small plastic toys and some cards. With her prolonged history of abuse, Ruth stood out as a prime suspect in her son's murder investigation. Although no physical evidence that connected Ruth to the crime was discovered at the crime scene, authorities found some questionable items in the house. They found several books on the occult, magic, and even devil worship. Additionally, they found a book containing a picture of the famous drawing of Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. Investigators at the time believed that in one of its forms, the posture in the picture resembled the pose in which Ricky's naked body was found. They speculated that Ruth had probably killed her son as a sacrifice to win back her husband, without any other suspects in sight. In 1995, police arrested Ruth on suspicion of killing her own son. Ruth repeatedly denied the accusations, but nobody paid heed to her words. On January 9, 1995, Ruth was arrested on the charge of killing her own 6-year-old son. Her trial began in October 1996. This case garnered massive attention from the media in the UK. After all, it was a heinous crime allegedly committed by a mother upon her own flesh and blood, the ultimate sin that a mother can commit. Media had already branded her as evil, and it was obvious whom the public considered responsible for the murder, and they were desperate to see her punished. Still, there was no physical evidence that put her at the scene of the crime. Despite this, the prosecution tried to show her as an abusive mother who sacrificed her son to fulfill her sick desires. The defense tried their best to focus on the physical evidence. During the trial, police officer Robert McNeil testified that on the day Ricky was reported missing, he searched the area but did not find Ricky's body. He believed Ricky was killed in another location and later moved to where his body was eventually found. This meant that Ruth would have been with the police when the moving of the body had to have occurred. The judge told the jury that if they believed the officer, they had to believe Ruth was innocent because the timeline did not add up if the two theories were combined. After hearing all the evidence, a jury at Northampton Crown Court acquitted Ruth Meave of murdering her son, Ricky. She did, however, plead guilty to child cruelty charges and was sentenced to 7 years of imprisonment. She was released from prison in 2000. From the start, she has always maintained that she was coerced into pleading guilty. Whatever the truth was, as time passed, without any leads to chase, Ricky Neave's murder case would lay dormant for years. After being released from prison, Ruth moved to Cambridgeshire. There she met a man named Gary Roger, whom she later married. Her 2 younger children were taken from her custody after her conviction and later adopted by 2 separate families. They had little to no contact with Ruth afterward. In 2014, Ruth started campaigning to reopen the case and urged authorities to find her son's killer. Eventually, detectives decided to review the case, which has been regarded as one of the most high-profile cold cases in the UK. Was determined to review all the evidence available from the original investigation in the hopes of finding new clues considering new enhanced forensic developments. Detectives found that the trash bin where Ricky's clothes were discovered had never been tested for additional evidence and was not even preserved for later use. However, DNA samples were collected from items of clothing in 1994, but the technology was not sufficiently advanced to provide a DNA match. That DNA was sent to the forensic lab to be reanalyzed using modern techniques. When the results came back, there was a match. They finally had a new suspect, James Watson. The DNA was present in the database because of an arson attack at a British transport police station in 2008. In fact, he was a serial offender who often committed crimes for the thrill of it. Unbelievably, James Watson had been questioned during the initial investigation as a witness after another eyewitness gave information about seeing Watson with Ricky. During questioning, the then 13-year-old Watson stated that on the day that Ricky went missing, he saw Ricky around the middle of the day. He claimed that he had skipped school that day to visit his father, and despite not knowing Ricky, he had a brief exchange with him when little Ricky made the offhanded comment, "That's a big tractor, isn't it?" To which Watson replied, "That's not a tractor, that's a digger." However, he claimed to have never seen the boy again. Notably, in this whole ordeal, he never mentioned having physical contact with the 6-year-old schoolboy on the day of his disappearance. James Watson was born on April 1, 1981 in Welland Estate, England. Due to his unstable home condition, he was sent to a children's home early on in life. His father, James Watson Sr., was arrested and imprisoned for some unspecified charges. Watson never got along with his father anyway. Due to the constant abuse he received from him, he was doing well in the care of his foster mother until she got scared after seeing a shotgun in his hand, realizing that Watson was too much to handle. She arranged to send him away to Woodgate's Children's Home, just 20 miles from Peterborough. By 1993, the social services regarded him as a vulnerable child. That same year, he was accused of touching a 5-year-old boy inappropriately, but denied the allegations and no further action was taken. In 1994, 13-year-old Watson was still living in Woodgate Children's Home, near Ricky's house. In the coming years, he would rack up a lengthy list of strange behaviors and run-ins with authorities throughout his childhood and into adulthood. By the age of 13, he fantasized about strangling a kid, and even told his mother he had heard a news report on the radio about a boy being found strangled. This was just a few days prior to Ricky's murder. His mother simply said she hadn't heard about it and dismissed the incident. In January 1995, while at the children's home, Watson stole track signal detonators that give off a loud noise and laid them on a railway line. Watson later explained how much fun he had doing it, and he delighted in the notoriety. In August 2005, he stole police uniforms, important police equipment, and car keys from a police station and left them in a car. While asked to explain the reasoning, he said that a majority of his crimes had been to get arrested when his life was not going as planned. Then, for years later in January 2009, Watson again broke into a British transport police station and stole some items. He then set fire to the property store before absconding on a bicycle. Over the years, Watson had been responsible for countless burglaries, theft, and other criminal activities. But the string of offenses doesn't just end with stealing, burglarizing, or even arson attacks. Deep inside, Watson possessed 6 sexual desires, which would showcase their symptoms from an early age. Watson's former girlfriend met him when he was just 15. Despite Watson identifying as gay, he formed a relationship with her. She described her horrible experience with him, saying that he used to bring a survival kit, which included a knife, when they went into the woods for sex. She added that towards the end, he would firmly hold her neck and try to choke her during intercourse, leaving marks on her throat. He became more and more forceful as time went on, almost reaching the point of strangulation. The manager of the children's home, where Watson was living between 1994 and 1995, found catalog magazines under his bed that had pictures of babies and toddlers, mostly wearing underwear. He also possessed an unhealthy interest in animals, which often resulted in the death of poor creatures. Despite having such a troublesome past, in all those years, authorities never set their focus on James Watson as a possible suspect for Ricky's murder until DNA evidence pointed to him. When detectives confronted Watson about the DNA on Ricky's clothes, he tried to explain the situation, saying he had picked Ricky up to help him see over a wooden fence at some diggers on a construction site, a detail that he conveniently forgot to mention in his original statement in 1994. However, investigators found that the fence was built years later and had not been there during the time of Ricky Neve's murder, further implicating Watson with his own lies. Although this is the evidence that, along with DNA, ultimately sealed his fate. Investigators started putting other pieces together in order to build a strong case. They found that after Ricky's murder, Watson kept newspaper clippings about the case and made numerous copies of them, probably fascinated and excited by his own actions. In April 2016, James Watson was arrested on suspicion of murder. He was later released on police bail and was sent to a bail hostel, which is an approved premises run by probation or volunteer services. He left the UK with a bail hostel companion to escape justice. He first traveled to Rotterdam, then France, and over the Pyrenees to Portugal. During this time, there are multiple pictures of him lounging on the beach, seemingly without a care in the world. From France, he contacted his sister, Claire Perna, who contacted the authorities. Eventually, he was arrested near the British Embassy in Lisbon. His trial began in January 2022 and lasted 11 weeks. During the trial, a heap of evidence was presented to the jury. The DNA evidence, his constant lies, the copied newspaper clippings, mud on the shoe, all pointing towards Watson. It was also argued by the prosecution that undigested food in Ricky's stomach suggested that he had been murdered within 2 hours of leaving home, around the time when the witness had seen Watson with Ricky. Finally, the jury found James Watson guilty on the murder of Ricky Neve, ending a 27-year mystery after 36 hours of deliberation. In late June 2022, he was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 15 years. The sentence reflected the fact that he was only 13 years of age when he committed the heinous crime. Ricky's mom Ruth has branded him pure evil, describing how the young boy's murder tore her family apart. Ricky's sister Rochelle said that the verdict was a victory and justice had finally been served after years. She was the one who successfully challenged the decision when prosecutors felt there was insufficient evidence to prosecute. She was part of a victim's right to review to get the decision reversed. Although in the end justice was served, the case is tragic in so many ways. A sweet young boy with a cheeky smile was brutally murdered by another child after suffering years of abuse at the hands of his own mother. The social services failed both boys. Everyone failed them. We can only find solace in the fact that James Watson will no longer be able to hurt anyone else. Our story unfolds in Brighton, New York, a charming suburban town nestled in Monroe County, near the southeastern border of Rochester. In 1952, Kathleen Schlosser entered the world into a blue-collar family in Mount Clemens, Michigan. Known as Kathy, she grew up amidst 6 siblings, characterized as a lively and affable blonde who was popular at her Michigan high school. It was there that she crossed paths with a boy who would profoundly impact her life. James Krausneck, a reserved, amiable, and athletic lad from a prominent local family, was just a year older. However, their romance didn't blossom until they both attended Western Michigan University. Despite their differing personalities and family backgrounds, love bloomed between them. They tied the knot in May 1974 in a church in Mount Clemens. By 1975, armed with Kathy's bachelor's degree and James's master's, the couple embarked on a new chapter, relocating to Fort Collins, Colorado. There, James would begin studying for his PhD at Colorado State. Although Kathy suffered a miscarriage, shortly after moving, she would give birth to the couple's only child, Sarah, a few years later. Jim finished his doctoral dissertation and began teaching at Lynchburg College in Virginia. He was known as Dr. Krausneck at Lynchburg, although he had never actually received his doctoral degree. His dissertation had been returned for revisions, and Jim never bothered to resubmit his work. Kathy urged him to find a more lucrative line of work in order to provide a better lifestyle for the family, yet he was very reluctant to do so, most likely because he knew he didn't have the credentials needed. Desperate, he pressed for a salary increase, but his request was denied. Finally, he accepted the role of economist at Kodak and became part of the Kodak family in Kodak's heyday when it employed about 60,000 people. With the new high-paying job and some financial help from James' parents, the Krausenecks bought a new home on Del Rio Drive in the Rochester suburb of Brighton, New York, near the Kodak headquarters. After moving to the new house, Kathy enrolled Sarah in Queen of Peace Nursery School near their home and made a few friends there. She also enrolled Sarah in dance class. Although Kathy felt somewhat isolated at home during James' long work hours and Sarah's classes, she never complained. By early 1982, they had all the makings of the American dream. An adorable 3-year-old daughter, Sarah, a well-maintained house in the suburbs, and James' new high-paying job as an economist at Eastman Kodak. Nonetheless, trouble was still looming over their heads. Kodak officials were skeptical about James's PhD, as he delayed providing evidence of the degree he received. This, combined with other work pressure, made him distant from home. Kathy told friends that he would often come home from work angry and short-tempered. The couple had been having troubles for some time. Kathy was reportedly distraught because he lied about finishing his PhD. This had been the cause of much of the turmoil in their relationship. She had even discussed taking Sarah and going back to their hometown. However, no domestic violence was ever reported. Sadly, tragedy would soon strike the Krauseneck family. On the morning of February 19, 1982, just 6 months after moving into the new house, officers of the Brighton Police Department responded to a 911 call made. James Krauseneck came back home from his work to find his 29-year-old wife, Kathy's lifeless body, huddled in bed in a bedroom upstairs while their 3.5-year-old daughter, Sarah, stared out of the window. After entering the house, the officers stepped into a gruesome crime scene in the master bedroom. Kathy was lying in a pool of blood in her own bed with a long-handled axe embedded in her skull. The murder weapon was taken from the couple's garage, which was unlocked. Sarah was home with her mother all day, but wasn't harmed in any way. When police questioned James about his whereabouts that day, he explained that his wife and daughter were sleeping peacefully when he left for work at around 6:30 a.m. that morning. He stated that he returned home at 5 p.m. Upon discovering his wife's body, he claimed he grabbed his daughter and got out of the house, running to a neighbor's house to call for help. When young Sarah was questioned, she said she saw a bad man, but her father refused to let her talk to the investigators any further. Not many clues were left of the crime scene. There were signs of a burglary, but the investigators felt that there was something off about the scene. A window was discovered broken. Some silver and jewelry were neatly arranged both upstairs and downstairs, as if left behind by the burglar. On the dining room floor, 2 candelabra and a silver tea set had been placed upright near a plastic bag. A screwdriver was found lying on the stairs. Kathy's purse lay in the dining room with the contents scattered. The family dog had been locked away in the basement of the home. Interestingly, no items were stolen from the house, leading the investigators to believe that the burglary was staged. The medical examiner ruled that Kathy died from a single axe blow to the head and the brain while Kathy had been asleep. The handle of the axe had been wiped clean. The time of death was believed to be between 6:55 a.m. and 8:55 a.m., which ruled out Kathy's husband James as a suspect. This case became known in the media as the Brighton Axe murder. In the initial investigation, one suspect considered by investigators was the convicted killer and sex offender Ed Larrabee, who lived near the couple's home at the time. In fact, in 2014, when he was in prison for an unrelated murder, Larrabee confessed to killing Kathy Krauseneck. However, the details he shared weren't consistent with the evidence. He said the murder occurred during the summer of 1981, when in reality, it was the winter of 1982. Apparently, Larrabee was a reputed serial confessor who falsely confessed to several crimes that he did not commit in order to gain notoriety. Some of the supposed victims he had claimed to have murdered were in fact still alive. Investigators were short of physical or circumstantial evidence to link anyone to the crime. Despite tireless efforts from the investigators, the Brighton axe murder remained unsolved for many years. Just a day after Kathy's passing, James went back to MT Clemens with Sarah without even informing Sarah's family. Sarah would not have any contact with her maternal family in the following years. 4 years after the gruesome murder in 1986, James remarried. However, it only lasted 9 months. Although James claimed that he had remarried in order for Sarah to have a mother, his second wife believed that James had ended the marriage after he felt a close bond developing between his new wife and Sarah. As the 1990s progressed, James remarried twice after he had moved to Washington. He joined a subsidiary of Weyerhaeuser. He climbed the corporate ladder and worked in California and Georgia before he was promoted to vice president of sales at the company's headquarters in Washington. Even though James had an early divorce from his third wife, he and his fourth wife, Sharon, seemed to have a good marriage and led a luxurious life. They bought a 4-bedroom French country house in Gig Harbor near Tacoma. Meanwhile, Sarah moved to Texas and started her own family. She was always in close contact with her father and stepmother. As years passed, not much progress was made in the case until District Attorney Sandra Dorley and her team started taking a closer look in 2015. They began rummaging for evidence that might have been missed previously. Amongst the evidence was a thin, blue fiber made of glass that came from a shattered window of the house. Dorley tried to match it to a previously untested blue knee sock found in the house. After extensive testing yielded no DNA from a source outside of the home, the idea of an outside killer was pretty much blown out of the water. Sandra and her team zeroed in on one possible suspect, Kathy's husband, James. Yet they could not just charge him based on circumstantial evidence. And there was one more problem. The time of Kathy's death put him outside of his house at the time of the murder, and therefore ruled him out as a suspect. Dorley and her team weren't ready to let him off the hook that easily. They then contacted renowned forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baden, who has previously been integral in many high-profile cases. After studying all of the pertinent documents from the case, including police reports, autopsy reports, photographs, and other evidence, Baden concluded that Kathy died before James left for work that morning. He explained that, contrary to what the original medical examiner had reported, he believed the time of death to have been earlier due to partially digested food in her stomach and the stage of rigor mortis that her body was in. The original examiner had observed rigor mortis to have set in the evening of the crime. Baden stated that it takes a minimum of 12 hours for a body to reach the level of rigor mortis observed. Hence, he opined that the murder must have occurred between 9 p.m. the previous evening and 3 or 4 a.m. on the morning of the crime. In 2019, based on Dr. Baden's analysis, along with their other evidence, James Krausneck was arrested and charged with his wife's murder. His trial began in August 2022. The defense tried to point out that all the evidence was circumstantial and that Kathy could have been a victim of Larrabee, who had already passed away. The prosecutors argued that there was no evidence of an intruder. The robbery was staged and James was the only person who could have killed his wife, considering their young daughter was unharmed despite being present at the scene. The jury sided with the prosecution. James Krausneck, who was now 70 years old, was convicted of second-degree murder for the death of his wife, Kathy, in 1982. 41-year-old Sarah, however, stood by her father and did not believe her father had anything to do with her mother's murder. On the other hand, after 40 years of mourning, Kathy's family feels relieved to see that justice has been served. Kathy Krausneck's sister, Annette Schlosser, when asked about how the last 40 years have gone, told Spectrum News that their mother had died without knowing who her daughter's killer was. Annette was quoted saying, "We were living in hell." And she believed that because who could do that to her daughter? Kathy's 95-year-old father, however, was present in the court to witness James being held accountable for his daughter's horrific murder. The only thing the Schlosser family now wants is to reunite with Kathy's daughter, as they have had no contact with her in years. They stated, "We hope they can heal together from this tragic incident." James Krausneck will be sentenced on November 7th in front of New York State Supreme Court Justice Charles Ciano. Do you trust Dr. Baden's conclusion, or is it all just circumstantial evidence? What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Our story takes us to the beautiful and peaceful village called Rouchak. Rouchak is a village and civil parish in the Wyre Forest district of Worcestershire, England. This is where Brenda lived before she met and married David Venables. Apart from a light industrial estate, Rouchak has 58 residential properties and a population of only about 124 people. The church stands on top of a bank and has a panoramic view. Nothing much ever happened here. Kempsey is a village and civil parish in the Malvern Hills district in the county of Worcestershire. Bounded by the River Severn to the west and with the A38 main road running through it, it is about 3 miles south of Worcester. The village has a long history and its name is derived from the Saxon Chemys I, or the island of Chemys. Chemys was a Saxon chief whose island lay between the marshes and the River Severn. One of the roads in Kempsey, Leaf's Lane, is named after another Saxon chief, and this is where Brenda and David started their married life. Kempsey was a calm area, consisting mainly of agricultural lands. No one would ever believe that anything violent would take place here, which makes it all the more surprising as to what happened. Brenda Bolton was 23 when she met David, who would later become her husband at a young. Both came from rural communities and farming families, so they connected straight away. After that first meeting at Droitwich Winter Gardens, David made time to see her at home in the tiny village of Rouchak, while juggling working on his family's pig farm. He would stop in for breakfast at Brenda's house on his way home from trips, taking produce from the farm to the Birmingham wholesale market. They were married in June 1960, before a honeymoon in Jersey. The couple later moved together at Quaking House Farm in Kempsey with the financial help of David's father. Their David farmed pigs, and the pair enjoyed a magnificent view of the surrounding countryside. To outsiders, their life seemed simple yet idyllic. Everything seemed normal as time progressed, but eventually the fateful day arrived. On May 3, 1982, Brenda was nowhere to be found. David searched extensively throughout his home and the surrounding areas, but finally filed a missing person report the following day. The village of Kempsey was soon overrun as the search for Brenda got underway. West Mercia police used a helicopter to help aid with the search. Tracker dogs were used to check farm buildings and abandoned properties, but no trace of her was found. There was a lot of speculation and many things were put forward, but most of them turned out to be just rumors. A lot of people heard rumors that she might be under the M5 motorway, which was being built during her disappearance. The police search lasted 2 or 3 weeks, covering a 4 or 5 mile area around Kempsey, up to the M50 motorway, including David's own 9 acres of land. There was a great deal of police presence in the area, searching everywhere to see if there was anything that would lead to finding Brenda. They cut back all the growth in the ditches to see if there was anything in them, but no traces or evidence was found. After a while, with nothing being found, the case went cold due to no fresh leads for the police to follow. For almost 40 years, Brenda's family was left without a single answer about what happened to her. Vicky Jennings, a friend of the couple, later recounted David not being overly concerned and that he didn't appear to actively partake in the search for his wife. However, David claimed to have had sleepless nights after Brenda went missing. David also told the police that Brenda had been suffering from depression due to a recent bout of the flu. David moved out of his farm in 2014 into a more luxurious house. The new owners of his old property lived there happily until July 2019. Then one day, the new owners wanted their septic tank serviced and cleaned out. When the servicing began, it was a spine-chilling sight for everyone as they discovered a lump of hair, a human skull, a pelvis, and thigh bones. They also found remnants of clothing, including half a pair of knickers, tights, a bra, the remains of some shoes, and a sweater. At the time of the discovery, a search was ongoing just 7 miles away for a state agent, but police found no link between the remains and Ms. Lamplugh. It took over a year until detectives announced the bones had formerly been identified as those of Brenda's. David, who was then 88, was charged with the murder of Brenda. The police searched for hours in the garden and the garage. Although the owner moved in recently, He had a lot of stuff with him due to the massive size of the property. Many of the neighbors recall that the missing Brenda Venables case was the most discussed in their village many years ago. The neighbors always perceived David as the non-interactive quiet man, but no one expected his silence to hold the details of a gruesome murder. During David's trial, details of his double life were revealed. Investigators discovered that he had been in a long-term on-off relationship with Lorraine, who was his mother's nurse. During the investigation after Brenda's disappearance, 1984 Lorraine Stiles gave a few statements about David. In those she said, "He seemed quite composed and suddenly told me his wife had disappeared the night before." Lorraine claimed to be shocked at how calm he was when Brenda disappeared. During police interrogations, David tried to prove his innocence by claiming Fred West, a serial killer, could have been responsible for killing his spouse. But the possibility of Fred killing Brenda and putting her in a septic tank on her own property seemed too unrealistic to the authorities. David's lawyers tried to defend him by claiming that it would be absolute madness for him to have hidden his wife's body so close to their marital home. Although the prosecutors claimed Mr. David as the murderer, defense barrister Timothy Honham questioned why David would sell his property if he knew his wife's body was in the septic tank. Timothy Hannum also stated David got his septic tank cleaned on more than one occasion. Timothy asked for a fair verdict of not guilty, suggesting that there was not sufficient evidence to convict David, but only assumptions mixed with guesswork and speculation. He also said the possibility of suicide should also be taken into consideration as the septic tank was the closest to Brenda's house. But there was one major flaw with that claim, as the lid of the septic tank was perfectly concealed, and it was highly unlikely for a suicidal person to put the top back on before dying. David then claimed to have loved his wife Brenda very much, citing how active they were sexually. David even claimed the couple had intimate relations the night before her disappearance. But the court had other evidence, and they pulled up Brenda's psychiatric consultant's reports, which claimed that the couple had not slept together since 1968 and had not shared a bed for 3 years. Considering all these contradictions, the court convicted David of the murder of Brenda. A final plea was made by David's defendants to reduce his sentence, as he was already 88 years old, but the prosecutor rejected the appeal, stating concerns. Prosecutor Michael Burrows, QC, told jurors David wanted Brenda out of the way as he wanted to resume his long-standing affair with another woman. He also said David knew the septic tank was in a secluded location. It was for him almost the perfect hiding place. And for nearly 40 years it was as he got away with murder. The family members of Brenda Venables released a statement to the press. The statement said, "We, Brenda's nieces and nephews, are relieved that today, after a wait of 37 years, at last there is justice for Brenda. David Venables can no longer get away with having murdered his wife, the hiding of her body and all of his deceit, lies and fabrications." The victim in this case was around the same age as the case itself when it was solved. Judith Conklin was born in 1938 in North Hollywood, California. Judy, as most people called her, met Fred Nesbitt on a blind date. Fred in those days worked as a lifeguard at Newport Beach, and Judy was a bright student who belonged to a tight-knit North Hollywood family. It was love at first sight which led to the death of Judy. A marriage a year later. Fred and Judy would go on to have 4 kids together. They weren't wealthy, but they were happy. In 1972, the family relocated to Irvine, California, where Fred landed a job at the Paul Monroe Hydraulics of Whittier. He quickly climbed the ranks and was eventually promoted to vice president of sales. Judy decided to stay home with the kids. She dedicated her life to the family. The family was very close. Their weekends were filled with an active outdoor life, most of which they spent on their yacht, called Felicidad 4, a 36-foot-long cabin cruiser. This was their home away from home. The family had the boat for a long time. They recall cruising the ocean with the children on deck. Is a Spanish word that translates to happiness, but tragically that is where their happiness was stripped away. November 26, 1980. It was 9:30 in the morning when the phone rang. As Judy's son recalls, the Nesbitts had recently posted an ad in the local newspaper. They had decided to sell their yacht. There was a potential buyer on the other end of the line who wanted to come over. and take a look at the boat. They set up a meeting at the Marina Dunes Yacht Anchorage in Newport Beach later in the afternoon. Judy left the house at around 12:30 to meet the potential buyer at 1 p.m. That was the last time she was seen alive. The children were home, enjoying the Thanksgiving break. As the sun began setting, their oldest was by now a bit worried. It was 7 p.m. when Fred made it back home. By then, Judy had been gone for more than 6 hours. He knew it wasn't like her to be gone for so long. Worried, he headed down to the marina to look for her. Fred thought maybe Judy might have stopped somewhere to pick up a few things, or maybe she wanted to spend some time on the boat before they sold it. Felicidad 4 did pack a lot of memories for the family, and letting it go must have been hard for her. Fred walked down to the boat, but the door was locked. Fred unlocked the door and entered. He then headed towards the front of the boat. He found her there in the sleeping quarters, but to his horror, she was sprawled on the floor covered in blood. She was motionless and unresponsive. Fred frantically tried to feel for her pulse. His own pulse was racing. He could not tell if it was already too late or if she still had a chance. He screamed at the top of his lungs, and thankfully someone heard him. They called an ambulance, but it was in fact too late. The post-mortem report said that she had been violently attacked. There were signs that she was struck in the head 3 times with a heavy blunt object. There were signs of a struggle. As the detectives visualized the events, it was apparent that Judy had fought for her life, but her efforts to get away from her attacker were thwarted when he pulled out a small caliber gun and shot her in the head point blank. The only things that were missing were Judy's credit cards, checkbook, and some cash. The yacht was not looted, possibly because the attacker needed to flee quickly after the murder. Judy had no signs of sexual assault. Deal gone wrong. That seemed to be the most plausible scenario. Presumably there had been some sort of argument about the selling of the yacht which triggered the assault and subsequent murder. They started questioning residents and people who were present in the area during the time of the attack. The suspect wasn't exactly as covert as he should have been. Police were able to get a detailed sketch of the murderer from eyewitnesses. A woman who owned a boat docked near Felicidad 4. She claimed to have seen the man up close. That day, she had called in a maintenance worker at noon to work on her boat. She mistook the suspect for the serviceman and talked to him for a while, inquiring if he was the man appointed to service her boat. The man said no as he waited for Judy at Newport Beach. She even saw Judy walk over to him and then walk to the boat together. As she even heard someone screaming, but she didn't think too much about it until she heard the screaming again, followed by a loud sound which sounded like a gunshot. She wasn't the only one who heard it. There were many people in the area that day, and the bay was filled with yachts. There was no way to know where the screams came from. No one alerted the police, and no one suspected that what they heard was someone being murdered. Ruth spotted the suspect walking towards the parking lot, and then, shortly after, returning to Felicidad 4. He was calm and nonchalant enough not to raise any concerns. He left shortly after. Everyone knew that had to have been the man who killed Judy. Police took Ruth in to help create a sketch of the suspect. He was described as a white man in his mid-30s with a medium build. He was wearing a pair of aviator sunglasses, a tan jacket, and brown trousers. He was well-groomed with neat short hair. Unfortunately, it was a description that matched a lot of people in the area. Many people submitted tips based on the sketch, but none turned out to be fruitful. Police had gathered evidence and fingerprints from the crime scene, but unfortunately that would not be very useful either. The Nesbitt family had hosted a party on the yacht shortly before the incident, so there were several sets of fingerprints on the boat. The main evidence they had was an unidentified brown hair. Police went on to investigate Judy's background and questioned Fred's colleagues. Everything checked out, and the Nesbitts had maintained a good reputation in the neighborhood and had no enemies. Police continued flipping through the case files to see if there were any similar incidents. They zeroed in on a so-called wanted rapist who had been notorious in the San Francisco area. There were about 6 cases that were almost identical to this one. A man had raped women after making appointments with them to show him boats for sale, but none of them were killed, and of course Judy had not been raped. This lead seemed to be promising, yet when he was called in for questioning, he had an airtight alibi proving that he was nowhere near Newport Beach when the crime took place. He was ruled out as a suspect, The case was going nowhere and all leads led to dead ends. With more than 200 cases of unsolved murders in Orange County, the Judy Nesbitt case was just one of many. Yet, the police never gave up, nor did the Nesbitt family. In 2002, investigators obtained DNA from the root of the hair. This was entered into the FBI database, but unfortunately, the DNA didn't match anyone. Yet again, they read a dead end. The evidence was locked up and assigned a case number among many others. 16 years later, in 2018, the DNA was sent out for processing again, this time using brand new techniques and technology. Green Laboratories began processing the DNA using a new extraction technique to expand the DNA profile. This case would go down in history as the first case that used this technology to identify a murderer in the United States. There was a match. The Newport police finally closed the case after 41 years on the 9th of August 2021. They had the name of the man who had evaded justice for 38 years. They eventually identified the murderer as Kenneth Elwin Marks through genetic genealogy. The man who responded to the ad and the man who Ruth Mills mistook for a serviceman 4 decades ago. Unfortunately, they were 22 years late. In April 1999, Kenneth Elwin Marks passed away after a long battle with cancer. He was seemingly a normal guy according to those who knew him. No one would have thought that this man would have been involved in the gruesome murder of Judy 19 years earlier. He was only 44 years old when he was buried at the Thomas Cemetery in Bridgeport, Texas. We will never know what really happened that day, or why anyone would take the life of a mother and wife. Just before Thanksgiving, a holiday that symbolizes family togetherness. Judy Nesbitt was a loving wife and mother who was violently and senselessly ripped from her family. Identifying her killer was all the more bittersweet after learning he would never face justice, at least not here on Earth. Newport Beach Police Chief John T. Lewis was quoted as saying, "And the Nesbitt family." He added, "Kenneth Marks has passed away, but he no longer gets to hold the secret of his deeds." Through incredible advances in technology and the tireless dedication of these investigators, we now have some closure for all who knew and loved Judy Nesbitt. On July 26, 1974, a 12-year-old girl was walking her dog in the Cape Cod dunes in Provincetown, Massachusetts, when she came across a naked woman she thought was sunbathing. The woman was lying face down on a beach blanket, but when she got closer, she made a realization that made her blood run cold and she bolted. The police were called and they confirmed that the woman was deceased. The woman was missing her hands. Her nearly decapitated head was resting on a pair of folded jeans and a blue bandana. It was determined that she had likely been there for 2 weeks before the discovery of her body, which already gave law enforcement a disadvantage in identifying her. She would be called Lady of the Dunes and become Massachusetts' longest unidentified homicide victim. She was described as a redhead with an athletic build and medium height. Her hair had been pulled back into a ponytail, and her toes were painted with pink nail polish. The thing that had led to the biggest hope of someone recognizing her was that the Jane Doe had extensive dental work with multiple gold crowns, which was estimated to have cost upwards of $5,000 at the time. It was also estimated that she was in her 30s. At the time of her discovery, there was very little for police to go on. There were 2 sets of footprints that led to her body. Her cause of death was determined to be severe blunt force trauma to the skull, and her autopsy revealed that she'd been sexually assaulted, likely post-mortem. In addition to her hands being removed, she was also missing a forearm. Detectives canvassed nearby motels, rooming houses, and thousands of missing women reports, but nothing matched. They even had a clay model reconstruction of the woman. However, despite best efforts, there could be little uncovered about the woman, and the case would ultimately go cold for many decades. Over the years, there had been many theories locally about who this mystery woman was. One of these theories was that she had worked as an extra for the movie Jaws, which had been filmed earlier that year in Martha's Vineyard, but that had never been confirmed. Several other people had come forward throughout the years thinking that she was their missing sibling or someone they knew, but each time the identification was ruled out. More than once to re-examine her remains and look for new clues. Her skull was removed in order to create a new artistic rendering of what she might have looked like. In 2000, a DNA sample was collected and stored, And in 2022, the DNA was sent to Orthram Labs, world-renowned for using genetic genealogy to identify unknown individuals. On October 31st, 2022, the Massachusetts State Police with the FBI announced that the Lady of the Dunes had been identified as Ruth Marie Terry after nearly 50 years after her body was discovered. She had been 37 years old at the time of her death. Ruth was born on September 8, 1936 in a small Manning town in Tennessee. By the time she was 20, she had left home and was married for the first time. By 1957, she was divorced and working in a car manufacturing plant in Michigan. She got pregnant and had a child, but she gave the child up for adoption to a family that worked at the plant. Then she left Michigan shortly after that. The child, Richard Hanchett, put his DNA into Ancestry.com in 2018 in the hopes of finding family related to his mother. He was able to connect with some family, but also discovered that his mother had been missing since the 1970s. This was the connection that was used to identify Ruth. Sometime in 1974, Ruth went to visit family in Tennessee with a new husband, Guy Rockwell Moldovan. After this visit, Ruth's family never heard from her again. Ruth's sister-in-law Carol Terry is quoted as saying, "I always had a bad feeling about that guy that she had married. They had only been married for 6 months before her body was discovered. When she had gone missing, Moldovan disappeared, never reporting his new bride missing." Ruth had been known to use several different variations of her name. Law enforcement say that she had connections to Tennessee, Michigan, and California, and they are looking for more information about her life before and up to 1974. Authorities announced shortly after Ruth was identified that they were also looking for any information about Guy Moldovan. He also used several names, was known to travel around the U.S., and was the lead suspect in the murder of his second wife and stepdaughter in 1960. In Seattle, Washington, it is strongly believed that he is responsible for Ruth's murder, the murders in Seattle, and an additional murder of an unknown victim. After he fled Washington, human remains were discovered in the septic tank of his home. He is also the lead suspect in 2 murders in June of 1950 in Humboldt, California. 28-year-old Henry Baird was murdered and 17-year-old Barbara Jo Kelly was dating Moldovan when she disappeared and her body was never discovered. Guy Rockwell Moldovan died at the age of 78 in 2002 in Salinas, California. Law enforcement are still working to positively identify Moldovan as the killer, though they are open to looking at other individuals. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. On November 10th, 1985, a group of hunters discovered 2 bodies in a metal drum at the Bear Brook State Park in Allentown, New Hampshire. Determined to be an adult female between the ages of 23 and 33, with dark curly hair and extensive dental work, and a little girl between the ages of 5 and 11 with a gap between her teeth and dark hair. The initial investigation followed every lead and ruled out several possible identities. In 2000, 2 more bodies were found in the same area in a similar metal drum. Authorities say that it was missed because it was likely outside the initial investigation search perimeter. The other 2 bodies were also discovered to be female, aged 2 and 4 with dark hair and an overbite, and a girl between the ages of 1 to 3 with light hair and a gap in her front teeth. The Allentown Police Department could not identify the victims. They would eventually be called the Bear Brook Murders or the Allenstown 4. In 2013 and 2015, different sets of composites of what the victims might have looked like were released in hopes of identifying them. In 2014, through DNA, they were able to determine that the woman and the oldest and the youngest child were related. The woman was the mother of the 2 children, and the 4th victim was not related to the others. In 2017, it was announced that all the bodies had been connected to serial killer Terry Petter Rasmussen. He was the biological father of the 4th unknown girl aged 2 to 4. Unfortunately, Rasmussen died in prison in 2010 of lung cancer and could not be asked about these murders. He had been serving a life sentence for the murder of Yoon Sun-jun. In 2019, authorities announced that they had identified the three related victims as Marilise Elizabeth Honeychurch, born in 1954, her daughters Marie Elizabeth Fawn, born in 1971, and Sarah Lynn McQuatters, born in 1977. They made the discovery with the help of a librarian, Rebecca Heath, who was researching the case and had come across posts on Ancestry.com looking for a long-lost half-sister named Sarah. The post dated back to as early as 1999. It wasn't until she got in touch with the family and asked if they were still looking for Sarah and if they had more information. That's when the family said that all they knew was that she was last seen with her mother, sister, and a man named Rasmussen. Rebecca Heath then contacted Peter Headley, a deputy for the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, who worked with genealogists to help identify Rasmussen. With this new information, they could use DNA to positively identify the victims. Marilise had been married twice, having a child with each husband. Marilise and her daughters were last seen on Thanksgiving in 1978, when she fought with her mother over a man that she had brought with her, and his name was Terry Rasmussen. The only other assumed sighting of Marilise was two signed arrest reports for Robert Evans, a known alias of Rasmussen, signed by his wife Elizabeth Evans in February and June of 1980. There had been no mention of the kids in the police report, and they have not found any other relation to the unknown fourth victim other than she was the daughter of Terry Rasmussen. After identifying the three victims, officials ruled that Rasmussen had killed all four. They are still looking for any information on identifying the last victim, Rasmussen's daughter, and there was a new composite made in 2019 of what she might have looked like. The child was likely born around 1975 or 1976, possibly in California, Texas, or Arizona. Rasmussen is being investigated for several other murders. In 1980, 14-year-old Lauren Rand and 25-year-old Denise Denall went missing. Their bodies were never found. Both victims lived within a mile of Rasmussen's home at the time. A surviving daughter of Rasmussen also told law enforcement that she remembered having two siblings, but that they had died, and it is believed that Rasmussen may have murdered those children as well. Or one of them may be the unidentified child. Law enforcement are still working to identifying her, and they've dubbed her the middle child and finding her maternal family. As well, they are looking to determine if Rasmussen had more victims in the areas he lived in, which include Colorado, California, Texas, Arizona, Idaho, Virginia, Ohio, Oregon, Hawaii, and New Hampshire. While in New Hampshire in 1980, a woman named Elizabeth Evans was listed as his spouse, but this woman has never been identified. Aliases he was known to have used include Robert Bob Evans, Curtis Mayo Kimball, Gordon Jensen, Larry Vanner, and Gary Mockerman. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. The Cook County Sheriff's Office has made an announcement in regards to the remaining unknown victims of serial killer John Wayne Gacy. In October 2021, one of the victims was identified with the help of the DNA Doe Project. This victim was known as Gacy Victim Number 5. For those who may not know, Gacy was a prolific serial killer who tortured and killed at least 33 young men and boys between 1972 and 1978 in Chicago. Gacy had a total of 8 unidentified victims, and in 2011 the Cook County Sheriff's Office reopened the case in the hopes of identifying them. They partnered with the DNA Doe Project, an organization that uses DNA and genetic genealogy to identify Jane and John Does. Since 2011, they have identified 3 unidentified victims: Timothy McCoy, James Hackinson, and William Bundy. Now they have identified a 4th victim as Francis Wayne Alexander, who went by Wayne. Wayne would have been 21 or 22 at the time of his death. Originally from North Carolina, he had moved to Chicago after getting married in New York in 1975. However, the marriage only lasted 3 months and they divorced shortly after. The family never reported Wayne missing, as they had originally thought he wanted space after his divorce. The last known sighting of him was a traffic ticket that was issued on January 5, 1976 in Chicago. His remains were found in the crawl space of Gacy's home in 1978, and authorities believe he was killed between 1976 and 1977, most likely shortly after that traffic ticket, as according to records, didn't make much income in 1976. Wayne is survived by his mother, 2 half-sisters, and 2 half-brothers. The family is also asking for their privacy at this time and does not wish to be identified. But additionally, they have said that they were saddened by the news but relieved to have answers and finally know what happened to him. Sheriff Dart, an investigator in this case, also said, quote, "This is the first time that we actually had a parent that was still alive in one of these cases." The Cook County Sheriff's Office is now looking towards identifying the remaining victims, known only as victim number 10, victim number 13, victim number 21, 27, and 28. All young males that would have gone missing from 1975 to 1977. Gacy was known to have abducted his victims from particular areas of Chicago, but he also lured some by promising them work or posing as a police officer, whatever it took to get them into his home. He was criminally active until his arrest in 1978. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. In September 2016, Elizabeth Wetlaufer went to a hospital in Toronto, Canada called the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health. She was a 49-year-old nurse. She told the hospital staff that she was having problems with drugs. She had been struggling to find a job because of her addiction. Her last job found out that she was stealing medicine and using drugs while working. Wetlaufer had been working night shifts in places where older people live for about 10 years. She shocked her therapist when she confessed that she had killed and tried to kill many patients while working as a nurse. At first, her therapist didn't believe her or trust what she said. Wetlaufer wrote a 4-page confession detailing how and why she had murdered 8 and attempted to murder 6 more patients during her career as a nurse, and it was at that point that her therapist alerted law enforcement and also the governing body for nurses in Ontario. An initial investigation confirmed that Wetlaufer had faced multiple suspensions and terminations from various facilities for medication-related errors when it was discovered that she had given the incorrect medication to patients. Despite these errors that had resulted in terminations, it hadn't been enough to revoke her nursing license. She completed her rehab program and her therapist convinced her to go to the Toronto police and confess, which she did on October 5, 2016. She spent over 2 hours with a detective, walking him through her murder spree, which began in 2007 after the divorce from her husband of 11 years. She described being filled with anger about her life, her job, her marriage. She expressed disappointment in never having children because her husband didn't want kids. She detailed that her ex-husband had been a quote-unquote bad guy and that had made her angry. Elizabeth Wetlaufer had grown up in a religious household. She was deeply involved in her Baptist church and had originally gotten a bachelor's degree in religious education counseling, but quickly discovered there wasn't a lot of money opportunities in that field and opted to go back to school to study nursing. When asked why she had killed, she had first acknowledged that she had an unchecked substance abuse issue and had been stealing medications from patients, but also said that she felt, quote, God or the devil or whatever wanted me to do it, and revealed that she never premeditated any of her attacks and she simply stated that she got a feeling and acted on it. Many of her victims had slighted her in some way. Sometimes they'd been rude to her or someone else. Sometimes they were just difficult to take care of, but something would happen that would trigger her feeling and she would grab insulin and directly inject the patient. Her victims ranged in ages from 68 to 96, and because they were elderly, none of the victims had autopsies and they were all listed as natural causes. Had she not confessed, her crimes would have never been caught. They were not mercy killings as some have reported. All of the victims could have gone on to live many more years. Wetlaufer herself did not say that they were mercy killings, but rather expressed that it was an anger or frustration or a belief that they were a bad person that led to the decision to take their lives. She revealed that she would get a euphoric feeling after successfully killing a patient. And her confession to her therapist hadn't been the first. She confessed to a childhood friend, her cousin, a neighbor, a lawyer, her pastor, and his wife, and an ex-girlfriend. During her confession to law enforcement, the detective asked why she thought no one had gone to the police about her confessions, and she said that she thought no one believed her, which she found frustrating. In total, Elizabeth Wetlaufer confessed to killing 8 patients with insulin and attempting to kill 6 more. She had confessed because she had realized during her sobriety and bipolar diagnosis that there had been no higher power that was guiding her, but that she was hurting people and wanted to be stopped because she could not be stopped on her own. After her confession, she was released on the promise that she would not leave town, while Toronto police worked to gather evidence to confirm her story. On October 25, 2016, she was arrested. Wetlaufer waived her right to a preliminary hearing and admitted to her crimes to a judge on June 2017. She was sentenced to 8 concurrent life terms in prison and will not be eligible for parole until 2042. A public inquiry was started in 2017 by the Attorney General of Ontario to put measures in place to stop this from happening again. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Now, this case is incredibly disturbing, and not just because of the heinous acts carried out by this sick individual, but that multiple medical institutions that never reported their suspicions to the authorities. Their inaction led to countless more deaths, which makes this even more shocking how he got away with this for 16 years. It was in September 2002 when Somerset Medical Center in Somerville, New Jersey, brought on 42-year-old Charles Cullen. Cullen was a veteran nurse who had been working for many hospitals over an almost 20-year career. No one really questioned why he'd moved from so many hospitals. Cullen was divorced with 2 children and blamed the moves on his ex-wife and him wanting to be closer to his kids, which all seemed like a reasonable excuse. When the hospital checked in with many of his previous employers, they all gave neutral or positive feedback. Cullen worked in the critical care unit and by all accounts seemed like an attentive, hardworking nurse who worked well with his coworkers. However, when he started working there, the hospital started noticing more patient deaths than was normal, and many of them had been stable when they all of a sudden had very sudden declines in health. An internal audit of several patient deaths led to the involvement of the New Jersey State Police. Toxicology reports determined that multiple patients had medications in their systems that hadn't been prescribed to them, such as insulin, a heart medication called digoxin, and epinephrine. Somerset ultimately fired Cullen on October 31, 2003 for a small HR issue. They claimed he had lied on his application. After he was fired, the mysterious deaths stopped, and the hospital seemed to drop the internal investigation. However, the NJSP still pursued the wrongful deaths. A coworker who had worked closely with Cullen for almost a year, Amy Lauren, agreed to work with law enforcement to better understand what was going on. Hospital records showed that Cullen was accessing the same medications that had been found in the victim's toxicology reports. Amy recounted seeing Cullen administer medications to patients that weren't assigned to him, and although it had seemed odd, she had never thought anything sinister about the interaction. Cullen's history with other hospitals also started to come to light. He had been abruptly terminated by nearly every hospital he worked at, but law enforcement had a hard time determining why. Many of the hospitals weren't forthcoming about Cullen's time as an employee. Cullen went to nursing school in 1986 after a short career in the U.S. Navy led to a medical discharge. He worked at the St. Barnabas Medical Center from 87 to 92. He had resigned abruptly when an internal investigation showed that contaminated 4 bags had led to dozens of patient deaths. The hospital at the time strongly believed Cullen to be connected to the contaminations, but claimed they didn't have definitive proof. He then moved on to Warren Hospital in Phillipsburg, where he worked for a year. Their 3 elderly patients were discovered to have digoxin in their systems, and the final victim had told a family member that a sneaky male nurse had injected her with medication, but the claim had been dismissed and she had died shortly after, under mysterious circumstances. He then moved on to 7 more institutions, each lasting about a year or 2 before he moved on to the next one. As the police pieced together a framework on his employment history and tied it with a string of mysterious deaths, they were able to collect enough evidence to begin surveillance. Many of his victims were already in critical condition, elderly, or in poor health. Because of this, a lot of the deaths could be explained away as either coincidence or accident. But there were at least 2 hospitals that had directly linked Cullen to medications that had caused a patient death. In 1998, he was fired from a rehab center for administering medications to patients that hadn't been prescribed that had caused a death. A group of nurses that worked on the same floor as Cullen's at St. Luke's had attempted to get him charged in 2002, but the case was dropped due to lack of evidence. Law enforcement used his friendship with Amy Lauren to get enough evidence to arrest. Wearing a wire, Amy attempted to get him to confess, but he didn't admit enough for a full arrest. They did arrest him before they had enough evidence, and he later confessed to killing 2 patients at Somerset, which was enough to charge him. Cullen later agreed to confess to as many murders as possible in order to avoid the death penalty. He had stated he had been too many to count, and he claimed to have murdered around 40 but couldn't remember names. Law enforcement was able to identify 29 victims, but stated that there could be hundreds of victims that were never identified. Not all the hospitals had accurate records. Some had destroyed records during Cullen's employment, and the deaths that weren't suspicious were never flagged. Cullen never said why he did what he did. At some point during his confessions, he stated he was helping patients, but at other points he admitted to watching patients suffer for days because of what he did. He seemed to act impulsively, either directly or indirectly. Sometimes he used contaminated 4 bags, sometimes he injected the patients himself. There were additional methods that weren't revealed to the media. He pleaded guilty on March 2, 2006. He was sentenced to 11 consecutive life sentences. In the wake of his conviction, many of the hospitals were sued by victims' relatives, which resulted in several settlements that remain sealed. In 2005, New Jersey enacted new legislation called the Enhancement Act, which gave stiffer requirements for hospitals to report suspicious deaths and keep employee records pertaining to complaints and disciplinary relating to patient care for at least 7 years. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Starting in 2015, the Countess of Chester Hospital in Chester, England began experiencing a sharp increase in infant mortalities in their neonatal intensive care unit. Initially, they could not figure out what was going on, but it became so bad that in 2016, they stopped taking in premature infants and transferred them to nearby hospitals. A report found that the hospital had a death rate that was 10% higher than normal. Was that there wasn't a single cause or factor that was causing these deaths. In 2017, law enforcement was brought in when multiple reviews and audits were unable to determine what was going on. Through hospital records, there was only one common denominator between 15 unexplained infant deaths and 17 life-threatening incidents between June 2015 to June 2016. There was one single employee present for each of the incidents that had been determined to be suspicious. 32-year-old nurse Lucy Leppy. Leppy had worked for the hospitals in 2011 and had been removed from the neonatal ward in 2016, moved to clerical duties while the hospital worked towards solving the strange incidents. When Leppy was removed from the ward, the unexplained deaths that had plagued the neonatal ward had all but stopped. For a year, the hospital and law enforcement worked to gather as much information about the deaths, which were eventually determined to be murder and attempted murder, and eventually concluded that only one person had been there for every incident, Lucy Leppy. Through autopsies, they found some infants had been given insulin in lethal amounts. An audit done by the hospital concluded that access to insulin was supposed to remain locked by the lead nurse. However, it was discovered that the keys were often given to anyone who needed access when the lead nurse was busy. Leppy also had been caught having more mistakes than normal for a nurse with her experience. She was discovered to have not noticed there was air in an injection. Some parents had even connected the dots that it was the hospital when many of them compared stories about their infants going into sudden distress around the same time. Though they had never assumed it was a person causing it, they had thought it was a virus going around, and many asked to be transferred to another hospital. Leppy was arrested on July 3, 2018 and charged with 8 counts of murder and 10 counts of attempted murder. Following her arrest, her home was searched and they found this note which seems to admit guilt. "I don't deserve to live. I killed them on purpose because I'm not good enough. I am evil, I did this." There were more notes, and detectives stated that these were on post-it notes, filled like this all over her home. Some of the notes expressed frustration that she'd been removed from neonatal service and wasn't allowed access to the ward anymore. During the trial, It was also revealed that 2 employees came to the hospital before the internal investigation with concerns about Letbai's care. However, at the time, they were dismissed and told not to make a fuss. One of these employees was a pediatrician who had been monitoring her when he noticed these things happening only when she was on shift. The trial has protected the families involved. There is a publication ban so that none of the families or the children's identities will be revealed during trial. There are still many more months of trial left, and there likely won't be a verdict until spring 2023. Letbai has been held in police custody since her arrest. If convicted, she will spend the rest of her life behind bars. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. 47-year-old Jonathan Howard Hayes has worked in nursing for over 20 years, with 15 of those at Atrium Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. He had been nominated for a Nurse of Distinction Award by the North Carolina Nurses Associate for outstanding work. His wife, who also works as a doctor at Atrium, had been the one to nominate him. However, it has recently come to light that Jonathan Hayes has a dark secret. He was arrested on October 25th. Suspicion began on December 1st, 2021, when 62-year-old Pamela Little came to the hospital. For reasons unbeknownst to the hospital, her health began to rapidly decline. They were able to stabilize the patient and during an investigation, determined that the patient had been given a near-lethal dose of insulin. It was at this time that Atrium began an internal investigation to find out how it had happened under their care. During the investigation, there were 2 more deaths that initially hadn't seemed related, but they were able to determine that 2 women had been administered lethal doses of insulin. The first victim was 61-year-old Gwen Crawford, who died on January 5, 2022. The second was 62-year-old Vicky Lingerfeld, who died on January 22, 2022, and can easily go undetected. At this time, it is unclear what alerted the hospital to look for elevated insulin as the cause of death, but will likely be revealed in future court proceedings. By March 2022, the internal investigation by the hospital had led to the belief that Hayes had been responsible for the insulin overdoses, and Atrium alerted law enforcement with their suspicions and removed Hayes from patient care, and soon after he was fired. The chief medical examiner came in and stated there was probable cause to charge Jonathan Hayes, and a search warrant of his home was conducted. At this time, we do not know what was found at the home, as the information has been sealed from the public until his trial. Forsyth County District Attorney Jim O'Neill said in a statement to the media addressing the arrest that they are still working to determine if there are more victims, but stated that they believe Hayes acted alone. No motives have been revealed, and Hayes has denied any wrongdoing. Hayes is being held without bail while he waits for their court proceedings. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On May 11, 2022, Anna Mo Mariah Wilson, a 25-year-old professional cyclist, was found dead in a friend's house in Austin, Texas. Wilson was in Austin for a cycling race. Earlier that evening, she had dinner with another cyclist who was also a past romantic partner. They were not currently in a relationship but had recently ended things on good terms. After dinner, Wilson was dropped off at her friend's house. Around 10 p.m., a black Jeep Grand Cherokee was captured on video arriving at the house briefly before leaving. Shortly after, Wilson was discovered with gunshot wounds and was pronounced dead at the scene. The murder investigation quickly connected the shooting to Wilson's ex-boyfriend's current girlfriend, Caitlin Armstrong. She also owned 2 firearms, and one of the match-to-shell casings found the murder scene. Through Wilson's cell phone records, investigators were able to piece together a motive. Armstrong had likely discovered that her boyfriend had been seeing Wilson and had murdered her in a jealous rage. The boyfriend initially denied any romantic connection to Wilson, but after seeing cell phone records, eventually admitted that he had been seeing the 2 women romantically, and they apparently didn't know. However, it appeared that Armstrong figured out her boyfriend's double life. Armstrong was brought in for questioning the next day and was asked why her vehicle was seen on surveillance outside a murder victim's home, and she offered no explanation. Soon into the interview, Armstrong lawyered up. Law enforcement had wanted to arrest Armstrong that day on suspicion of murder. However, there had been an issue with some paperwork and they were forced to release her. 6 days later, on May 17th, they had an arrest warrant. However, when they showed up at her home, Caitlin Armstrong wasn't there. They discovered that the 31-year-old yoga instructor had been busy starting from the moment of her release. Armstrong had ID allegedly belonging to her sister. She had sold her vehicle for $12,000 cash and had used that cash to elaborately travel from Texas to Costa Rica in order to make it more confusing. For 43 days, Armstrong had been moving around Costa Rica. In that time, she had plastic surgery to alter her appearance, she cut and colored her hair, and was jumping from hostel to hostel, teaching yoga where she could earn cash using a variety of aliases. U.S. Marshals apprehended Armstrong at a hostel in Santa Teresa on June 29, 2022. When arrested, she had denied that she was Caitlin Armstrong and was held in Costa Rica until her identity could be confirmed by fingerprint. From there, she was arraigned and deported back to Texas, where she remains in custody for the murder of Anna Wilson. She has pleaded not guilty and is currently being held on a $3.5 million bond. Her trial is scheduled for June 22, 2023. Let me know if you want any updates on this trial. There may be additional charges and arrests made if law enforcement can prove that Caitlin Armstrong was assisted in fleeing the country. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Wanted fugitive Gwynn Burton was on the run for nearly a year before he was tracked down after being spotted by a federal agent, Jeff Andre, on vacation at Disney World. Andre was also on vacation and, in a strange cosmic coincidence, had spotted Burton while at the Animal Kingdom theme park. The 32-year-old Brooklyn, New York native had been charged with fraud after stealing the identities of 4 people and applying for several COVID-19 relief loans. The fraud scheme had allowed him to collect over $150,000. He had been charged in November 2021 in a crackdown that discovered dozens of fraudulent schemes to collect on pandemic relief that had been created to help small businesses. When law enforcement went to arrest him back in 2021, they discovered he had fled his home and had been on the run ever since. Burton had a distinctive H tattoo on his neck, and it was this tattoo that caught the eye of Jeff Andre. Andre, with the help of Disney security, arrested Burton. Burton gave them a fake identity and forged ID at the time of his arrest. He was later brought into custody and fingerprinted, which confirmed his identity. He is being held without bail as he is deemed a flight risk and is waiting for extradition back to New York. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Lewis Edward Flood was discovered living in British Columbia, Canada after 20 years on the run for criminal sex offenses with minors. Flood, now 77, disappeared from Idaho when he was released on parole in 2001 after serving 3 of his 18-year sentence. Flood had been featured on the television show America's Most Wanted in 2011 in hopes the public would be able to help get him back into custody. It was in July of 22 that a tip came into the Canadian RCMP in Creston, BC that had reported Flood in the area. The RCMP contacted the U.S. Marshals Service, Idaho State Corrections, and the Idaho State Police, and a coordinated effort was made to arrest Flood. He was arrested on July 21st and extradited back to the U.S. on July 25th, where he will serve the remainder of his 13-year sentence. No word yet on if he committed any further attacks while on the run, or how he remained undetected in Canada for so long. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. 40-year-old Usman Kasim was wanted in Canada and recently apprehended by UK authorities. Kasim had been on Canada's 25 most wanted lists for a variety of assault charges, criminal harassment, and failure to comply and attempted murder. In January 2020, Kasim was identified as a suspect in an assault investigation. In April 2020, Kasim allegedly had fired several shots at a couple sitting in a vehicle in a seemingly random attack. Then in October 2021, police were alerted to an attack in a parking structure where a woman was attacked by a man with a firearm. Surveillance connected the attack to Kasim. He was then placed on Canada's Most Wanted in 2022 and was recently discovered to be living in the United Kingdom. There had been a $50,000 reward for information leading to an arrest, and at this time, it is unclear if the reward had motivated someone to provide Kasim's whereabouts. He was arrested on November 7, 2022 by UK authorities and is currently being held while he waits to be deported back to Toronto. Number 5. Octaviano Juarez Coro. On September 8, 2021, the FBI made an announcement. A Milwaukee fugitive wanted for murder would be added to the FBI's 10 most wanted list. 47-year-old Octavio Juarez Coro. He was wanted for an incident that happened on Memorial Day on May 29, 2006. Hundreds of people were gathered in the South Shore Park in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, all celebrating the American holiday with barbecues and picnics. One family was enjoying themselves when someone noticed trouble approaching them. Octavio Juarez Coro was walking up to the family. He wanted to speak to his estranged wife. It was her family who he had dropped in on uninvited. A friend intervened and tried to get Octavio to leave without causing a scene, but was unsuccessful. Octavio and his soon-to-be ex-wife were in the final stages of their divorce, but couldn't agree on a custody arrangement of their 3-year-old daughter. It was this issue that had brought him to the park that day. Octavio refused to leave the family affair, becoming increasingly agitated, and then suddenly produced a handgun. He ordered his ex-wife, her boyfriend, and 3 other members of her family to get on their knees. In front of his daughter, he began firing, wounding 3 and killing 2. His wife survived 2 gunshot wounds to the chest, but her boyfriend had been one of the victims killed along with a family friend. Octavio then fled on foot, and he remained at large for over a decade. For 16 years he was on the run, and he was recently captured. It had been thought that Juarez Coro had fled to Mexico, and those suspicions were confirmed when he was spotted in Zapopan, Guadalajara, Mexico. It was a tip from the public that allowed the FBI to capture him. Special Agent Michael Hansel said in a statement, Juarez Coro spent the last 16 years running from law enforcement, hiding in another country, and believing time and distance was on his side. The FBI has a long reach and extraordinary law enforcement partnerships across the globe. I commend the tireless efforts of all our partners from Milwaukee to Mexico in closely coordinating with the FBI in capturing this wanted fugitive and helping to bring this violent offender to justice, as well as closure to the victims and their families. This is another instance of proving that discussing these cases and keeping them in the public eye is an excellent tool for getting these cases solved. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. On January 7, 1972, Nancy Anderson, who was 19 years old, was at her apartment in Waikiki, Hawaii. 2 salesmen selling silverware were demonstrating their products to her when her 18-year-old roommate, Jody Spooner, came home around 2:30 p.m. After the demonstration, Jody went to her room for a nap. She woke up around 5 p.m. and went to the kitchen. There, she noticed water running in Nancy's bathroom, which seemed strange because Nancy should have been at work by then. Jody found Nancy's bedroom door slightly open and discovered Nancy lying on the floor, covered in blood. Jody immediately went to a neighbor's apartment and asked them to call 911, believing Nancy had killed herself. Nancy had moved to Waikiki in October 1971 to take some time off before starting college. She was a 1970 John Glenn High School graduate in Bay City, Michigan. She had just returned from a trip home to visit family for Christmas and New Year. Nancy worked at a McDonald's and was known to be very friendly to anyone she met. When police arrived, they discovered that Nancy had multiple stab wounds on her neck, chest, stomach, back and sides. She also had what looked like defensive wounds, which for police eliminated the chance that they were self-inflicted. Police collected evidence, including several bloody towels and multiple sets of fingerprints. Police interviewed Jody, who said that she'd heard something odd around 4:15 p.m., but hadn't thought much about it because there weren't any further disturbances after that. She also believed that all the doors had been locked, including Jody's bedroom. Police talked to several people in the surrounding area, but no one had heard or seen anything suspicious. Neighbors and acquaintances of Nancy said that she'd been known to be very friendly, and often had men come over or to go out on several dates since moving to Hawaii. Police had found evidence that Nancy had opened a bank account at the Bank of Hawaii that day. When they talked to the teller who had assisted her, they said that she'd arrived sometime around 2:15 to 3 p.m., but believed it to be closer to 3 p.m. After the police walked back to the apartment, they put Nancy's time of death between 3:10 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. At first, the two salesmen were suspects. They were identified as Parker Graham and Jeffrey Alward, and they volunteered fingerprints and took polygraphs, eliminating them as suspects. Other friends, ex-boyfriends, and co-workers in both Nancy and Jody's life were interviewed, most giving fingerprints and taking polygraphs, eliminating them as suspects as well. During the autopsy, it was discovered that Nancy had been stabbed 60 times with a total of 63 wounds, 3 being exit wounds. The murder weapon was believed to be a knife, 10 millimeters wide and 6 millimeters long. After months of no leads, Nancy's case went cold. In 2001, a DNA profile was made of the blood samples found in 1972. 3 different DNA profiles were found, 2 male and 1 female. Between 2001 and 2004, all past suspects' DNA was tested and were all eliminated as possibilities again. Law enforcement in Honolulu also used DNA that they sent to Parbon Nanolabs, which specializes in DNA phenotyping, which is a type of DNA that is used to test DNA. Processing of predicting physical appearances and ancestry from unidentified DNA evidence. They were able to produce a projected sketch of the suspect. In December of 2021, Hawaii cold case detectives got their first break in the case in almost 50 years. An anonymous tip came in that Tudor Chirilla should be a suspect in the case, and had previously run for the Nevada Supreme Court. In 1972, Chirilla had lived less than 3 miles from Nancy Anderson. At the time, he was working as a graduate assistant attorney. In 1995, Chirilla was charged with kidnapping and assaulting a woman that he was in a relationship with. She alleged that he had severely beaten her, trying to render her unconscious to sexually assault her. She managed to escape and press charges, but the case was never convicted. The Hawaii Police Department in February 2022 requested the help of the Reno police in getting a sample of Chirilla's DNA, but they were unsuccessful in getting the DNA covertly. So in March of 2022, they tried something different and they enlisted Chirilla's son and got DNA from him. The following month in April, he provided the sample and his identity was confirmed. A warrant was issued on September 1st to collect DNA from Chirilla himself. On September 6th, they finally got the sample. 2 days after law enforcement collected the sample, Tudor Chirilla attempted suicide. However, he was found in time and sent to the hospital where he made a full recovery. On September 12th, it was confirmed that the DNA found at the scene was Chirilla's. He was arrested and held in Reno, Nevada without bail. Hawaii authorities are working on extraditing him, and that hearing is set for early December. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. It was in early March 2019 when NYPD detectives got a phone call from an anonymous tipster. The now adult said that when she was 11 years old, she saw her mother and stepfather burying black garbage bags in their backyard in 1976. The tipster believed that the garbage bags contained the body of a person and gave the exact location. On March 12, 2019, investigators began searching the property and human remains were discovered under a concrete slab in the backyard of a home on 1115th Street in Richmond Hill, Queens, New York. It was determined the body had been dismembered at the neck, shoulders, and hips. Over the next few years, NYPD and the FBI worked to identify the man. Eventually, they would use DNA from the remains to attempt to identify him. In 2021, they were able to finally identify him, and in doing so were one step closer to solving his murder. The man was identified as 81-year-old World War I vet George Clarence Seitz, who on December 10, 1976 had left his home in Jamaica, Queens to go get a haircut and was never heard from again. Once George Seitz was identified, police did extensive interviews and scoured records trying to find as much evidence as they could to point to a suspect. And they found a suspect, and it was the owner of a barber shop that Seitz frequented. 74-year-old Martin Mata was identified and confessed. He was later charged with second-degree murder. Mata had stated that he had killed Seitz and robbed him for the $7,000 to $8,000 he had on him. Seitz was known to distrust banks for more times, and he was known to carry large sums of money on him at all times. Mata claimed that he stabbed Seitz in the head, dismembered his body, and buried it in the backyard. He was arrested without incident. In October 2022, he pled guilty to first-degree manslaughter after taking a plea agreement. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Melinda Katz, District Attorney for Queens, said in a press conference, quote, "After 46 years, a veteran of First World War gets justice. The successes of modern technology and forensics made it possible for us to not only identify the remains of the victim, but also to find any witnesses. When I became district attorney, I created the cold case unit for cases such as this, where time seems to be the enemy. Time allowed forensic genetic genealogy and our investigators to catch up to this defendant. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue." On March 24, 1994, a friend and neighbor came to deliver mail to her senior neighbor, Claire K. Holman in Barrijo Springs, San Diego, California. She knocked on the door, but there was no answer, which was odd. She peeked into one of the front windows and saw that the home inside was ransacked. Miss K. Holman was found deceased in her home. The 72-year-old widow and former hairdresser had owned a shop in town for many years, but was now retired. There were no signs of forced entry in her home, so investigators believed that she either knew her attacker or they were familiar with her routine. An autopsy showed that she had been strangled with a rope or cord, and her death was ruled a homicide. After months of investigation and no leads, her case went cold. In 2003, the San Diego County Sheriff's Department got a DNA profile from the evidence that was discovered at the scene. They entered the results into CODIS, the federal database of DNA for unsolved crimes, but they didn't get any matches from that. In March of 2021, they would try again, but this time with genetic genealogy in the hopes of finding a suspect. The evidence from the crime scene was re-examined and they found a single hair with foreign male DNA. With that, they were able to find 118 distant relatives of the suspect. For several months, they combed through and narrowed down all of the relatives until they honed in on a single suspect. In September 2022, it was announced that a suspect had been identified: Jerry Dwayne Robinson. Robinson had been a plumber in the area and may have worked for Claire Holman on occasion. Robinson died 15 years ago in 2007 from cancer. A paternity test was used to confirm the DNA from the suspect matched Robinson's. At the time of the killing, he was 51 years old. It is also believed the motive was robbery and sexual assault. Both the Holman and Robinson families have been informed, and the San Diego County Sheriff's Department considers the case closed. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. It was the day after Christmas in 1980 when 25-year-old Sandra DeFelice was found in her Las Vegas home, brutally beaten to death and sexually assaulted around 9:30 p.m. She was found in her bed under the covers. She lived at the house with a roommate and her 3-year-old daughter. Fortunately, the daughter was not at home at the time. She had been staying with her grandparents. Investigators collected a vast quantity of evidence, including foreign dark hairs, a glass with a fingerprint, and a sexual assault kit. The young mother was recently divorced and worked as a waitress to support herself and her daughter. Her ex-husband was initially the lead suspect, but was quickly cleared. Days of the investigation turned to months, which turned to years, and Sandra's case went cold. In December of 2021, the Las Vegas Cold Case Unit got a call from Sandra's daughter, now in her 40s, asking for any updates on her mother's case. This made cold case detectives re-examine the case with fresh eyes. They found fingernail scrapings under a Sandra's sexual assault kit that could now be tested with new DNA technology available. They found male DNA in the sample. The sample pointed to a suspect, 64-year-old Paul Nuttall. Nuttall had been detained for questioning in the original investigation but had been released. Police went and spoke with Nuttall, showing him a picture of Sandra and asking if he remembered her. About her murder, he responded by saying he didn't know what they were talking about, and at that time they also got a DNA sample from Nettle. He had been the initial suspect as his fingerprints had been found on the glass received from Sandra's house. Sandra's roommate was a friend of Nettle at the time, and she explained that she had given Nettle the drink when he had asked for a place to stay for the night as he had nowhere else to go, but she had told him no because Sandra was sleeping and she didn't know him well. The roommate claimed that she escorted him out of the house before leaving as well. The roommate is now deceased. Nettle would have been 21 years old at the time. The DNA was a confirmed match for Nettle and he was arrested. He is being held without bail and is currently waiting for his next court appearance. They believe sexual assault and robbery was the motive. Homicide Lieutenant Jason Johnson said in a statement to the media, quote, "After he was taken into custody, my cold case investigators had the pleasure of making the one phone call that every cold case detective wants to make. They were able to inform De Felice's daughter the man suspected of murdering her mother was in custody. There is a concern that Nuttall has dementia and will be undergoing evaluations before the trial. LVMPD is looking to see if there are any more victims linked to Nuttall, who has resided in Las Vegas his whole life. After 4 decades, Sandra De Felice will finally get justice. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Sunnyvale is a city located in Santa Clara Valley in northwest Santa Clara County, California. Sunnyvale lies along the historic El Camino Real and Highway 101 and is bordered by portions of San Jose to the north, Moffett Federal Airfield and NASA Ames Research Center to the northwest, Mountain View to the northwest, Los Altos to the southwest, Cupertino to the south, and Santa Clara to the east. As of the 2020 United States Census, Sunnyvale's population was 155,805, making it the second most populous city in the county after San Jose and the 7th most populous city in the San Francisco Bay Area. Sunnyvale is one of the few U.S. cities to have a single unified Department of Public Safety, where all personnel are trained as firefighters, police officers, and EMTs, so that they can respond to an emergency in any of those 3 roles. Karen Stitt was born on July 25, 1967 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to Robert Stitt and Catherine Lashaki. Karen Stitt was the new girl at Palo Alto High School as she had recently moved from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Despite her newness to the town, Karen felt comfortable using the El Camino Real bus routes to get to and from her boyfriend's home in Sunnyvale, like if she was a native. On September 2, 1982, Karen and her boyfriend were hanging out late playing some video games at a local 7-Eleven. Around midnight, they wandered over toward Golfland, a popular putt-putt course, and finally around 12:30 a.m., Karen's boyfriend left her near a bus stop, the corner of El Camino Real and South Wolf Road. She intended to take the 22 bus back to her father's house in Palo Alto. It was there, about 100 yards away from the bus stop, along a busy stretch of roadway, cluttered with bars and restaurants, that Karen's body was discovered the next morning. Investigators noted that leaves and dirt around her feet were disturbed and kicked, suggesting that she was still alive when her body was moved there. Her boyfriend later stated that he felt bad for leaving her, but he was afraid he would be in trouble for returning home late. Although the police department gathered all the genetic evidence that was present on the site of the murder, investigators were unable to identify a suspect, and the case went cold for over 40 years. Stitt's boyfriend at the time was considered a suspect, but was eventually cleared by forensic DNA analysis in the early 2000s. By 2000, DNA analysis technology allowed investigators to build a genetic profile of the suspect from a sample taken of the blood stain on the cinder block wall above Karen's body. Swabs taken from the scene, as well as items collected from the body, were also sent to the Santa Clara County Crime Laboratory. Investigators found that an unknown male's DNA taken from the sample on the wall matched the profile for DNA found on Stitt's jacket, and from sperm cells found on vaginal slides taken during her autopsy. A DNA sample from Stitt's boyfriend at the time did not match, and he was excluded as a suspect. No matches were found after comparing the unknown profile to a national DNA crime database. Detective Hutchison said that in 2021, he received a tip that a male member of the Ramirez family may have killed Stitt, launching his genealogical search. The tipster is still being kept anonymous by the police. However, U.S. Census records and other public databases show that the Ramirez family lived in Fresno, about 160 miles from Sunnyvale, as early as 1950, according to the detective statement. Hutchison found that there were 4 living Ramirez brothers. Further investigation ruled out 2 of the brothers, and the 3rd brother was later conclusively ruled out by DNA. This left only Gary Ramirez to focus on. In early March, Hutchison was able to identify Ramirez's daughter, and he obtained a sample of her DNA on April 8th. Court documents did not say how the detective got the sample. Investigators found very strong statistical support, tying DNA from Ramirez's daughter to the unknown male DNA from the crime scene. The detective said, establishing Ramirez as the prime suspect. The 75-year-old man accused of murdering the Palo Alto teenager 40 years ago, abducting her from a Sunnyvale bus stop, then raping her and stabbing her 59 times before dumping her body nearby, is Gary Gene Ramirez. Tracked from blood splotches at the crime scene through DNA and family tree genealogy, Ramirez had no previous criminal record when he was arrested on August 2nd. Living in a guest house on the Hawaiian island of Maui, police say. Ramirez's 79-year-old brother Rudy Ramirez told this news organization that he was shocked when his brother was arrested and told authorities, "You've got the wrong man." According to Rudy, Ramirez had joined the Air Force as a young man and lived in Colorado, Utah, and San Diego. He also spent time in San Francisco and other parts of California, including Fresno, where he had married twice and worked odd jobs, including as an exterminator, before retiring on disability with a bad hip some years ago. Rudy said he lost track of his younger brother in the 1980s, around the time of Karen's murder. In the late 1980s, he said his brother was living temporarily with their mother in Fresno. Rudy invited him then to move to Maui. Growing up in Fresno, Gary was the favorite child and had no history of violence, Rudy said. He was a kid that had everything going, he just had the old Midas touch. In later years, he said Gary became reclusive. Although authorities say the DNA evidence is overwhelming against Ramirez, they are continuing to corroborate elements of the case and are urging witnesses who may have known Ramirez through the decades to come forward with additional information. The sudden but long-awaited break in Karen's decades-old murder brought surprise and relief to her friends and family. But Ramirez's arrest also has opened old wounds, long locked away. Karen hadn't lived in Palo Alto for very long before her death. A Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania transplant, she had moved to the Bay Area just a few months before with her brother and father. Still, her classmates remembered her fondly. Karen was not like any other girl I had met before. When she transferred from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to Palo Alto, California to live with her father during the second half of my sophomore year in high school, the first time I set eyes on her, I knew she was special. Someone I wanted to get to know, Michael Calhoun, a former boyfriend, said in an August 10th email. Her smile could light up the darkest of rooms, her beautiful feathered blonde hair and the way she spoke. I won't say it was an accent per se, but it was different than any other girl I knew. Calhoun was not the boyfriend, who police said Karen walked toward the bus stop that night that she died. Calhoun said he lived around the corner from her in Palo Alto. She had been dating one of his best friends, so he initially stayed clear of dating her, he recalled, but he was smitten. It was kind of like that Rick Springfield song, Jesse's Girl, except I was singing I Want Jimmy's Girl. When they broke up, I did the cardinal sin amongst friends. I started dating her myself. But I did ask my friend first if it was okay. He didn't have a problem with it. I really fell hard for her. I'd say she was my first true love, he said. But she did want to explore getting back together once they returned to school. As a token of this, she let me keep a ring of hers she gave me when we were together. A copper ring with her name on it, which I still have to this day, he said. Getting back together never happened, however. She was violently stolen from everyone. My first day back to school as a junior was the day of her funeral, he said. Calhoun never gave up hope that Karen's killer would be identified and captured. It was because of losing her that I became interested in becoming a police officer. Not that I thought I could actually help in her case, but to be able to help someone else, Calhoun said. I even stayed in contact with the cold case detective in Sunnyvale after I moved to Las Vegas. He told me he was fairly new on the force when this happened. He even told me he was on the scene that fateful night, so he was very familiar with the case. With the advancement of technology in the field of genealogy, the police are now solving cold cases that remained unsolved, while providing justice to the families of the victims, but also punishing criminals that are a threat to the society. This is a prime example of how technology has helped crack one of the most mysterious cold cases. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Susan Arlene Winters was born on March 14, 1966, in Oklahoma. She was talented in both school and sports. After getting a graduate degree in political science from Oklahoma University, she studied law. Her career took off quickly. She worked at the Clark County District Attorney's Office for a year, then at a law firm in Las Vegas. She even served as a judge in North Las Vegas Justice Court sometimes. Alongside her career success, Susan also wanted to have a family. In August 1995, she married Brent Dennis, a psychologist. Their first daughter, Avis L., was born 4 years later in October 1999. The family welcomed a second daughter, Anna Danielle, in April 2002. Susan was passionate about every aspect of life. She was an avid reader, a marathon runner, an animal lover, and a devoted mother and wife. Despite being a hardworking attorney, she dedicated all of her free time to her family. This would all change on January 3, 2015. At 6:48 a.m., that day Dennis called 911 after finding his 48-year-old wife, Susan Winters, unresponsive in bed. Paramedics quickly arrived to find Susan barely holding on to life. She was taken to the hospital, and unfortunately at 2:26 p.m., Susan passed away after dentists instructed doctors to take his wife off of life support. According to the coroner's report, Susan died of a combination of ethylene glycol poisoning and oxycodone intoxication. Ethylene glycol is the main ingredient in antifreeze. Her death was ruled a suicide. However, the strangest thing in this case was that no evidence in the bedroom showed Susan harmed herself. Detectives found no suicide note, no glass with antifreeze remnants of liquid in it, and no prescription bottles or antifreeze containers. An impossible scenario if the notion of suicide was to be believed. When asked why his wife committed suicide, Dennis told police that he and Susan had been fighting for quite some time. Susan was drinking while on antidepressant medication for depression and had threatened to kill herself on many occasions. He claimed he found 2 bottles of antifreeze in the garage and assumed that Susan drank the antifreeze at some point. Dennis also said he slept the entire night and woke up to find Susan unresponsive. Although Susan's death was already deemed suicide and the case was closed, the Winters family was not ready to accept that she chose to take her own life. In 2016, Susan's parents Danny and Avis Winters hired retired FBI detective and attorney Tony, who filed a civil lawsuit against Brent Dennis on their behalf. The suit alleges that Susan died under suspicious circumstances and blames her demise on Dennis, who had a financial motive. Indeed, Dennis was very keen on the financial benefit that followed his wife's untimely death. He stood to benefit from a $1 million life insurance policy taken out on Susan's life. He was also the beneficiary of Susan's inheritance worth $1 million. Within 2 days of his wife's death, he was in talks with the insurance company. Apart from monetary benefits, Brent Dennis held a much darker secret. The more Sergo dug deeper, the more Dennis looked like a suspect. Sergo found many clues that have never been looked at before, clues that paint another picture of this respected Nevada psychologist. In his investigative report, Sergo cited potential evidence against Dennis, including an alleged substance abuse addiction and a connection to a man named Jeffrey Crosby, who had been convicted of felony possession with intent to sell cocaine. During his civil deposition, Dennis admitted to buying drugs from Crosby. When this secret came out, Susan, of course, was very upset. Susan demanded that Dennis seek treatment for his drug abuse. It was revealed that Susan had previously threatened to report his alleged drug use to authorities. Cell phone records obtained by the family lawyers show that she called and sent text messages to Crosby several times in the days before her death to stop him from selling drugs to Dennis. And arrestingly enough, she confided in some friends that their marriage was falling apart the day before she died. Susan's parents, Avis and Danny, insisted Susan did not kill herself. According to her parents, she was a bit upset, but in no way did that lead to her committing suicide. In fact, Susan purchased airline tickets to San Jose, California, Atlanta, and Hawaii to attend her daughter Anna's cheerleading competitions. Susan's parents said she was really excited that Anna would be attending college soon. Dennis had previously claimed that Susan had searched about antifreeze several times before her death, which made him believe that she took her own life by consuming antifreeze. But months later, investigators discovered that the last of the searches on antifreeze poisoning was done at 5:15 a.m. when Susan was already unconscious and nearly dead. Dennis also traveled to Orleans Hotel to meet with Crosby on 4 occasions after her death between January 9th, 2015 and March 27, 2015. After consistent insistence from the Winters family and armed with newfound evidence, detectives decided to revisit the case. On February 2017, during a traffic stop near his home, Dennis was arrested on suspicion of a deadly weapon. Allegedly, he received prescription painkillers from his own patients. And arrestingly, even at the time of his arrest, he had 3 painkiller pills in his right pocket. He was formally charged with voluntary manslaughter after being taken into custody. In April of 2017, Susan's manner of death was changed from suicide to undetermined following Dennis' arrest. While Dennis remained free on a $250,000 bail, he entered an Alford plea, in which he does not admit guilt, but concedes that prosecutors have sufficient evidence to prove his guilt. For years after Susan's tragic demise, Dennis was finally sentenced to serve 3 to 10 years in prison for voluntary manslaughter in connection with the 2015 death of his wife. While the Winters family is relieved by the outcome, Susan's daughters, who are now 22 and 20 years old, stood by their father. In a statement in court, they wrote that their father only entered the Alford plea in the case to avoid the harsher punishment, but did not have anything to do with their mother's death. October 8th was one of the coldest days in Klamath County, Oregon. Around 5:30 p.m. on that day, the Klamath County Sheriff's Office got a shocking call. A man was cutting firewood in a wooded area near the lake on Dead Indian Highway in Klamath County, where he discovered 2 lifeless bodies. When detectives arrived at the scene, they found the dead bodies of 2 teenagers, 1 male and 1 female, hidden beneath branches and shrubs. Both of the victims had multiple gunshot wounds to the head. The victims were identified as 19-year-old Kirk Wiseman and 17-year-old Cynthia Freyer. People were shocked at the fact that a double homicide, which appeared to be an abduction and murder by a stranger, could occur in Klamath County. It was concluded that they both had been shot multiple times in the head with a .22 caliber pistol. A letter was also found in which Cynthia wrote to her mother about her hopes and dreams, as well as all the activities they did prior to her death. But she never got the chance to send it to her mother. An autopsy indicated that Cynthia had been sexually assaulted. Retracing their steps before the murder, police found that Kirk and Cynthia had no connection to the area. They had been hitchhiking in Washington State and Oregon, and had plans to go to Crater Lake, a spot where Freyer always wanted to visit, when they vanished without a trace in September 1978. As the investigation went on, detectives also discovered that before going missing, the pair had stayed the night at a motel in Roseburg. They were then picked up by a person who claimed to have dropped the mop at Grants Pass restaurant. Nothing ever came of it. No other suspects ever came to light regarding this double homicide. Over the years, several people were questioned, but no one was ever officially charged. The case soon turned cold and stayed that way for nearly 40 years. In 2018, portions of Cynthia's clothing were sent to the Oregon State Police Crime Lab in Bend, where forensic scientists recovered the DNA of an unknown male. The unknown male DNA was then entered into the Cody's database, but didn't hit on a suspect. Investigators then decided to try their luck with the new genetic genealogy technology and sent the DNA sample to the Virginia-based forensic service Parabon Nanolabs. The unknown male DNA was entered into a genealogy website. Soon, in the summer of 2021, a potential match was discovered. The suspect was identified as Ray Whitson Jr. Investigators discovered that Whitson had previously lived with his family in Klamath Falls between 1976 and 1982 and had worked at a lumber mill. He was familiar with the area where the two bodies were found. Whitson had a prior criminal record, but his DNA had never been uploaded to the Cody's database. It was time to apprehend the culprit after all of these years. But unfortunately, it turned out that the suspect had died in 1996. Upon contacting his family, his children agreed to provide a DNA sample, and it was later confirmed that the DNA found at the crime scene indeed belonged to their father, Ray Whitson Jr., although the case was immediately suspended. Knowing that the suspect had long passed, detectives still felt it was crucial for him to bring answers to both Freyer and Wiseman's families and finally give evidence to the victims' families, including the handwritten letters. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Scott Russell Johnson was born in Los Angeles on November 27, 1961, to his parents Grant and Barbara Johnson. Being the family's third child, he was always pampered by his older sister Terry and his older brother Steve. In 1970, after moving to Colorado, their parents separated and the siblings stayed with their mother. Thereafter, the father stayed out of most of their lives. But through these hardships, Scott and his siblings made the best out of the situation by banding together. Scott was a bright student and excelled in mathematics, even taking college-level courses while he was just a freshman in high school. Scott was then accepted into the California Institute of Technology. In 1983, he went to Cambridge University in England for a year. In January of 1984, Scott met Michael Nunes, an Australian student studying for a PhD at Cambridge University, and they started a relationship. But by that summer, Scott had to return to the United States. Cheerfully, he shared about his relationship with Noon with his brother after coming back home. By 1985, he earned a full scholarship to undertake a PhD in mathematics at the Australian National University, so he moved to Australia. It was a perfect opportunity for this gifted young mathematician to finally reunite with his partner after months of being in a long-distance relationship. Scott applied for permanent residency in 1987 based on his relationship with Noon. The following year, Scott received advice from the Department of Immigration that he would be eligible for permanent residency if a genuine and continuing relationship between Scott and Noon persisted. To March 10, 1989. However, it did not work out and Scott and Noon separated while continuing to be friends. On the morning of Saturday, December 10, 1988, a man set out spearfishing with his 13-year-old son at Bluefish Point. As they approached the vicinity, the son noticed a lifeless human body at the bottom of a cliff. It was lying among rocks about 200 meters north. Bluefish Point. Investigators quickly reached the area after they were notified of the discovery. The deceased male was found naked lying at the base of the cliff. His clothes were found neatly folded at the top of the cliff with his shoes. A heavy metal pin was also left on top of the clothes pile. The body was identified as the 27-year-old mathematician and PhD, Scott Johnson. Despite the unusual circumstances, the death had been deemed a suicide in the initial investigation. On the morning of December 14, 1988, a forensic pathologist performed an autopsy on Scott. He concluded that Scott died as a result of multiple injuries that can be caused by either intentional or unintentional falling from the cliff. An amount of 0.005% alcohol was consistent with his blood. The pathologist also stated that in his 30 years of work, he never saw someone committing suicide by jumping from a cliff while naked, a statement that provides a different aspect to this case. Scott's family did not believe in the suicide theory from the beginning. Years of effort and petitions from Scott's family sparked coroner investigations in 2012 and 2015. which both recommended reopening the case. At the third inquest, new witnesses came forward to say the area was a known gay beat-up spot and told of gangs of men, including Australian Army soldiers, converging on the cliffs to commit gay hate assaults and robberies. According to some reports, Scott's death perfectly aligned with the several violent assaults on gay men that occurred in the late 80s in the adjacent areas. Many witnesses came forward with information about the MP3 gang and the Australian Army soldiers involved in gay bashings in northern beaches, North Sydney and Sydney areas. The witnesses were so scared that they used pseudonyms because they feared if their identities were revealed, they would have to face the wrath of the infamous gang members. There was no direct evidence that connected Scott's death to these attacks, yet many still believe he fell prey to another one of those violent attacks. Then in 2017, a coroner ruled that Johnson fell due to actual or threatened violence by unidentified persons who attacked him because they perceived him as homosexual. After that, a renewed police investigation was launched, and in 2018, a reward of $1 million Australian dollars for information that could help solve the crime was announced. That was then doubled to $2 million in 2020 when Scott's brother Steve put his own money on the table, hoping it would finally bring justice to his brother. It was estimated that up to 80 gay men were murdered by different homophobic gangs around Sydney in the late 1980s, with many pushed off cliffs. In the meantime, in 2019, an informant came forward after hearing about the case, which led investigators to 51-year-old Scott Philip White. The informant was White's ex-wife, Helen, who told police that White had often bragged about bashing young gay men and had not denied killing Scott Johnson when she had asked. The family had, for years, fought for Australian police to investigate this as a gay hate crime. Finally, they had the person who had been hiding in plain sight for decades. A judge decided that there was insufficient evidence to establish it was a gay hate crime and sentenced White to jail for the 1988 killing. He will be eligible for parole in 2030. White, who was 18 at the time of the murder, did not give evidence in court, but had told police he and Scott had met at a bar in December 1988. It was also revealed that the pair had gone to North Head Cliffs in Manly, which was a well-known gay cruising ground. White claimed they got into a fight and Scott fell to his death. But a judge found that he had struck Scott without any provocation, knowing it would most likely cause the mathematician to fall to his death, which it did. Scott White was sentenced to a maximum of 12 years and 7 months in jail for the then 27-year-old's murder. After a long battle, Scott's family can finally sleep peacefully, knowing their brother got justice. Stephanie Lynn Hebert was born on June 30th, 1972. Her parents, Donald and Joyce Hebert, were longtime residents of a suburban neighborhood in Wagamon County, Louisiana. In May of 1978, 5-year-old, sweet and cheerful Stephanie just graduated kindergarten at Live Oak Manor Elementary School. Shortly after that, schools were dismissed for the summer break, so it was the time for play dates, sleepovers, and fun in the sun for the children. And nobody had a clue that it would all change on June 13th, 1978. That morning, Stephanie came back to her house to grab a bite to eat after spending the previous night at her friend's house. After lunch, she was going to play with another friend. After spending some time with her mother, at around 2:30 p.m., little Stephanie left her home to go to her friend's house just 3 doors down. It never crossed Joyce's mind that this would be the last time she would see her daughter. Hours would go by before anybody realized that Stephanie never made it to her friend's house. Once they did, Stephanie's frantic parents called the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office to report that their daughter was missing. Authorities immediately began searching nearby areas for the little girl. About 100 deputies and 50 volunteers went down on foot through the dense woods and swampy areas with helicopters scanning over them. Stephanie's parents, volunteers from the community, conducted their own search. The FBI even joined the local police department to help with the search. But despite their relentless efforts, no traces of Stephanie would be found. The search took on an ominous tone when no traces of Stephanie was found after 72 hours of extensive searching. Although it was initially assumed that Stephanie had lost her way and was stuck somewhere, soon they were considering a possible abduction. 2 witnesses came forward after police started interviewing people in the community. An ice cream truck driver claimed that Stephanie came by to buy some cotton candy from her. She was accompanied by an unknown woman who wore heavy makeup and bright-colored shoes. The duo then walked toward a 1974 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am and drove away. An 8-year-old boy from the neighborhood also saw Stephanie with a woman of a similar description around 5:30 p.m., about 4 blocks from the Hebert home. Sadly, every effort to locate Stephanie was fruitless, as no car or woman of that description were ever found. After 5 months, just before Thanksgiving, a hunter found partial skeletal remains in a rural wooded area of St. Charles Parish, Louisiana, just about 20 miles away from Stephanie's home. A rope was wrapped around the little skeleton. It was evident that she was bound to a willow tree and left there, exposed to the harsh elements before her death. Stephanie's distinctive blue-rimmed glasses, shoes, and clothes were found nearby. Did not present many clues about the perpetrator. DNA was collected from the scene. The remains were identified as poor Stephanie Hebert after the autopsy was all done. Her parents were devastated at the gruesome discovery, as they always hoped that their daughter would be found alive. Detectives had only circumstantial evidence at the time, but they grew suspicious of a teenage neighbor, Roger Alexander. Stephanie was friends with Roger's sister and spent the previous night before her disappearance at their house to attend a sleepover. Detectives were confident that Roger was the killer and presented the case to a grand jury. However, Roger had an alibi that he was working with his cousin during Stephanie's disappearance and passed a polygraph test, so the jury declined to prosecute him due to insufficient evidence. But suspicions followed him for decades as the case remained cold. Then, years later, suspicion fell on another person, Daniel Parks, who lived near Stephanie's house when he was charged with the rape of a then 7-year-old girl. The victim testified that Parks had once threatened her, saying that she might end up like a bear. When brought in for questioning, Parks confessed to the rape, as well as the comment about Stephanie, but later recanted his confession. He maintained that he had incorrectly implicated himself in the crime due to his condition of diabetes. He was found guilty of 2 counts of aggravated rape and was sentenced to life in prison, but could not be further connected with Stephanie's murder. In 2012, detectives got their big break in the case. 50-year-old Jason Franklin Jr., who went by Jay, came forward with secrets that he held onto for 3 decades. Jay described the sexual and physical abuse he suffered at his own father's hands, as well as his parents' involvement in Stephanie's abduction, then ended with her death. Jay stated that Jason Franklin Sr., who was a resident of the area where Stephanie lived, raped the little girl on 3 separate occasions before the day of her murder. He also stated that while his father had been responsible for Stephanie's death, his mother was an accomplice. Joyce Vanette, Jay's mother, would often help Franklin Sr. fulfill his sick desires, despite the 2 of them being divorced. Jay revealed that it was Vanette who abducted Stephanie using 6-year-old Jay as bait to lure the girl in. She then lured Stephanie into their car and drove her to a house in Luling, where Franklin Sr. was already waiting. At some point, he loaded Stephanie into a car and told his former wife to follow him with their 6-year-old son in tow. They drove to the swampy area where Stephanie's body would later be found. Jason took Polaroid photos of Stephanie after stripping her, while Jay was forced to pose with her. On previous occasions, Stephanie had kept her mouth shut about the abuse, but this time, she tearfully declared that she would tell her daddy everything. Jason then witnessed his father straddling Stephanie and binding her to a tree as he and his mother pulled away. Jay even led investigators to the exact area where Stephanie had been found. He said that he was so scared of his father that he had been unable to come forward until he was 50 years old. No arrest would follow along until 6 more years had passed after this testimony from Jay. While detectives slowly build their case against Jason, Vanette denied any involvement in Stephanie's murder and called her son a liar. Finally, in 2018, Jason Franklin Sr., 76, was arrested and taken into custody from his home in Massachusetts before being extradited back to Louisiana and charged with Stephanie's murder. He was also accused of raping 2 other children between 3 and 7 years old, along with Hebert. The other 2 incidents occurred between 1975 and 1977. Vanette would not be charged with Stephanie's abduction and murder due to a lack of evidence. The arrest brought a sense of peace to Stephanie's parents, Donald and Joyce. After decades of seeking justice for their daughter, they both passed away. In 2020, as justice was on the way, the case came to an abrupt stop. In January 2022, Franklin Sr. died of a respiratory illness while in prison. In June 2022, detectives officially closed this 44-year-old cold case after the main witness, Jay, was killed by a drunk driver. Brittany Drexel was born on October 7, 1991 in Rochester, New York. Shortly after Brittany was born, Don married Chad Drexel, a military man who adopted the girl and loved her like his own daughter. After Chad's military service ended, the family lived in the Rochester suburb of Chile. Drexel was born with persistent hyperplastic primary vitreous in her right eye, which caused her vision to be hazy. This condition required several surgeries, and Brittany ended up blind in that eye. To cover the eye's tendency to wander, she wore contact lenses that gave her a distinctive appearance. Brittany was full of life. Despite her eye condition and small stature, she loved to play soccer. In her late teens, she developed a love of cosmetology and wanted to become a model. It was spring break in April 2009. 17-year-old Brittany asked permission from her mother to go to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina with her boyfriend and some girlfriends. Her mother refused as there were no accompanying adults on the trip, and she did not know the teenagers well, call it mother's intuition or what you will, but she also had a hunch that something bad would happen on that trip. This led to arguments between the mother and daughter, which continued for several days. Finally, on April 22, 2009, her mother agreed when Brittany asked if she could go to a friend's house for a day or two to calm down. However, Brittany left for South Carolina with the other students without telling her mother. On April 25, 2009, Brittany and the other teenagers arrived at the Bar Harbor Hotel in Myrtle Beach. Brittany called her mother once during the daytime to tell her she was at the beach. Which one? Her mother assumed that Brittany had been referring to a beach along the Lake Ontario shoreline, close to her friend's house where she was supposed to go. That night around 8 p.m., Drexel left the hotel alone to visit a longtime friend who was staying at the Blue Water Resort. She was captured entering the Blue Water Resort on security cameras. She was wearing a black and white tank top, flip-flops and shorts, and was carrying a beige purse. Around 8:45 p.m., the cameras captured her leaving. Throughout the day, Brittany was constantly texting back and forth with her boyfriend, John Greco, who had stayed in the Rochester area because of work commitments. Suddenly, around 9:15 p.m., her text stopped. After waiting for some time when Brittany still did not respond, a worried Greco began calling her friends in Myrtle Beach to see if they knew where she was. When nobody had heard from her, Greco had no choice but to call Brittany's mother to tell her the truth. Dawn was shocked to know that her daughter lied to her to go to Myrtle Beach. There was no time to hold a grudge though, as nobody could contact Brittany. When repeated calls and texts to Brittany's phone went unanswered, Dawn called Chad and then the Rochester police, hoping they could establish communications with their counterparts in South Carolina. The following morning, Myrtle Beach police began looking for Brittany. They soon located the security footage from the Blue Water Resort and found the friend whom she had visited there. The last person to see Brittany before she left was Peter Brazowitz, a 20-year-old nightclub promoter whom Brittany had known from the Rochester area and was also vacationing in Myrtle Beach. Apparently, Brittany had met up with him at a local nightclub the night before. Police interviewed him and the friend staying with him, but no person of interest was identified. The cell phone record showed that Brittany's phone pinged 7 miles south of Myrtle Beach, just half an hour after her disappearance. Then, 2 hours after this, her cell phone pinged again. It was a town called McClellanville, 50 miles south of Myrtle Beach. The phone then went dead, and the case went cold. No traces of Brittany would be found after extensive searches. In 2016, 7 years after Brittany's disappearance, this case would see a dramatic break. Taquan Brown, a South Carolina inmate serving a 25-year sentence for manslaughter, told investigators that he had witnessed what happened to Brittany. He said that she was sexually assaulted, pistol whipped, and shot dead by a group of men. led by Timothy Deshawn Taylor in the area where Brittany's cell phone last pinged. Brown also said that they dumped Brittany's body in a nearby swampy area full of alligators. However, Taylor denied all of these allegations. Once again, the case went silent due to insufficient evidence to charge anyone. In all those years, Brittany's family had started to lose hope of ever finding her. But then, in May of 2022, Brittany's case finally made a breakthrough. This came as a confession from a 62-year-old man named Raymond Moody. Raymond, a registered sex offender, turned himself in to the Georgetown County Sheriff's Office based on an obstruction of justice charge. He was a person of interest in Brittany's disappearance in 2012, but it led nowhere. On May 4th, Moody confessed to the crime and provided a location of potential remains. On May 11th, human remains were located, which were buried in the woods off a private gated drive outside of Georgetown. After medical examination, those remains were identified as Brittany Drexel's. It was discovered that she had been strangled and then buried on the morning of April 26, 2009. The most tragic part of all of this is that Raymond released from prison in 2004 after serving 21 years of a 42-year sentence for abduction and rape. So if he had served his full sentence, Brittany would still be alive today. While Brittany's family is coping with their loss, Raymond Moody has been arrested and charged with Brittany's murder. Tokyo, Japan's capital, sits at the head of Tokyo Bay on the Pacific coast of central Honshu. It's the largest metropolitan city globally and is famous for its excellent transportation, otaku culture, ancient temples, and delicious food. The city blends old traditions with modern technology, giving it a unique appeal. Despite being known as one of the safest places to live, a brutal crime in 2007 showed a different side. Bill and Julia Hawker raised their 3 children in Coventry, West Midlands, England. Bill owned a driving school and Julia was a policy advisor. They worked hard to provide a good life for their daughters, Lisa, Lindsay, and Louise. Lindsay and Hawker, born on December 30th, 1984, was the middle child. The family was close-knit, and Lindsay was described as kind, intelligent, and beautiful, both inside and out. Despite being so popular throughout her life, she was the kind of person who would drop anything to help someone. Lindsay's brilliance in academics was never hidden from anyone who knew her. After completing high school at King Henry VII School in Coventry, she completed her A-levels in biology, history, and computing. She then ventured to Leeds University to study biology and went on to achieve first-class honors degree in biology, graduating in 2006. Going for a master's degree was Lindsay's next plan. However, her adventurous spirit led her down another path. After obtaining her master's degree, she wanted to become a doctor, marry her boyfriend of 4 years Ryan, and start her own family. However, before pursuing the master's degree, Lindsay wanted to take a break from her studies to add a new perspective to her life. So in mid-2006, she hatched a plan to teach English in another country. She soon found herself signing up for Nova Teaching School in Tokyo, Japan. It was the country that Lindsay always wanted to visit at some point in her life as she had fallen in love with its culture long ago. Like a dream coming true, Lindsay surpassed the tough competition and finally earned the chance to teach at Nova Teaching School for 1 year. Lindsay was so excited to go to Japan that she went from learning Japanese to studying their culture before ever boarding the plane. Nova English School is considered one of the largest private schools that recruits people from every corner of the globe to teach English in Osaka and Tokyo. After landing in Tokyo, Lindsay quickly found comfort in her work. She was loved by all her students and coworkers and even shared accommodation in Chiba with 2 other female teachers. In fact, she adapted so well in Japan that she made friends with locals within a short span of time. Lindsay stayed in regular contact with her family and her boyfriend. In December 2006, around the time of her birthday, Lindsay's parents visited her in Japan. She was so happy to see them and smiled the whole time. In the summer of 2007, Ryan was set to visit Lindsay and they were to travel together and settle down in the UK. It was at this time that a bizarre incident took place that changed Lindsay's life and in the lives of all those who loved her. The strange event involved meeting Tatsuya Ichihashi, a 28-year-old Japanese man. Tatsuya Ichihashi was born to a medical doctor father and a dentist mother on November 5, 1979 in Gifu Prefecture, Japan. Due to his parents' frequent relocation, Ichihashi grew up back and forth between Gifu and Chiba. With luxury always within his reach, Ichihashi was simply a spoiled brat. After completing his graduation in the Department of Horticulture from Chiba University in 2005, he remained unemployed. Even at such an adult age, he was living off of a 100,000 yen allowance from his parents, which was equivalent to about $600 at the time. Although Ichihashi did not have an official criminal record, he had been the subject of allegations of theft and injury 6 years prior to before he met Lindsay. Allegedly, he assaulted a woman on the street during a robbery, but the matter was settled for an undisclosed amount. This should have been a lesson in Ichihashi's life, but it changed nothing. In March 2006, he was 28 years old and lived in a 3 BHK luxury apartment at his parents' expense. Ichihashi was a loner who kept to himself while obsessing over physical fitness. He followed a daily routine of attending the gym and cycling 25 kilometers. His interest in violent manga comics showed signs of a psychopathic mindset. He was in a stable relationship with a woman for almost a year, but that did not stop him from stalking a young woman on public transport. At the end of March 2007, Lindsay shared a weird experience she had with a local guy, Tatsuya Ichihashi, and an email sent to her boyfriend Ryan. She wrote how Ichihashi had approached Lindsay on her train journey home from work. At first he claimed that she was his English teacher, but backed away a bit when Lindsay denied ever teaching him. He then asked her to confirm that she was an English teacher. If this was not creepy enough, after exiting the train he ran after Lindsay's bicycle all the way back to her apartment. Ichihashi then requested a glass of water, assuring Lindsay that he wouldn't bother her anymore after that. Perhaps any other person would have been able to help her. Called for help instead of indulging the stalker's request and giving him a glass of water. But the kind of person Lindsay was, despite freaking out, she still felt sorry for him. She confessed to Ryan that she let Ichihashi inside her apartment, considering it as an opportunity to show his face to her coworkers, just in case something bad were to happen. After entering the apartment, Ichihashi took a paper and pen and drew a sketch of Lindsay, contact number, and email address. At this point, Ichihashi had already asked her if she was interested in giving him an English lesson, but Lindsay, being cautious, said that she had a tight schedule. However, she could not reject the offer when Ichihashi proposed that they could meet in a public place and told her that he would pay her generously by the hour. The meeting was scheduled for 4 days after the day he sent her the email. Poor Lindsay had no idea that she had just made a deal with the devil, which would cost her more than she could have ever imagined. On Saturday, March 24, 2007, Lindsay and Ichihashi met in Dutour Cafe in East Tokyo. The lesson went on for over an hour, and everything seemed to be going well. Then Ichihashi told her to come with him to his place to obtain the money, as he did not bring the money with him. Though a little worried, Lindsay decided to go with him as she did not want to miss out on the hard-earned money. So the two hopped inside a taxi. Lindsay had to work later in the afternoon, so when they reached the destination, Lindsay told the taxi driver to wait for her as she would be right back within a few minutes. The taxi driver waited for the next 7 minutes and then went on his way thinking that she had changed her mind. Lindsay never came out of that house. Lindsay neither showed up for work that day nor did she make it to her apartment. Her coworkers grew worried but assumed that she might be staying with a friend. But Saturday turned into Sunday and Sunday turned into Monday. It was only on Monday, March 26, 2007, when Lindsay missed the second day of work without any prior notice that panic set in among her colleagues. Nova Teaching School informed Lindsay's parents and filed a missing person report to the authorities. When the police were finally involved in Lindsay Hawker's disappearance, 2 critical days had already passed, but they had a suspect in mind. During the investigation, Lindsay's roommates told the detectives that she went to meet a man named Ichihashi before she went missing. In addition, the note signed by Ichihashi with his contact information was a big clue for them. Confirmed that Lindsay was with Ichihashi. At around 5:40 p.m., 2 police officers were dispatched to Ichihashi's house, but they did not have a warrant, so they were not permitted to go in without cause. They waited by the front door before a neighbor let them into his apartment balcony. Officers noticed that although no lights were on, someone was lurking around inside the apartment. For some odd reason, the detachable bathtub of Ichihashi's and placed on the balcony. The officers called for backup as they suspected Lindsay could be held hostage in the apartment. Within an hour, 7 more officers arrived at the scene. Police were banging on his door when suddenly Ichihashi flung open the door and stormed past the officers barefoot. In a moment of shock, police officers let Ichihashi slip away while managing to grab his rucksack. In the absence of radio equipment, police could not keep track of him and the man vanished into the Tokyo crowd. Investigators were in for a gruesome shock when they entered Ichihashi's apartment. The bathtub placed on the balcony was filled with sand and soil. Flower seeds were on top of the bathtub to disguise it as a flowering tub. Upon closer inspection, the bathtub revealed a hand emerging out of the debris. The body, which was bound and gagged with plastic ties and scarves, was identified as Lindsay's after the autopsy. Further details from the autopsy report revealed that Lindsay was raped and bruises were found all over her upper body. Decomposing agents were also placed in the bathtub to speed up the decomposition process. In her final hours, Lindsay was subjected to an extreme assault. For some unknown sick reason, before killing Lindsay, Ichihashi shaved off her beautiful hair as a sick final insult. By the next morning, Tatsuya Ichihashi was officially a wanted man. All over Japan, police distributed wanted posters with his photo printed on them. Not only that, but his face was all over the media and news channels. Police asked the public to come forward with any information or possible sightings of Ichihashi. Police even released Ichihashi's photoshopped images wearing wigs, as after finding wigs in his apartment, a reward was announced for anyone who would come forward with legitimate information about the wanted man. But in spite of all their efforts, it seemed as though Ichihashi had vanished into thin air. Lindsay's family was devastated and frustrated. They went through all the pain of losing Lindsay only to watch the killer get away. Her parents, Bill and Julia, traveled to Japan from the UK to raise awareness about their daughter's murder. They believed that the Japanese police did not do their job properly, allowing the killer to slip away from the grip of 9 police officers. Japanese police were in the light of constant criticism. Soon British and Japanese media got involved in the situation, which was only getting worse. During all of this turmoil and publicity, Ichihashi was out there somewhere, living his life. During his time on the run, Ichihashi had actually traveled most of Japan. Between 2008 and 2009, he settled down in Osaka City, located 250 miles from West Tokyo, where the crime was committed. During this time, he routinely lived in internet cafes and worked on construction sites. To avoid detection at times, he even lived in a concrete bunker on a remote island. Any money that he earned all went to plastic surgery in order to change his appearance. However, Ichihashi had already changed his appearance through self-mutilation right after he became a fugitive. This is how he was able to evade arrest for so long. He cut off his mole, a part of his lower lip, and altered the shape of his nose by sewing it with thread. In 2009, in desperate need of information, the Japanese police increased the amount of the reward that was announced before. Police also released a statement saying that they believe that Ichihashi had performed cosmetic surgery on his face to alter his appearance and that people need to be on the lookout for unique identifying marks. Ichihashi's time was up. Following the release statement from the police, a plastic surgeon called investigators with some valuable information regarding the case. The doctor believed that the man he had just performed plastic surgery on was none other than Tatsuya Ichihashi. Call it foolishness or recklessness, but Ichihashi allowed the surgeon to take a before and after picture of the surgery. Those photos eventually blew his cover. And the ruse was finally discovered when one of his co-workers from the construction site recognized Ichihashi and called the police. Realizing what had happened, Ichihashi fled Osaka and took shelter in the abandoned bunkers found in the neighboring remote islands. In November 2009, he made a run for a ferry in Osaka ferry port. This was when finally his luck would run out as a staff member recognized him and informed the police. On November 10, 2009, after keeping a low profile for 3 more days, police apprehended Ichihashi. Realizing that his game was over, he immediately confessed to being Tatsuya Ichihashi. With his arrest, one of Japan's most notorious criminal investigations came to a conclusion. Ichihashi did not confess to the murder immediately during his initial 23-day period of detention. He was originally charged with 1 count of abandoning a body, but police later added 2 more charges of rape and murder. On December 23, 2009, one of Ichihashi's lawyers announced that he had finally acknowledged involvement in Lindsay's death, but also claimed that he had not killed her intentionally. In court, he claimed that he had accidentally suffocated Lindsay during the sexual assault and that his efforts to resurrect her had failed. On July 21, 2011, the Chiba District Court of Japan sentenced Ichihashi to life imprisonment for the senseless murder of Lindsay Hawker. Although Lindsay's family was seeking the death penalty, they were satisfied with the sentence as their prolonged wait for justice was finally over. Lindsay's father Bill said, "We've waited 4.5 years to get justice for Lindsay. We have achieved that today and we are very pleased." Ichihashi wrote a book entitled Until I Was Arrested in 2011 about his time on the run. He offered Lindsay's family all of the royalties the book might earn, an offer the family had rejected. In 2013, a movie, I Am Ichihashi, Journal of a Murderer, was also released based on the book Ichihashi wrote. However, Lindsay's family found it distasteful. Laisha's story begins in Conroe, Texas, a charming small town in Montgomery County, about 40 miles from Houston. She lived there with her mother, Laura Kay, stepfather Charles Hirsch, stepbrother Kirk Hirsch, and her 2 biological brothers, Sean and Larry. Laisha was a successful student at Washington Junior High, known for her blonde hair and light blue glasses. On September 7, 1979, a warm and beautiful day, Laisha and her brothers went to Wildwood Lake and its nearby swimming pool with their cousins and friends. It was a common hangout spot for families and teens back then, when thoughts about everyday safety were different from today's. Back then, it was normal for children to walk places alone or with friends, to hitchhike with strangers, or to visit others' homes unsupervised. Mobile phones were not around yet, so add on the additional hurdle of not having constant contact. The group had a wonderful day swimming and goofing off until before they knew it. Sunset was fast approaching at about 7 p.m. Not wanting to miss curfew or to be late for dinner, everyone decided to wrap things up and began to head home. Laisha, however, was having too much fun and didn't want to go home yet. Her 2 brothers, Sean and Larry, knew that the swimming area was generally known to be safe by the community, so they began to trek home without their sister. The trio's mother, Laura Kay, noticed that only the boys walked through the front door and promptly asked them where their sister was. They told her that they assumed that she would follow close behind them and be home within the hour. This understandably left a bad taste in Laura's mouth, as it would for any concerned after a short while. With no sign of Laisha's return home, her stepfather Charles Hirsch decided to take action. He was worried but not yet concerned that she might be in any danger. He walked over to the swimming pool area to find her and tell her to come home, but the longer he looked, the sooner he realized that there was no sign of his daughter. Parental adrenaline kicked in for Charles and Laura, and they took the initial search efforts into their own hands. They drove the streets of the subdivision where the swimming area was located and kept their eyes out for their daughter. When that search came up short, they took the next step of stopping by the houses of family and friends to ask if anyone had seen or heard from her, particularly the ones that had been with her earlier that day. Once they found that she was no longer with any of them either, the realization washed over them. Their daughter was missing. Laisha Jackson was reported missing to the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Deputy L.B. Robinson was quickly assigned to the case given the urgency of a missing child. A boy by the name of Bobby Hill was one of the first people to be interviewed by the detective. He was a friend of Laisha's who was the last to have seen her. He claimed that before the group left without her, he had last seen Laisha sitting on the with either a white or yellow shirt and blue shorts with red trim on top of it. He also recalled that while walking home from the lake, he and his friends noticed a brown Monte Carlo pass by them several times, driving erratically on the road and nearly hitting them. This suspicious incident set off alarm bells for Detective Robinson. After questioning Laisha's brothers, cousins and other friends and family, they headed down to the swimming area to search for any clues as to her whereabouts. The search came up short, and they soon made the understandable assumption that she may very well have been abducted by the man driving the brown car. Then and there, the detective called headquarters for additional backup, as this now might be upgraded to an abduction case. As word spread of Laisha's disappearance around the small town, the police force soon realized how loved this girl was, as many community members, alongside the family, and nearly 24 volunteers from the local fire department helped join the search. The group searched far and wide until 12 a.m. that night, still finding virtually no trace of Laisha in or around town. The next day, as the hunt continued, the Sheriff's Marine Division came forward, wanting to make sure they covered all investigative bases, before assuming that Laisha had been abducted. For one, it was possible that she could have drowned in the swimming area. The kids were all there unsupervised. They conducted a thorough search of the swimming area, lake, pier, and woods, and still no sign of Laisha. Kirk Hirsch, Laisha's older stepbrother, was the first one to come across a clue. Looking for his sister, he was combing the corner of Creekwood Street and Deep Forest Drive, 2 blocks away from where Laisha was last seen, when he found something lying in the road. A pair of black, thick, rimmed glasses. They were damaged, comparable to damage a pair of glasses would receive if they were hit by a vehicle. Kirk and his family knew that they belonged to Laisha. The family sought help from the family optometrist that prescribed her glasses, and they later positively identified the pair as having belonged to Laisha. This was blood-chilling news for the family. They now had to prepare for the outcome that they most feared. September 13th. At little less than a week after Laisha went missing, an Exxon Gas Company employee by the name of James Wiley Dawson was out on a special assignment and had been sent out to fix a pipeline problem along Exxon Road. This road was just about a half-mile away from the lake. As soon as he arrived, he noted the overwhelming smell of decomposition in the air, but his mind went to it being that of just a dead animal. The smell proved to be too distracting, and he prioritized finding the dead animal. However, instead of a dead animal, James Dawson stumbled upon what looked to be a nude, heavily decomposed body of a girl. He immediately called the city police, and detectives rushed to the scene. Texas is notoriously scorching hot and humid at that time of year, so the body was in advanced stages of decomposition. They had to act fast to collect evidence. Officers knew that this could very well be the body of Laisha, but they had to be sure. They secured the crime scene and collected all available evidence from the body and nearby area, including the tracks found around the site. As the investigation continued at the crime scene, everyone soon got the news that they had been dreading. Near the body, clothes matching the description of the alleged outfit that the young girl was last seen in were found scattered near her nude body. It was then and later through DNA testing that they confirmed the remains to be of Laisha Michelle Jackson. This was a devastating find for the police, but of course more notably for her heartbroken family and friends. The later autopsy revealed that Laisha had met a brutal end. She showed signs of sexual assault as semen samples were found on her shirt. Signs of strangulation were also found, which was revealed to be her eventual cause of death. While her signature blue glasses were of course not with her, her favorite gold butterfly necklace was still around her neck when she died. Laisha Marie Jackson was soon laid to rest in a private ceremony by her family and friends. Her mourning family soon moved away from Conroe, even leaving Montgomery County altogether, as the memories of their lost loved one proved to be too painful to relive every day. After their departure, the abduction and murder case remained open. Police were determined to bring Laisha and her family justice. A phone line for tips was opened, and police encouraged anyone with information that might be helpful to the case to call it in. One tip was especially interesting to police. It involved a man, a Vietnam veteran, and a known heroin addict. When questioned, the tipster confirmed that many who knew this man witnessed him give intimate details of the crime to others, details that could not have been known to the public. He also apparently often asked his friends to set him up with local girls. Shockingly, he did not mean grown women around his age, but rather young girls. Police were on high alert. Using the information given by the tipster, they eventually got their hands on this man and arrested him on suspicion of murder. They used typical police techniques of interrogation until he broke. He confessed to the crime, but there was a twist. He claimed that he had an accomplice who aided him in the murder of Laisha Jackson. The man gave information about his accomplice to police, and before long both men were in custody and undergoing intense questioning. Police obtained search warrants for both of their homes and conducted thorough searches where they found red fibers. These fibers were similar to those found on Laisha's shorts on the day that she was killed. This was the physical evidence that police needed to nab these two on the charges of murder, especially since they already had a signed written confession given by the Vietnam veteran suspect. However, yet another twist was to come. After the red fibers were found in their homes, the suspect who signed the confession claimed that police had coerced the written confession from him. He went on to further claim police brutality while he was in jail awaiting questioning. These claims were taken seriously as even people under arrest have legal rights, and soon the FBI stepped in to perform a more thorough investigation. Officers adamantly denied the claims of police brutality and coercion, but it proved to be too late as a court case was already in the works. Unfortunately, due to the claims in the court case to follow, all evidence found by investigators, such as the written confession and red fibers, could no longer be upheld in court. This rendered the very damning evidence useless. In the end, the judge also ruled that the charge of murder was to be dropped for both suspects. These two men were released without so much as a warning, which was once again a devastating blow to Laisha's family and the investigators. They were now back to the drawing board, and as years and decades went by, the case got colder and colder. Decades later, in the year 2006, a man by the name of Tommy Deroy joined the police force in Texas, eventually earning the title of detective on the cold case squad. Deroy was actually a former schoolmate of Laisha's, and although he claims to not have close to home for him, and he yearned to give the Jackson family closure after all this time and mourning. Alongside another cold case investigator on the force named Detective Terrence Greenwood, the work and diving back into this case began. Tommy Deroy knew that some 40 years had passed since the murder. DNA technology had improved greatly since the original investigation, which meant there was better hope for the matching of a suspect. Perhaps it was the two men that his predecessors let slip away all those years ago. Deroy sent the semen and other samples found on Laisha's clothing back in for DNA testing. His hopes were crushed as the samples still could not be matched to any known criminals already listed on the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, also known as CODIS. The samples were decades old and not able to be processed to the fullest extent any longer. Witnesses from that day in September 1979 had moved away, moved on, passed away, or forgotten the details of that fateful day. Laisha's family had already moved far away from Texas at this point in an attempt to move on. All of this meant that they had to find other key evidence to solve this crime all on their own. The clock had been ticking for far too long, and hope was dwindling. Recently, in 2018, Courtney Fisher, a reporter with ABC 13, re-sparked public interest in the cold case of Laisha Jackson. Her report reminded cold case investigators that times have changed and that newer forensic DNA techniques were now available and were helping solve crimes left and right. In 2022, the police took her advice. There is a modern technology that goes by the name of MVAC. This method describes a process in which DNA-free buffers are sprayed directly onto surfaces that are being tested, followed by vacuum pressure then being applied in order to collect the best possible DNA sample. This technology is a major breakthrough and can collect far better samples than the ones collected by typical swabbing. Everyone's fingers were crossed that this could be the turning point in the case. In October of 2021, the MVAC method was put to the test by the Montgomery County Cold Case Homicide Squad, retesting DNA found on Laisha's shirt from 1979. And just like that, 43 years after the murder, a DNA match for the killer was found. The DNA sample was entered into the FBI's CODIS system, and finally, it came back as a 100% match to a man named Gerald Dwight Casey. Detectives made yet another shocking discovery at this time, as it turns out that this man was well known by police already. Casey was a known felon who had many convictions for burglary, assault on a police officer, possession of heroin, and marijuana. Gerald Dwight Casey had also already been convicted of capital murder once before. He was convicted in 1991 for a murder committed in 1989, 10 years after he had murdered Laisha Jackson. He had been executed by lethal injection in Texas on April 18, 2002, at 47 years old. To confirm his guilt, investigators compared the DNA found on Laisha's shirt to a blood sample taken from Casey prior to his state execution, and the 100% match was confirmed yet again. This man was Laisha's killer. As he exited death row after his long stint in prison and headed for the lethal injection chamber, Casey declined to share any last words. He apparently was unremorseful, and no one knew at the time what other atrocities he had committed before he died. Gerald Dwight Casey did not survive to receive proper punishment for what he did to Laisha Michelle Jackson, but at least he had been punished and is no longer able to hurt anyone else. While discovering who killed Laisha was a momentous occasion, it of course remained bittersweet news for Laisha's family and friends. They thanked the police force for never giving up on her, but often declined to speak publicly about the case any longer, since they had made peace with the outcome. They remain mostly anonymous to this day. The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office had now solved and closed its oldest cold case in the county. Modern advancements in DNA research, persistent detective work, and decades of hope solved this case. Cold, and it was served for a different murder. Whether you believe in karma, fate, an afterlife, or a spiritual deity, it is safe to say that one can hope that Gerald Casey is receiving his cosmic punishment wherever he is now, and that Laisha Jackson can finally rest peacefully. And there are all of the details while this murderer went to his grave, with the secret that he had assaulted and murdered an innocent 12-year-old girl. Justice still prevailed. Advancements in forensic technology will mean that more and more killers will be brought to justice. On the morning of June 20th, 2001, a disturbing 911 call from the normally quiet area of Houston, Texas. This is Andrea Yates, a 37-year-old woman who is living in the Houston suburb of Clear Lake City with her husband Rusty Yates and their 5 children. It was a happy family, a successful dad who worked for NASA, a loving mom, and 5 healthy children living the American dream. Andrea and Rusty met when they were both 25 years old and married on April 17, 1993. The children soon followed and they moved to Florida. In 1997, they returned to Houston and started living in a trailer. The following year, they purchased a 350-square-foot renovated bus which became their permanent home. When police reached the Yates home after the troubling 911 call, they witnessed something unthinkable, something that deeply stunned the whole nation. Rusty came home to find a horrific scene. All of their 5 children had died. Noah was 7, John was 5, Paul was 3, Luke was 2, and Mary was 6 months old, and all of them drowned at the hands of their mother. Inside the house, police found a wet sock in the hallway, and the body of one of Yates' children face down in the bathtub. The other 4 bodies were laid on a bed and covered with a sheet. Andrea confessed to the murders almost immediately. It didn't take long for the story to spread. Reporters and press began swarming the area while police took Andrea to the police station for questioning. A mother killing her 1 child, let alone 5, was unthinkable. But how did it all begin? Andrea always had been a caring mother to her children. That is until the birth of her 4th son, Luke. She became very depressed after delivery and showed acute postpartum depression. On June 16, 1999, Rusty found Andrea chewing on her fingers. The very next day, she tried to commit suicide by overdosing on pills. She was admitted to the hospital and upon discharge, she was prescribed antidepressants. For the sake of her health, Rusty moved the family to a small house. Again in 1999, Andrea had a nervous breakdown, which culminated in 2 suicide attempts and 2 hospitalizations. She was diagnosed with postpartum psychosis. The psychiatrist she was seeing at the time urged Andrea and Rusty to not have any more children and administered an antidepressant, Haldol. The medication worked well and Andrea was stabilized for some time, but the couple did not pay heed to the psychiatrist's suggestion. And only after 7 weeks, Andrea conceived their 5th child, Mary. Mary was born on November 30th, 2000. Although Andrea stopped taking her medication way before that, she seemed to be coping well. That was until 3 months after Mary's birth when Andrea's father died. and her health started to deteriorate. She stopped feeding her children properly. She read the Bible feverishly and even harmed herself. Her condition became so bad that she needed hospitalization. On the fateful day of June 20th, 2001, when Rusty left for work, Andrea was left alone to watch the children. Rusty's mother was supposed to arrive there after 1 hour. Within that period, she took all of her children to the bathtub one after the other and drowned them. In the interrogation by the police, Andrea never denied killing her children. When asked about the reason for her actions, she claimed that Satan made her do it. While in jail, she also said that she considered killing her children for 2 years before finally doing it. She was charged with 2 counts of capital murder. In February 2002, Andrea's trial began. Andrea's defense claimed that she was insane during the time of this act, but prosecutors argued that the fact that she waited for Rusty to leave for work as she knew he would stop her proved that she was sane enough to plan the crime. On March 15, 2002, Andrea was sentenced to life in prison for her crimes. However, her attorneys appealed the conviction, and finally on June 26, 2006, her second trial began. Exactly a month later, she was found not guilty by reason of insanity and ordered to stay in a mental facility. As of 2022, various sources report that she has offered annual hearings to check her eligibility for her release from Kerrville State Hospital. On December 20th, 1985, around 1:15 a.m., Cynthia Walker received a frantic call from her neighbor Mary Beth Tinning in the quiet neighborhood of Schenectady County, New York. Something was wrong with Mary Beth's 4-month-old daughter, Tammy Lynn. Cynthia met a pregnant Mary Beth that summer of 1985 when she was also expecting, and lived in a duplex across the street from Cynthia and her family. The two women became close friends quickly, and their pregnancy played a big part in that. Cynthia even trusted Mary Beth to babysit her 5-year-old son, while Mary Beth shared her story of how she lost a couple of children due to illnesses or accidents. Their friendship grew closer after both women delivered healthy babies. Cynthia was a licensed nurse and acted like one by rushing to her neighbor's house to help the baby girl. When she entered the living room in Mary Beth's house, she found poor Tammy Lynn on the changing table, purplish blue and unresponsive. Cynthia immediately started administering CPR, while Mary Beth paced back and forth repeatedly, claiming that she had found her daughter that way. Joe Tinning stood back a few feet away from them, silently shaking his head. The behavior looked suspicious considering Mary Beth had experience working as a nurse's aide, but still did not try to give CPR to her daughter. When Tammy Lynn was taken to the hospital, it was too late. The doctors and nurses were devastated, and not just because a precious little life was lost, but they all knew Tammy Lynn. She was born in the maternity ward of the very same hospital. In fact, doctors knew all about the story of Mary Beth finding her child not breathing, because they had heard it all before, and not once, but many times. It all began when Mary Beth's daughter Jennifer Tinning suffered from a hemorrhagic meningitis and brain abscesses in the womb, which unfortunately led to her death just a week after her birth. Mary Beth later admitted that she willingly inserted a sharp object into her uterus to induce early labor, so that the baby would be born on Christmas. She probably introduced the infection in the process, causing Jennifer to pass away only after 8 days on January 3, 1972. However, the string of death never seemed to stop. Only 17 days after Jennifer's passing, Mary Beth rushed her 2-year-old son, Joseph Jr., to the emergency room. She said that Joseph had choked on his vomit and suffered a seizure. The doctors discharged him on January 20, 1972, after observing him for 3 days when they could not find anything wrong, only for Mary Beth to bring him unconscious 2 hours later. He was dead on arrival. Since doctors could not find the cause of seizures and Mary Beth was the only witness of the seizures, they recorded the cause of death as cardiopulmonary arrest. On March 1st of that same year, the eldest of Tinning's children, Barbara, would be brought to the hospital on March 1st due to convulsions that doctors believed were caused by Reyes syndrome. It is an extremely rare brain disease and only occurs in less than 1 in a million children each year. Although doctors had their suspicions about the cause of convulsions, they decided to not bother the grieving mother. Yet death struck the Tinning family once again as Mary Beth's infant son Timothy was born on November 22nd. 1973, but almost a month later on December 10th, Mary Beth said she found him dead in his crib. But even this time, no proper investigation was done, and doctors figured that the cause of death was sudden infant death syndrome. At this point, it seemed that the death of the young children ran as a curse in the Tinning family. While everyone felt sorry for the poor mother who lost many children, some people were a bit suspicious about Mary Beth's nonchalant behavior after their deaths. But upon asking why she kept conceiving children, Mary Beth always replied that it was what women are supposed to do. In 1974, Joe Tinning, Mary Beth's husband, suspected that his food was tasting bitter. His family was suspicious of Mary Beth and urged him to get tested, but he refused. When finally he was admitted to the hospital, doctors found a nearly fatal dose of barbiturates in his system. It was later discovered that Mary Beth had stolen medicine from his nephew and mixed the entire bottle into his food. Surprisingly, Joseph did not press charges and Mary Beth was never confronted. Mary Beth gave birth to another son, Nathan, on March 30th, 1975. He was only 5 months old when he was taken to the emergency room. Mary Beth said that she saw the boy gurgling and turning blue while she was driving the car. As that was a different hospital, they were unaware of their family history. After the autopsy, the death was attributed to acute pulmonary edema. After this, the Tinning family settled down for a bit and adopted a 2-year-old Michael in 1978, apparently to stop the family curse. Joseph and Mary Beth had another biological child, Mary Frances, on October 29, 1978. And for a while, everything looked good. However, in January of the following year, Mary Beth brought her to the hospital, saying that she had a seizure. The doctors were able to save little Mary, but that did not save her from her fate. A month later, Mary Beth returned with Mary in full cardiac arrest. She survived that too, but left with irreversible brain damage, which caused her to die after 2 days when life support was taken off. After Mary's burial in the fall of 1979, Jonathan was born, but in the same circle of life he also died in March, after being kept on life support for 4 weeks. Even then, doctors could not find the exact cause of his death and believed that it was the mysterious family genetics of the Tinning family that led the children to death. But long-suspected belief that the deaths originated from genetics was discarded when their adopted son Michael fell down the staircase. On March 2nd, he died after having a concussion. So finally, when Tammy Lynn died, Child Protective Services were called and Mary Beth was arrested for second-degree murder. Her trial began on June 22nd, 1987, at Schenectady County Court. It was revealed that she admitted to her husband after police interrogation that she killed Tammy. Mary Beth received a sentence of 20 years to life in prison and was imprisoned at the Bedford Hills Correctional Facility for Women. She was denied parole 6 times until finally being paroled on August 21, 2018, after serving 31 years behind bars. 1994, a terrified young woman reached the San Jacinto police station in California. This was 34-year-old Dora Luz Buenarrostro, who frantically told the police how her estranged husband Alejandro Buenarrostro had showed up to her apartment armed with knives. Fearing for her 3 young children who were asleep in their bed, Dora went to the police to seek help. Officers immediately rushed to Dora's apartment to apprehend Alejandro, but he was not seen. But after arriving at the scene, police discovered the 2 gruesome dead bodies of Dora's little children, 9-year-old daughter Susana and 8-year-old son Vicente. They both had been stabbed in the neck as they slept in the living room. However, the concerning fact was that Dora's youngest daughter, 4-year-old Deidre, was missing from the apartment. Nobody knew if she saw the same fate as her sisters or if Alejandro had abducted her. Officers began searching for Deidre and Alejandro, fearing the worst had already happened to the young girl. Dora and Alejandro did not have a good marriage. They fought all the time, disagreeing with one another and everything. They quarreled so much that Alejandro lived in Los Angeles, while Dora lived in San Jacinto with her 3 young children. Dora claimed that he often threatened her with her children's lives. Officers put an APB out for Alejandro, which led police to him pretty soon. At the time, he was at his work, brought to the police station without incident. However, Deidre was still nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, when authorities were questioning Alejandro, A teenage girl heard a rumor from the student she was babysitting about an abandoned body being left at a post office nearby. When it was reported to the authorities, officers suspected it could be Deidre. In the post office, which was in Lake House, 10 miles away from Dora's home, they found a little girl's body strapped in a car seat. Sure enough, the body was identified as Deidre Benarasto. She had been stabbed with a knife as well with a ballpoint pen. Alejandro was released that evening after providing a strong alibi that he was not present in San Jacinto during the time of the murder. With Alejandro's story checked out, police focused their sight on Dora. When she was brought in for questioning, she was exhibiting strange behavior, unlike a mother whose children were tragically murdered in their sleep. She talked about being tired, laughed, and even joked during the interrogation. Besides, the police found many inconsistencies in her story. Even the neighbors did not have many good words to say about Dora. One of the neighbors said that Dora is neither a good friend nor a good mother. Dora often locked her children outside as punishment, and on many such occasions the neighbor would let them use her bathroom. Pretty soon Dora became the #1 suspect in this case. Her story had one major flaw. Investigators believe that Deidre was killed 2 days before. On October 29, 1994, Dora was arrested for the murders of her 3 children. The trial began 13 months after the ill-fated incident. In November 1995, a jury found Dora competent to stand trial, even though her defense was claiming otherwise. It was determined that Dora was trying to frame her husband by killing her children. The jury found Dora guilty. Due to an evident lack of remorse, 38-year-old Dora was sentenced to death on October 2, 1998. In December of 2018, Dora's death penalty was reversed, but the conviction still stands. It should have been a happy Sunday morning on April 5, 1987, in the Jenner family home of Huron, South Dakota. Instead, shortly before 9 a.m., Lynn Jenner found their 3-year-old daughter lying still in bed, blood covering her face and organs coming out of her mouth. He screamed in horror, causing his wife Deborah Jenner Tyler to come over from the master bedroom, which was only 20 feet away. As Lynn stood frozen, witnessing the horrific scene, Deborah reached over to the edge of Abby's bed and touched her. Abby's skin was cold, eyes were dilated, and hands were in a defensive pose, holding a clump of hair, possibly her killer's. Deborah called 911 to report the crime. Huron police officers reached the scene moments after the ambulance arrived at the Jenner home. The ambulance crew saw several cuts on Abby's body while they were carrying it out to the van. Later, autopsy results showed there were 70 stab wounds on Abby's body, among which some wounds were caused by a sharp edge blade, while other ones were caused by a dull object. Defensive wounds were also present on Abby's hands, indicating that she tried to ward off the assailant. The time of Abby's death was determined as the early morning hours of April 5, 1987. At the crime scene, everything was blood-stained. It was on the headboard of Abby's bed, on the mattress, on the wall behind the bed, on a wall-mounted light switch in Abby's room, on the bathroom floor, and on a telephone near the kitchen. A bloody knife was also found in a silverware tray above the microwave oven near the kitchen sink. A toy airplane was also found in the sink and blood was on it. However, no fingerprints were found there. Investigators also did not find any sign of forced entry and the windows and doors were all locked. All evidence pointed toward the assailant not being an outsider. When police cleared Lynn as a suspect very early on in the investigation, they were suspicious of Deborah. Her demeanor was very calm, composed and strange, beyond the behavior of a grieving mother. Without any solid lead to proceed, investigators told Deborah to take a polygraph test, which she agreed to. The results showed that she had been deceptive during the test. When asked if she killed Abby, she said she doesn't remember, but she also added, "I didn't do it, but I could have psyched out during the night." The evidence was enough for Deborah to face charges, but there was one final nail in the coffin: the hair that was found in Abby's hand. It was her assailant's, which turned out to be Deborah's, the one person who was supposed to keep her out of harm's way. Yet she did the unthinkable. Deborah's trial lasted from February 24, 1988 to March 15, 1988. It was revealed in the trial that Deborah switched between a kitchen knife and a toy airplane model while brutally stabbing her 70 times. The defense tried to present Deborah's unstable mental condition as a reason for her strange behavior, while she pleaded not guilty to the crime. Yet jurors found her guilty of the murder of her daughter and sentenced her to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In 2003, Governor Bill Janklow commuted her sentence from life to 100 years, when she admitted her guilt after denying it for 16 years, making her eligible for parole. After being rejected numerous times, September 2021, Deborah Jenner was finally granted parole. In the early morning hours of February 10, 1992, the fire department received a call from Seneca Street in Boise, Idaho. A house was reported to be on fire, and the residents were believed to be trapped inside. It was a home shared by a couple, Randy Rowe and Robin Rowe, and their 2 children, Joshua and Tabitha, when firefighters reached their minutes after the fire was out of control. As they desperately tried to bring the first-floor blaze under control, rescue workers made their way between flames and thick smoke to the second floor to see if anyone was trapped there. In a bedroom, they discovered Randy Rowe lying motionless. Tabitha was found soon a few feet away on the floor in the same condition. In another bedroom, they found Joshua as he too wasn't breathing. They were immediately carried outside for treatment. But despite the efforts, all 3 of them were pronounced dead at the scene. However, the children's mother and Randy's wife Robin Rowe was nowhere to be found. Just then, 2 women arrived on the scene. One of them identified herself as Robin Rowe and the other one was Joan McHugh, Robin's friend. While the emergency workers escorted the visibly shaken Robin away from the house, Joan told investigators that her friend had fallen asleep in her house earlier that evening. She also added that Robin had awakened her, saying that she had a bad feeling about her home. On the way, as soon as Robin saw the emergency vehicles, she told Joan that there had been a fire in her home even before any smoke or flames was visible. After the bodies were sent to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy, officers started looking for clues to find out how the fire had started. Almost instantly, a strange discovery was made. The circuit breaker that controls the power of the smoke alarm, which was installed in the family home, was shut off and the furnace fan was set to run continuously, feeding the flames and circulating smoke quickly through the home. Although the investigators were suspicious about the situation, finding the exact cause of the fire was not easy to discover due to the extensive amount of damage. On the other hand, an immediate autopsy revealed the cause of death for all 3 victims was smoke inhalation. As the investigation continued through the night, detectives found a flammable substance on the first floor that slowly burned before igniting a much hotter petroleum product, all pointing towards arson, suggesting the fatal fire had been set intentionally. Just like any other case, police looked at the spouse for answers. During interrogation, when asked why she was not at home that night, Robin claimed that she was staying at her friend's house at the time. She also said that for the past few months, her marriage with Randy had been rocky. He was being abusive towards her, even hitting her in front of the children. It was Randy who could have intentionally set the fire to punish her, she believed. However, investigators had their doubts. They did not believe her and had enough reason for doing so. Upon digging into her past, it was found that Robin's 2 other children had died under mysterious circumstances. And that's not all. While searching in a storage unit, police found evidence that she had embezzled money from the YWCA, her workplace. Moreover, they also found many insurance policies taken out on the lives of Randy, Joshua, and Tabitha that totaled over $275,000. The last one was taken just a few weeks before the fire incident. Robin was the sole beneficiary of all of them. It soon came to light that the claims of Randy's abuse were neither partly or entirely fabricated. In reality, it was Robin who wanted out, starting a sexual relationship with her friend Joan's adult son, John Blackwell, shortly before the fire. Though police could not yet apprehend Robin on the charges of murder, she was arrested on February 13, 1992 and charged with grand theft for stealing from the YWCA. She remained incarcerated due to being unable to post the bond. Detectives approached Joan after watching her regular conversation with Robin. She agreed to help the detectives and proceeded to secretly record her conversation with Robin. On March 18, 1992, Joan confronted Robin about the time she came downstairs on the night of the fire, but could not find Robin sleeping. It was a lie suggested by the detectives to have some kind of confession from Robin. Nevertheless, the strategy worked, as when asked where she went out that night, she replied that she could not remember. Another time, while answering the same question, Robin said she went out to meet her psychiatrist, but never revealed who that was. The conversation ceased when Joan told her that she was working with the detectives all along. At this point, detectives finally believed they had enough evidence to charge her. So on March 23, 1992, she was arrested on the charge of 3 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of aggravated arson. After her trial ended in March 1993, the jury returned with a verdict of guilty on all charges. On December 13, 1993, she was sentenced to death for the murders and 20 years for the arson. These senseless murders were not supposed to happen, as those beautiful children were not supposed to suffer in this way, and their mothers were not supposed to be the monsters they were. So what do you think made these women do what they did? Is it mental illness or just pure evil? Do they deserve forgiveness, or should they never walk free again? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. Horton Mudgett, also known as Holmes, was born on May 16, 1861, to Levi Horton Mudgett and Theodate Page Price. He experienced abuse from his father at a young age and would harm animals as a way to cope with his anger. He got married at just 16 years old and had his first child with his first wife, Clara Lovering. Holmes seemed to have a normal life until he went to college. In 1882, at 18, he joined the University of Michigan's Department of Medicine and Surgery, graduating in June 1884. After passing his exams, he continued studying in the same department and worked in the anatomy lab under Professor William James Herdman. There were rumors that Holmes and the chief anatomy instructor were involved in illegal activities like grave robbing to get bodies for medical study. They were also accused of making false insurance claims for the bodies they used, sometimes altering them to look like they died in accidents. Holmes decided to be on the move all the time. Just before his family thought of stability, Holmes abandoned his family and moved to New York. While he was in New York, he was suspected of the murder of 2 boys. One boy disappeared after he was last seen with Holmes, while the other died after consuming some medicine that Holmes had given him. The police were gathering evidence against Holmes, and he was arrested when he tried to collect $20,000 in fake insurance on a cadaver. But the police did not charge him with murder, as there was no proof against him. While the actual identity of Holmes as Mudgett was getting noticed, Mudgett moved to Chicago. In August 1886, after moving there, he changed his name to H. Holmes. When he came across Elizabeth S. Holton's drugstore at the northwest corner of South Wallace Avenue and West 63rd Street in Inglewood, Holton gave Holmes a job, and he proved to be a hard-working employee, eventually buying the store. Holmes purchased an empty lot across from the drugstore, which was later called Murder Castle. Many claims were made that the structure contained secret torture chambers, trapdoors, gas chambers, and a basement crematorium where many victims suffered painful deaths. Holmes actually lured his victims into the hotel, then took them to the torture chambers and sliced his victims open. Holmes then sold the vitals for a hefty sum of money and dissolved the remains in a concentrated acid in the basement. While he was doing such a job, he met Julia, who was married and had a daughter. Julia started having an affair with Holmes without realizing his mental condition. Understanding the affair, Julia's husband left her. So she started living in Murder Castle and soon disappeared along with her daughter. Holmes was arrested in a fraud case. Holmes was subjected to a short jail term, and that was when Holmes met a convict named Mario Hedgepath. When they were in jail, they both struck up a plan to fake an insurance policy for $10,000, where Holmes would pretend to be dead. This plan failed miserably. Holmes then met his acquaintance, Peitzel, who agreed to fake his own death, so that Mrs. Peitzel could collect $10,000 as a life insurance policy, which she was to split with Holmes. Peitzel had to set himself up as an inventor under the name B.F. Perry, and then be murdered and disfigured in a lab explosion. Holmes had to find an appropriate cadaver to play the role of Peitzel. Instead, Holmes got greedy and murdered Peitzel by knocking him unconscious with chloroform. and setting his body on fire using benzene. Holmes then collected $10,000 in the name of Petessel. However, he manipulated Petessel's unsuspecting wife by getting 3 of her 5 children named Alice, Nellie, and Howard placed in his custody. He later murdered Alice and Nellie by forcing them into a large trunk and locking them inside. He drilled a hole in the lid of the trunk and put one end of a hose through the hole, attaching the other end to a gas line to asphyxiate the girls. Mrs. Peitzel then reported to the police that her kids hadn't returned in a while. That is when the police started looking for the missing children along with Holmes. But when the police reached his hotel, they found the boy dead in the chimney. It seemed like the boy was being chopped up. In October 1894, Holmes' murder spree ended after he was held on an outstanding warrant for horse theft, and after that police became more suspicious. In October 1895, Holmes was put on trial for the murder of Benjamin Peitzel and was found guilty of 27 murders and sentenced to death. On May 7th, Holmes was hanged at Moya-Mensing Prison, also known as the Philadelphia County Prison for the murder of Peitzel. Until the moment of his death, Holmes remained calm and amiable, showing very few signs of fear, anxiety, or depression. Walter J. Freeman was born on November 14, 1895, and raised by his parents in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Freeman's grandfather, William Williams Keene, was well known as a surgeon in the Civil War. His father was also a very successful doctor. Freeman attended Yale University in 1912 and graduated in 1916. He then moved on to study neurology at the University of Pennsylvania Medical School. The Swiss specialist Gottlieb Burckhardt was the first to attempt human psychosurgery, which was performed during the 10 years of the 1880s through the 1890s. Exploratory raids were generally restricted at that point, and in the next many years psychosurgery was tried, but irregularly. On November 12, 1935, another psychosurgery strategy was performed in Portugal by the nervous system specialist Dr. Auguste Muniz. His new leucotomy technique was planned to treat psychological instability by taking little corings of the patient's cerebrum. Muniz turned into a tutor, an icon for Freeman, who changed the system and renamed it to the rather than taking corings from the cerebrum. Freeman's method cut off the association between the cerebrum and the thalamus. Since Walter Freeman was a nervous system specialist and not a neurosurgeon, he enrolled with the assistance of neurosurgeon James Watts. 1 year after the primary lobotomy on September 14, 1936, Freeman coordinated Watts to the prefrontal lobotomy in the United States on a homemaker, Alice Hood Hammett of Topeka, Kansas. Freeman and Watts had previously dealt with 20 cases, including a few additional tasks. By 1942, the team had performed more than 200 lobotomies and had distributed results proving 63% of patients had improved. 23% were accounted for to be unaltered, and the 14% were more regrettable after a medical procedure. After 10 years of lobotomy, Freeman found out about a specialist in Italy named Amaro Fiamberti, who worked on the cerebrum through his patient's eye sockets, allowing him to get to the mind without penetrating through the skull. Taking motivation, Freeman formed another system called the transorbital lobotomy. This new system was known as the ice pick lobotomy, and it was performed by embedding a metal pick into the edge of each eye socket while pounding it through the meager bone there with a hammer and moving it in to and fro, cutting off the associations with the prefrontal cortex and the cerebrum of the mind. The transorbital lobotomy medical procedure was first performed in Washington, D.C. A homemaker named Sally Ellen Ionesco by Walter. This transorbital lobotomy strategy didn't need a neurosurgeon and could be performed outside of a working room without using sedation by applying electroconvulsive treatment to incite seizures. The adjustments to his lobotomy had Freeman expand this medical procedure. Transorbital lobotomy could be done in mental which were overpopulated and understaffed at that point. In 1950, Walter Freeman's long-lasting accomplice, James Watts, passed on their training and split from Freeman because of his resistance to the savagery and abuse of the transorbital lobotomy. This practice often left patients in a vegetative state or diminished their quality of life, making their behavior similar to a child's. Freeman took the lives of 490 individuals during the procedures. Freeman took the recently changed method to the public in his van, which he named his Lobotomobile. He would show the medical procedure to specialists working at the state-run organizations. In some cases, he would start ice picking both eye sockets at once with an ice pick in each hand. His most famous medical procedure was performed on Rosemary Kennedy, who was the sister of John F. Kennedy. She was left in a vegetative state at age 23 for the rest of her life. One of his previous patients, Howard Dully, proceeded to compose the book My Lobotomy, examining his involvement in the system at age 12. Freeman allowed the media to watch an operation, in which a patient died when the ice pick slipped into their mind. He was noted for acting carelessly as he moved from patient to patient. His permit was canceled after the death of a patient. And although most doctors would measure risk, Walter was eccentrically risky. The Soviet Union was the first to ban lobotomy on moral grounds. Germany and Japan followed them. The US also banned lobotomy, but only in some states, as the introduction of thorazine proved to be a better cure for patients. Freeman would do his last lobotomy on his longtime patient, Helen Mortensen, who died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Freeman retired from George Washington University and started his practice at the age of 57. But all of the deaths he caused were due to fame. The hunt for fame took the lives of many people or left them in a vegetative state. Was Freeman not akin to a criminal? Well, it is up to us to decide. Michael Swango was born in Tacoma, Washington, and brought up in Quincy, Illinois. He was the middle child of Muriel and John Virgil Swango. Swango's dad worked as a United States Army officer who served in the Vietnam War. The war made Swango's dad an alcoholic, which caused Muriel to divorce him. Growing up, Swango saw little of his dad and therefore was closer to his mom. He was the valedictorian of his 1972 Quincy Catholic Boys High School class. Swango served in the Marine Corps, graduating from recruitment training at the Marine Corps Recruit Depot in San Diego. He saw no war abroad during his administration, so he got a respectable release in 1980. Preparing with the Marines made him love physical fitness. While he was not studying, he was often seen running or performing exercises on the Quincy University grounds. He used to do push-ups as a type of self-discipline when he was criticized by his teachers. Swango graduated from Quincy University as a chemical engineer with the highest praise. He was given the American Chemical Society Award, and following his graduation, Swango went to clinical school at the Southern Illinois University School of Medicine. Swango's fascination with chemicals increased during his time at Southern Illinois University, which led him to have dangerous behaviors. Although he was a splendid student, he liked to function as an ambulance attendant as opposed to focusing on his examinations. A distinct fascination with patients' deaths was seen during this time. People didn't see that many of Swango's allotted patients had experienced dangerous health conditions, and 5 of them died. Despite an extremely unfortunate assessment in his senior member's letter from SIU, Swango acquired a careful temporary job at Ohio State University Medical Center in 1983. While he worked in Rhodes Hall at OSU, medical caretakers observed that healthy patients started dying when Swango had been the floor assistant, who later turned out to be unusually sick, but the caretaker wasn't fully sure of what was going on. The caretaker mistook it for regular medication, but increased suspicions led Swango back to Quincy. In July of 1984, Swango got back to Quincy and started functioning as an emergency medical technician with the Adams County Ambulance Corps. Many of the paramedics on staff started to notice that whenever Swango arranged the coffee or got any food, a few of them would fall sick for no obvious reason. In October of that year, the Quincy Police Department was tipped off about Swango by his colleague. The police found arsenic and different toxins in his possession. On August 23, 1985, the court sentenced Swango to 5 years imprisonment for harming colleagues. After his release in 1989, Swango got a new line of work as a lab professional for ATI Coal and Newport News, currently known as Vanguard Energy, a division of CETA Logistics. During his time there, employees experienced stomach aches in his presence. Kristen Lynn Kinney, a medical caretaker at Riverside Hospital. The couple fell in love and wanted to marry once they got settled, but Kristen wouldn't know that his only desire was to murder people, which wasn't going to end anytime soon. He worked there until 1991. Then he left his position to search for another opportunity as a specialist. He kept moving from job to avoid any detection of his murderous intentions. He made sure that he didn't stick to one job for too long as he was starting to attract people's attention. Most states won't give a clinical permit to a person with a criminal record, so he forged a reclamation of civil rights letter from Virginia Governor Gerald L. Bales, stating that his voting rights had been restored, due to the reports from companions and partners stating his great behavior. The American Medical Association briefly forgot about Swango when he got into the psychiatric residency program at the Stony Brook University School of Medicine in New York. Yet again, his patients started dying for no reason. After 4 months, Kristen committed suicide and arsenic was found in her body. The police were alerted, and they started getting all the details about the sudden death. And the police launched a criminal investigation. Before the police could get a hold of him, Swango had already escaped the country. In November 1994, Swango moved to Zimbabwe and utilized forged reports to get some work at Neen Luther Mission Hospital. Once again, his patients started dying. Dr. Zashiri, the clinical chief, suspended Swango. Confronted with hard proof of his fake reports and the prospect of a lengthy investigation into his time in Zimbabwe, Swango was charged with cheating the public authorities in March 1998. In July of 1998, he was sentenced to 3.5 years in jail. The judge ordered that Swango should not be allowed to plan or convey food or have any contribution. On September 6, 2000, he confessed to the 3 homicide counts, as well as counts of wire misrepresentation and mail fraud, under the watchful eye of Judge Jacob Mishler. At his sentencing, Swango confessed to having caused 3 homicides, lying about his job and causing the 4th demise, and lying about his 1985 conviction. Investigators read explicit entries from Swanko's book which expressed the joy he felt during his killing spree. Judge Mishler sentenced Swanko to 3 successive life terms with no parole. Shipman was born on January 14, 1946 on the Bestwood Estate, a board domain in Nottingham, Nottinghamshire. He was the second of 3 children of Harold Frederick Shipman, a transporter, and Vera Britz. His parents were faithful Methodists. While growing up, Shipman was a rugby player in youth associations. Shipman turned 11 in 1957, moving to High Pavement Grammar School, Nottingham, which he left in 1964. He succeeded as a distance sprinter during his last year at school. Shipman was exceptionally close to his mom, but unfortunately she was suffering from lung cancer when Shipman was just 17. In the latter phases of her sickness, she was given morphine by a specialist. Shipman saw his mom's pain decrease despite her terminal condition. 1963. On November 5, 1966, Shipman married Primrose May Oxtoby and the couple had 4 daughters. Shipman pursued medicine at Leeds School of Medicine, University of Leeds, graduating in 1970. He started working at Pontefract General Infirmary and Pontefract West, so he discovered how to manufacture solutions of pethidine for his utilization, for which he was fined £600 and momentarily went to a medication recovery facility in York, England. He qualified as a general practitioner at the Donnybrook Medical Centre in Hyde, close to Manchester, in 1977. Shipman kept functioning as a GP in Hyde all through the 1980s, and laid out his medical procedures at 21 Market Street in 1993, turning him into a regarded individual in the local area, but nobody in the locality could guess how that fame would be a potential axis of many murders to come. In March 1998, Linda Reynolds of Brooks Surgery and Hyde told John Pollard, the coroner for the South Manchester District, about the high death rate among Shipman's patients. Coroner John Pollard asked the police to investigate, but the police couldn't track down sufficient proof and shut down their investigation on April 17th. Shipman murdered 3 more people after the failed investigation. A cab driver named John Shaw let the police know that he had identified Shipman for murdering 21 patients. Shaw became suspicious as a number of the senior clients he took to the medical clinic, who appeared to be healthy, died in Shipman's care. Shipman's time as a GP was coming to a close. His last casualty was Kathleen Grundy, who was announced dead at her home on June 24, 1998. Shipman was the last person to see her alive. He later marked her passing testament, expressing the reason for her death as advanced age. Grundy's little girl, legal counselor Angela Woodruff, became concerned when specialist Brian Burgess informed her that a will had been made by her mom, and the will barred Woodruff and her children from claiming Grundy's wealth. But Grundy left £386,000 to Shipman. At Burgess's recommendation, Woodruff went to the police, who started an examination. When Grundy's body was uncovered, it was found to contain hints of morphine, heroin, and the police assessment of his computer uncovered that the medical records were created after her demise. Shipman was then captured on September 7, 1998. The police examined the deaths of different people who died under Shipman's care. The police explored 15 explicit cases against them. They found evidence of him issuing deadly dosages of heroin, marking patients as dead, and making wrong clinical records later that showed their chronic weakness. Shipman was presented at Preston Crown Court on October 5, 1999. He was accused of the murders of 15 ladies by deadly injections of morphine, all somewhere in the range of 1995 and 1998. The casualties were Marie West, Irene Turner, Lizzie Adams, Jean Lilly, Ivy Thomas, Muriel Pamela Hilly, Maureen Ward, Winifred Meller, Joan Melia, Kathleen Grundy. Shipman's lawyers attempted to isolate the Grundy case from the others. On January 31, 2000, following 6 days of thought, the jury found Shipman to be liable for 15 counts of homicide and 1 count of imitation. Mr. Justice Forbes then condemned Shipman to life imprisonment on every one of the 15 counts of homicide. He was never released, while simultaneously he was charged with a punishment of 4 years for forging Grundy's will. Shipman reliably denied his involvement, questioning the logical proof against him. Shipman's wife Primrose supported her husband's innocence even after his conviction. Shipman was the only medical professional throughout the entire existence of British medicine who was responsible for intentionally murdering his patients. Harold Frederick Shipman, referred to by colleagues as Fred Shipman, was an English general specialist who is viewed as the most prolific serial killer in modern history with an expected 250 casualties. Shipman was seen as at fault for the homicide of 15 patients under his care. He was condemned to life imprisonment with the suggestion that he serve an entire lifetime. Shipman hanged himself in his cell at HM Prison Wakefield at 6:20 a.m. on January 13, 2004, the night before his 58th birthday. He was declared dead at 8:10 a.m. A declaration from the Queen's Prison Service showed that he had hung himself from the window bars of his cell using his bedsheets. Adams was born and raised in Randalstown, Ulster, Ireland. He was born into a family of Plymouth Brethren, an Ulster Protestant sect of which he remained a member for his entire life. His father Samuel was a preacher in the local congregation and a professional watchmaker. He also had a passion for cars which he would pass on to Adams. In 1896, when Samuel was 39 years old, he married Ellen Bodkin, age 30. Adams was their first son, followed by a younger brother, William Samuel, in 1903. In 1914, Samuel Adams died of a stroke. 4 years later, William Samuel died in the 1918 influenza pandemic. This loss affected Adams gravely, but he still continued to pursue his education. In 1921, Surgeon Arthur Rendell Short offered Adams a position as an assistant houseman at Bristol Royal Infirmary. He spent a year there but did not prove to be a success. On Short's advice, Adams applied for a job as a general practitioner in Christian practice in Eastbourne, Sussex, and got the job. Adam moved to Eastbourne in 1922 to work as a general practitioner. Eastbourne was one of the wealthiest places. Gertrude Hullett, a member of the Eastbourne locality, had been depressed since the death of her husband. Adam was the one who treated her. Mrs. Hullett expressed her wish to commit suicide, which was when Adams prescribed sodium barbitone to relieve her pain and suffering. Grateful for the attention she received, she wrote a check for £1,000 on July 17, 1956, which Adams met his banker and ordered him to cash the check in a single day instead of 7 days to avoid any suspicion. The following day, Hullett took an overdose of sodium barbitone and fell into a coma. Dr. Harris attended her without the notice of Dr. Adams. Adams met with Harris and they both declared the condition a brain hemorrhage. A pathologist came to collect the samples from her stomach to rule out the possibility of narcotic poisoning, which both doctors deemed unnecessary. Hullett was alive and Adams contacted a coroner to examine her. He declared that she had bronchopneumonia and had died on July 23, 1956. A post-mortem was done on her, and the coroner found large quantities of sodium barbitone in her stomach. Before there could be an investigation, Adams gave suicide as the reason on her death certificate and cremated her, leaving no trace of evidence. Mrs. Hullett had left a Rolls-Royce Silver Dawn in her will for Adams, written just 5 days before she died. And Adams became the wealthiest GP in all of England. The police then received an anonymous call indicating the deaths of many of Adams' patients were foul play. Then the case was passed on to Hannam. Hannam also noticed that the cases Adams dealt with could well point towards foul play due to the number of people who left their wills for Adams. So he decided to check the 132 cases that left Adams with wills. Happened 8 years earlier. Edith Smurrell left a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, chest of silver cutlery, and a large cash bequest for Adams and her will. It was also clear that Adams paid for 1,100 visits, charging her £1,654, almost 3 times a day. It was very hard to convict Adams with that evidence because it had happened 8 years previously, and the technology wasn't good enough to retrace the evidence. So Hannam decided to interrogate the doctors of Eastbound. Surprisingly, the British Medical Association sent a letter to all the doctors in Eastbound to maintain the confidentiality of their practice. Hannam got very frustrated, so he contacted Reginald Manningham Bowler to write a letter to BMA to revoke the confidentiality clause. But no response was heard, so Buller visited the secretary of the BMA. Then Buller passed the investigation report of 187 pages on Adams to the secretary. Hannam was pretty upset about the interference of the BMA, so Hannam visited Adams and interrogated him while he answered all the questions perfectly. He discovered Adams hiding 2 bottles of narcotics in his pockets, which led to Adams' arrest. Adams was presented in court, where the judge Roland Gwynne suggested that Hannam could only convict Adams of a single case. If that wasn't proven, then all the other charges were to be dropped. Hannam couldn't prove it, but Hannam somehow got hold of the check for £1,000 written in the name of Adams as proof, and just before the hearing the check disappeared. Officer Seekings was responsible for the disappearance. Hannam later discovered that Roland Gwynne and Officer Seekings were both lovers of Adams. Adams' first trial received worldwide press coverage and was described as one of the greatest murder trials of all time, as well as the murder trial of the century. The trial also had several important legal changes. It established a doctrine of double effect, whereby a doctor giving treatment to relieve may lawfully, as an unintentional result, shorten life. Secondly, because of the publicity surrounding Adams, the law was changed to allow defendants to ask for such hearings to be held in private. A lot of people in society knew for sure that Adams was the one responsible for all the murders, but the media could not attack Adams without the court's confirmation, so they published their opinions in the form of poems. Although Adams was charged with 13 convictions, none of them proved to be valid. In 2003, his file was reopened, but they could not convict Adams due to a lack of proof and evidence. It was hard to convict because all of his patients were old people with some existing medical conditions. As doctors were allowed to use narcotics to relieve the pain of their patients, it was impossible to check how much dosage was issued by Adams. If Adams was convicted of using narcotics on patients, then they would have to convict all doctors. It is estimated that Adams murdered over 300 people. The only British doctor ever convicted of murder was Harold Shipman. And this was the list of doctors who chose to provide death instead of life-saving services. Some did it for money, while others did it for pleasure. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.